G2A1 wireless lavalier microphone system. I'll be telling you all about it in this video, but first let's see what comes in the box and the packaging. The packaging is straightforward. When it gets delivered to you, around the box, see general information about the Synco G2A1 wireless lavalier microphone system. It comes in another model, which is the G2A2, which comes with 2 transmitters, but this model, the G2A1, comes with just 1 transmitter. It means only one person can have the wireless microphone system on them, and then it sends to 1 receiver, which can mount on your camera or your devices. So I peeled the box open, the nylon wrap around the box generally, and then I made the glossy finish box, which is super lightweight and handy, as you can see. And then let's get it open and see what actually greets and meets us in the Synco G2A1 wireless lavalier microphone system. So first, you're greeted with the user manual, which contains a lot of information on how you can set up and use the Synco G2A1 wireless lavalier microphone system. And then you get the carrying case, which is handy and nice, and it makes for portability. And then you get the receiver and the transmitter. Next up in the box, what's that? Let's see. I think I'll force my way into the box, into the nylon now. In the box, I see the SIM ejector tool, which is just for resetting the microphone system. And then I get a clip-on, lavalier clip-on. I get the wind muff. I get the lavalier mic windshield if I'm using the lav mic. And then this nylon, this plastic container, contains a whole lot of the cables that will be needed for using the Synco G2A1 system. So first, we'll get the cable, audio cable for connecting to your camera or phones, and then the lav mic if you're not using the onboard microphone, and then another audio cable, and then the twin USB-C charging cable. So let's go get this charged up, and then we will be ready to actually put this to the test. Now I've got it charged up a little bit. Of course, it comes with some moderate amount of power, which is really good. So let's get the setup now and actually get ourselves rolling with the Synco G2A1 wireless system. The setup is pretty simple and direct. There's not so much force around it because it's straightforward. I didn't have to read the user manual to actually get this to use with myself, so I suppose it will be the same with you, but of course we'll still go through the process to just make it lovely. I just clip on the lav mic on board because I prefer that method compared to using the wind muff system, which looks a little bit like this. So I prefer the lav mic system. You can see I clip it on and then I just clip this on my belt. That is how I prefer to use it. Of course, someone else probably my wife prefer using the system, but I prefer using the lav mic system. And then once it's connected, I am ready to actually turn it on. And then if you look at the cables very closely, you see there are icons on them. Those icons are important because one connects to your camera, which is the TRS system, and then one connects to your phone, which is the TRRS system. So be careful and note when you're actually using the two audio cables that you get in the packaging. That is just some information that would be nice for you to actually have about the Synco G2A1 system. And if you look closely also, the one that goes to your camera has a bit of coily, and then the one that goes to your mobile phones and tablets and computers is not coily. That's one thing you would have to know. So let's get this connected to my camera now. I'm using for this demo the Canon M50 Mark II, which is really nice, and that's the same thing I'm using to record this video, my headshot video. I'm using my mobile phone, my Samsung S21 Ultra, to record the overhead video shots. And pretty much the belt clip will also serve as the cold shoe mount for your camera, which is really nice. So it sort of serves a multi-purpose for yourself, and pretty much you're ready to go. But I am using that add-on system. So now that it's all connected, let's get this powered up and actually set this up. Now if you're using this on your camera, you might need to disable or adjust your audio settings for recording audio into your camera. So that is one thing to note. In the user manual, you see some of the ways you can actually set the audio levels for that to run. To tell you that is pretty simple. So let's actually go ahead and take this for an outdoor test. Now, one thing I didn't tell you so far in this video is that I have been recording all the audio for this video using the Synco G2A1 wireless system. But now, let's go actually see what it feels like on the road. I've been recording in my home office and I have my family in the living room, which is a really nice thing to actually put it to the real test of what it will feel like if you're recording in a real life scenario and not just, you know, everything silent and quiet and all that. So let's go out for a moment, shall we? Let's go. Right, so this is what it feels like recording on my street at the moment. It's windy and the wind is facing me, so we can really see what the experience feels like recording with the Synco G2A1 wireless system. I'm speaking at my normal speech volume and I am moving around. This claims to actually pick up audio from a very long distance, so I'm just gonna run away now and I'm gonna come back, okay? Okay, I think that's far enough, I think, for the audio pickup range. And I'm walking towards the camera right now, which is about 20 meters away from me. And the wind is really blowing into my face. And I have the low pass filter on the system. So let's see, does that actually work? Now, let me face away from the wind and see if there's any level of improvement. Now, as you probably seen in my previous unboxing videos, construction is still going on this house. It probably will never finish, but let's face away from it now and actually see if there's any better way, if the audio really sounds better when I'm facing away from the noise, from the wind rather. I'm facing the wind, I am facing away from the wind, and that is what the outdoor test will really feel like if I was to record. It's pretty windy today. I hope I don't fall. So I hope you make up your mind on what you want to do with the Synco wireless Synco G2A1 wireless system. So that is generally how it's gonna feel like, and still moving further back and moving further back and moving further back. I'm about 10 meters away. Now I'm about 15 meters away. I'm about 20 meters away from the camera right now. It's recording directly into my Canon camera, and you can have a feel of what the audio sounds like. And when I walk back, I hope the audio experience still remains pretty much the same. So that's what it's gonna be like. And it's Daryl Ladapo reporting for Daryl Ladapo YouTube channel. I'll see you guys. Bye bye. Yeah, we're back, and with all that said, I hope you enjoy the outdoor test. Now, one thing I have done in this video is I have not modified any of the audio you're getting out of it. No post-processing, no modification whatsoever, except the low-cut filter, which I have done on the microphone itself. Now, let's actually see, when I turn that off, what does the audio really sound like on the Synco G2A1 wireless system. And if I turn it back on, I'm back to my normal audio. Generally, I'll leave the low-cut filter on. Is it low pass? No, it's low cut filter. I'll leave the low cut filter on most times, actually all the time, and I've done nothing. I am just recording directly into my camera, no post processing, no noise removal, nothing whatsoever done on the audio except when I'm doing recording, when I'm listening to it again and I see some odd noises. That's what I'll just call that. The audio is coming raw from the Synco G2 wireless system. Now, one thing I'll do is, if you'd like to check this out, is I'll put a link to purchase one in the video description and also as a pinned comment, so you can actually see what it feels like for yourself. Remember, when you click the link, I'll get a little bit of rebate, and that comes at no cost to you at all. It's an affiliate link. It just helps support the channel and help people, help me be able to make more videos like this. And thanks to my friends at Synco at Moment for sending this over for review and unboxing. Now, this is unbiased. I've not listened to the audio after this before doing this video. I am recording raw into it, so you can have a feel for yourself for what it really feels like to record using the Synco G2 wireless system. I hope I like what I hear when I'm listening to it after recording this, and hopefully I'll be using this in the future for recording most of my videos. I've used other Moman / Synco products. I have the Moman EMR, Moman EMP, Moman Prompter, and I love this product. So I hope this also does not fall short of that quality and comes on the budget. So be free to check the link out and purchase one if you like the audio you're hearing from it. And of course, if you like this video and enjoyed it so far, remember to give it a thumbs up and also subscribe to my channel if you haven't done that, so you do not miss any further videos coming from me and help others discover videos just like this one. Until I come your way again with another video on my YouTube channel, remember what I say: stay safe. And in this video today, I want to show you how you can connect your app service in Azure to a custom domain name. Let's get started. Hello, how are you doing today? I'm Dara and I'm back with another video on the Tech Tuesday series. What am I showing you today? I want to show you how to bind your custom domain name in Azure to an existing app service or maybe a virtual machine, but the demo today is focused on an Azure app service. And why would you want to do this? You might want to ask. That's a very good question. You have an app service created in Azure, generally ends in .azurewebsite.net, and you want to bind this to a domain. For example, yourwebsite.com, daroladapo.com, finebusinesses.net. You need this identity for your business to connect to that application you have in Azure. That is why you want to connect your domain name to your app service in Azure, and that's what I want to show you in this video. So let's get started. On my screen here, I have my web application. As you can see, I have the .azurewebsites.net prefix or suffix. Yeah, it's a suffix attached to it, and you can go into Azure to actually see what it's chosen there. And I've actually purchased my domain name previously, which is gwllab.com. Currently, if you go to the website, you'll see nothing in there. Okay, it tells you it's unreachable, which is fine. What we're gonna do is fix that right now. So what we're doing right now is go into the custom domain selection on the left blade in Azure, and what I'm gonna do is show you how you can get that gwllab.com connected to the gwllab.azurewebsite.net address. So on the custom domains area, you have the option to turn on HTTPS only, but of course I don't want to do that right now. And you can see the app service domains I currently have in Azure, and that is the one I want to use. You can see the expiration date of the domain name in case it's not an expiration. I need to do that. But of course, you can also buy an additional app service domain if you want to bind more. So what I'm going to do is I will start adding the custom domain name to the Azure app service right now. So I'll click on that and I'll put in my DNS name, that is gwllab.com, and I click on validate. Now, because this is in Azure, I don't need to do any extra work. It just bind to it directly because Azure is the domain name service provider. So I add that custom domain. That's a naked URL. That's gwllab.com that I'm binding to that app service. Well, it will give me this prompt. I'm not sure why Azure does this, but I'll click OK on that. No problem. And I can see that my gwllab.com is binding now to my app service. But now I need to add www. also, because some users actually still go to www. And that would be a CNAME address. As you can see coming right up. That's basically any custom domain, custom subdomain you have for your app service. I'll allow that also and click on the OK prompt that Azure brings up right about now. And then I'm ready to go. Right. Now, if I tried this, I try to go to the apps, to gwllab.com, it will currently not respond, but I'm going to open a new browser, that's Firefox, to accept the SSL certificate. In another video, I'll show you how you can actually get an SSL certificate and bind it to your app service so that that prompt does not come up in your case. But of course, you can see my website is now accessible at gwllab.com, and I can go to all the nice pages on my website. But of course, that's a very beautiful website. What do you think? And if I refresh the one in Microsoft Edge, it will start working now. That's just a little bit of a bug, I think, in Microsoft Edge, but I think in the future it will be fixed also. But of course, my website is now reachable at gwllab.com. And pretty much, that's how you connect that and get it working. You can see that URL popping right there in Azure. So that's all about it. So what do you think about using a custom domain name with your Azure app services? Let me know what you think about it, and even if you've tried it ever before. And of course, if you like this video, I'm very sure you do, give it a thumbs up. Share with your friends and family and on social media also, so people can discover content just like this. And of course, if you have not subscribed to my channel, you definitely want to do that, because you don't want to miss new stuff I'm posting every week. Oh, anytime I decide to post any new videos, of course. So subscribe to my channel and turn on that notification bell so you don't miss any new videos from me. But of course, what do you think about Azure App Service and custom domain names in Azure? Let me know in the comment section, and I guess I'll see you again in another video. Goodbye. Hi, welcome back to Code Cloud and DevOps Ask Me Anything. I am Dara, and I got another question, and it goes thus. I am working on deploying an application on EKS. Whenever I run my pipeline, the pods are created, but they all stop at dependent state. But when I run logs, I only see that one of them is running on init. What can I do? Now, this is a technical question that I probably cannot cover in the space of this video because of the kind of answer I give on this series, but we'll probably try to cover them in one of the live stream sessions and probably even figure it out together. But I'll give a little bit of insight into what you can do based on me working with Kubernetes over the last couple of years. So I'll say first, you might want to check your cluster logs because they might give some insight into why the pods are stopping. The reason for this is sometimes when pods don't start right, or when one instead of many pods start up, there might be some constraints on the configuration of the cluster itself. So it's good to check the cluster logs. If you don't have it enabled, please go ahead and do it so you can actually see what is happening, because they will give you an overall state of what is actually happening when the container is trying to start up. Now, the other thing you might want to check is the container resources and limits, memory and CPU, if there are enough power to actually power up the pods. Now, I've seen this practically happen when the pods will just stay in pending state for a very long time, simply because there's not enough power for them to start up. So what you might want to do is, even as you're developing the app, maybe locally, try to run them locally and see what is going on. Check the configuration of what is local against what you're deploying. Check the memory and CPU limits. That is, I think, the very first place you want to start up. And when it's running locally, check the memory and CPU it's using, compare it to the one that is actually running online. That might give you some hints also. And I think another important bit you can check for is the exit code. So you check the exit code and cross-reference it with the Kubernetes and EKS documentations. The exit code really, although they might not be the comprehensive or holy grail of the answer, but they might give you a pointer to what is happening with your pod. So some might be 137 like out of memory killed processes and things like that. So that gives a pointer into what might be going on and then lead you to further investigations. And I hope that answered your question really, although it's not as comprehensive as I would have made it in this kind of video. But I'll encourage you to actually join my online community where I share updates on videos like this, and I can actually chat about it one-to-one and hopefully get it sorted together. I'll put a link to the community in the video description and also as a pinned comment so you can check them out and join at your own free time. And I really hope that answered your question. I hope to hear from you in the comments. If you have more Code, Cloud, and DevOps Ask Me Anything questions, feel free to send them in using the link showing right now on your screen, or scan this QR code to give your question. That way I can get to the questions as quickly and timely as possible. You can find the link in the description as a pinned comment also. Now, if you enjoyed this video, remember to give it a thumbs up and share with your friends and family so they don't miss videos like this one. And if you've not subscribed to my channel yet, please go ahead and do so and turn on the notification bell so you don't miss any more informative videos like this one. And so I come your way again with yet another video. Stay safe and goodbye. Hi, how are you doing today? I am checking out today the Monocaster G1 Neo audio interface, and it's a new device that's just come out from Mono, and it's a budget and compact and elegant and beautiful audio interface targeted at gamers and streamers just starting out their content creation gaming journey. and it's pretty nice, to be honest. From the way it sits on the table, as you can see here, it has nice RGB colors and everything. But I'll be telling you all about the RGB stuff later on in the video. But before I get to that, let's actually check out what comes in the box. When you open up the box, you generally just get the user manual, information card, a TRS cable, and then you get the audio interface itself, and then some information card, and then a USB-C to USB-C slash A cable for connecting either to your mobile phone or your computer. That's pretty much all that comes in the box. And of course, the packaging comes on the general mono, golden, yellow, and black packaging. That's pretty much all of it. Minimal packaging, no fuss, no stress. Now, let's talk really about the audio interface itself. It's a versatile one. As you can see here, you can see my audio signals as I'm speaking into it. I can turn the gain down, so this is to adjust the input volume, and I have my gain set to about 75% right here, and that is what you're hearing into this video right now. I have not done any editing or post-processing whatsoever on it. Recording straight up into my audio recording software. No editing whatsoever done with it. And it adds some pretty nice features. But before we get to the features, actually, let's talk about the specs. And I'm going to read that from my computer right here. So it has a frequency response of about 20 hertz to 20 kilohertz. THD, I'm not sure what that is, of less than 0.05% to 1 kilohertz. Headphone or headset output power of 20 milliwatts. 32Q, I don't know what that is, and a sample rate of about 48 kilohertz to 16 bits, and it also supports Bluetooth. As you can see, the Bluetooth thing is no, what's it called? The Bluetooth thing is flickering right now, and the reason for that is that I have not connected this up to any device. If I was to do that, I could bring up my phone, and this is Bluetooth 4.2. I could bring up my mobile phone right here and actually go ahead and pair up this Bluetooth device. So I will just go here, and I should be able to find it in my Bluetooth list. You can see Monocaster G1 Neo. I'm gonna pair that up, and that means I can now play audio from my device. So if I go to YouTube Music, I'm just gonna put it out for a few seconds so I don't get some copyright strike, and I'm actually gonna look for my own music, okay? So that I don't get any copyright strike. I own that music anyways. I'm just gonna play my podcasts, so we get a feel of what that is. So I will play just one of the episodes we had with Scott Anselman. Welcome back to another exciting episode of This Dev Life. This is a podcast where we talk to developers and we talk about challenges developers face every day and how we overcome these challenges. On today's episode, and as it is, someone interesting, someone I am hearing that audio in my ears right now. Don't know, or probably will get to know. I've turned on monitoring only, so Scott I can hear that audio. Scott, how you doing? Coming into my ears. I'm not sure if you can hear it through here because I've not tested that out yet, but we'll see how that goes. Yeah. But for now, I'm gonna pause that, and I'm just on Bluetooth down. Generally, this is meant for music in your stuff. I'm guessing to actually have that, I could use sidechain. On the show today is our honored guest, and thank you for coming on the show. Thank you. All right, but generally that's it. And I'm currently using this also with the Mono PD100X. That's the new PD100 from Mono. I'll also be dropping a review video of that somewhere. You can check one of the links right here showing for that review. And I could modify reverb settings. I'm not sure how that's gonna sound like because I've not listened to it yet. Oh yeah, I can hear it with monitoring now. It's nice, but I'm not sure it's a feature I'm gonna be using for a very long time. So that's one of the things you can do with it. And all this supports XLR in. It also supports, if you look at the back right here, you see it supports aux in, it supports another line in, headphone out, stream out, USB-C to your computer, and also DC power in case you're actually trying to connect this using your mobile phone so it doesn't take all the power from your device really. So that's that about that back, and you can always adjust the volume of what you get. So this right now, I'm not hearing any audio in my ears, but I can turn it up and then I can have a listen. Although Although one of the things here is that the audio I'm hearing as the direct monitoring audio is not the cleanest audio that I can get because it's a bit light, but I can know that I am listening to the audio and I know if it's muffled or something in my ears for that purpose. Reverb, not something I'm gonna be using a lot, but it's there for you if you want to give your sound a bit of effect. And then, of course, you can reduce noise in your area. I've not used any noise reducing function on this interface so far, but if I was to do that, I could go to noise cancellation level 1 by pressing this once, and you can have a feel of what that really is in your ears and figure it out if it's best for you. I can go to level 2, which brings the noise cancellation level a bit higher. I'm recording in natural scenarios I would have if I was in my office. And then I can turn the noise reduction off also, and you can have a feel of what that sounds like. I've not listened back to this in the recording, and I will not edit this or modify any settings with it, so you can have a real feel of what the audio really sounds like. And sidechain is useful for when you want the audio you're getting into the interface from your computer to also loop back to your recording software, so that is good for it, or music only mode. These are RGB buttons which are customizable. You can read the user manual to get more information on that, and you can also control the RGB colors with this one. 12 RGB colors to go through, but I prefer generally the rolling RGB colors, so you can cycle through that or turn it off totally if you're not an RGB person. But I prefer the rolling RGB colors and effects for myself. And if I was to be using this in my daily setup, of course I will be. This is the setting I would use. Set it up to max, my gain level at about 75%, and that is what I've been recording in all this while for the setup. The Bluetooth function I think will come in handy for me if I was to play music for my podcast, my Twitter live, Instagram live, and all sorts. I can always use that functionality, which I think is pretty super duper nice. And one of the other features of the G1 Neo is the voice changer, which I won't be using a lot also because I think I like the sound of my voice. But if you want to give some effects for people who game, for people who want to give some sound effects to their uh, audio with their streams and games, you can of course do that. And I think because it's geared towards them, that is why that feature is there. So listen to this. Voice changer 1.
I should hopefully be sounding like a female person right now. I don't know. Female. Is that female enough? Maybe it is. And
This is supposed to sound like a male person. Although I'm male, I thought my sound was male, but this is another male voice you can have if you want to have that sound effect for your streams.
and then of course I can decide to sound like a baby if I want to on my live streams. And that is what the baby effect really sounds like. I hope you enjoy it and have some bit of fun with it.
And I can sound like a robot. A robot is what I sound like right now. I'm enjoying it. Maybe. Maybe a little. I do not know. You tell me if you like this effect. And I'm back.
To the default audio setting now, and this is what I really sound like if I was to speak into the audio interface uh in my setting. And of course I can always miss the mic. I can press it back and audio really comes on live. And then if I'm using a more powerful microphone, I could use the 48-volt phantom power. But then all right, I'm back. Yeah, I almost blew something in the microphone, but then I don't need it, so I'll be turning that off for the very long time. But if you're using the likes of the Shure SM7, these are more powerful microphones, you can always use the 48-volt phantom power for your setup. So pretty much that is that setup right there. Let me check what other things I wanted to talk about in today's video before I move on. I've talked about all the effects, I've talked about who this is for, I've done all the tests and sound settings you might want to go through for that kind of scenario. And if you're gonna ask me who this audio interface is for, I would generally say this is for someone looking for a simplistic starting setup for your audio recording. It brings your recording to another whole new level compared to using the audio on your mobile phone, your iPhones, your Samsungs, or your onboard camera, microphone, and all that. This levels up your audio paired with a good microphone like the Mono PD100X or the old PD100 or any other microphone you can find on the market that supports XLR. You will be good to go. Of course, if you're even using headset, you can always plug that in also through the back here, you're pretty much good to go. Or maybe even using a lav mic, you can always use that for it, and it's pretty nice and good to come in that way for you. So if you're a beginner streamer, beginner gamer, beginner content creator, this is good for you. Although I've been making content now for a number of years, I will be using this for a number of months in my setup to actually see if anything is better. Of course, I will do all some EQs and some sound effects for my other recordings, but for this video I've done nothing whatsoever for it. And if you ask me what the price comes at the time of recording this video, it comes in at about $60 on the Mono website. I'll actually drop the link to purchase one in the video description and also a pinned comment for you to check it out on the Mono website. And if I find it on Amazon also, I'll put the link in the video description, although they are affiliate links, but that comes at no extra cost to you whatsoever, so you can check it out and have a feel of it for yourself. But if you ask me if I would recommend this audio interface for the beauty, I would 100% recommend it. I've been using the C2 Neo on my desk for months now, and it's beautiful. It's fantastic. But I think this brings the design to a whole new level. If the C2 Neo could have the kind of colors and design this one has, I would actually would have gone for the C2 Neo. Although they come in at the same price point, so you might want to ask me which one of this should you go for? Should you go for the C1 G1 Neo or the C2 Neo? But then the choice is actually yours. If you're looking for a more pro-ish setup, C2 Neo. If you're looking for a simplistic, elegant, beautiful look, modern look, upgraded hardware, upgraded setup, new controls and all that, still doing the same thing, I would say you go for the J1 Neo. But of course, I'll be making a whole new video actually comparing the C2 Neo and the G1 Neo in another whole new video, so subscribe so you can get the video once it drops. But on a general note, if I would be getting this with my own money, if I was starting my content creation journey and I saw this on the market, I would go for it. Because for me, I want to experiment a lot of things. I want to see which fits the scenario best for me. Yes, I will get it. Coming at $60, it's not expensive. It's not ridiculously cheap also, don't get me wrong. It's budget enough to give you the quality audio you're looking for in your setup. So if you're starting your content creation journey, if you're looking to level up your audio setup, and I've made a video where I walk you through getting clean audio in your setup and everything. And if you're someone who is also on the go most of the times and just need something minimalistic to power your podcasting setup, although Mono says this is not recommended for podcast, but I can bet you that this interface right here, I would use it for podcast if I was on the go and record with it excellently well using my mobile phone, because I have tried to connect this to my mobile phone and it works excellently well. So if I'm on the go and I want to record something quickly, I can actually pair this up and I'm very much good. But of course, you should also consider using some of the microphones that actually have direct USB connection to a mobile phone also, if that's something you are in the market for. But if I recommend this, 100% I would. I know I recommend a lot of products on my channel, and the reason for this is so you can get a bit of many options, budget options. I particularly do not review expensive products that I will not spend my own money on. So if I'm giving you a review video, if I'm reviewing a product on my channel, it means it is something I can put my money on. It is something I can spend my money to go buy, although it's given to me to review by these brands. I would spend my money on them to buy them for myself, and that is why I would review. So whatever review video you see me make on this channel, I will be willing to spend my money on it if it was not given to me. And that is generally it for this video. I think I've pretty much gone through most of the points I wanted to go through. Coming at $60, I think it's a steal, really. $60 audio interface that gives you this kind of audio quality. I would say go for it if you've got the money. Remember, I'll drop the links in the video description and pinned comment for you to check out for yourself and have a bit of feel of what it really sounds like. And my monitor going off behind me right now simply tells me that it is time to get back to work. But of course, I will see you again in another video. Stay safe and goodbye. As a fresher, is it possible to get a DevOps job in the market? Please tell me. Whew, that is a question that I wouldn't say it's been a nightmare for me really, but then it's something that has been a concern for me also this last couple of weeks, because we tell people to learn DevOps, we tell people to learn cloud, we tell people to learn all these nice technologies, but then the question we don't answer, or the provision that is not being made, is the jobs that will be available for them when they finish learning. I'll say, yes, go do freelancing, go do this, go do that, but then there's no clear path to it. So I'll answer this truthfully, and I'll hopefully give some guide that will help you out there. And the short answer to your question is yes, there are jobs out there. There are jobs out there. You just need to dig deep enough. It's just like you're looking for gold. You don't see gold on the surface. You don't see silver on the surface. You don't see diamond on the surface. You have to refine stuff. You have to go deep to find it. And the current pace of the market now is that there are lots of people looking for the same job you're looking for. There are always jobs. If you go on LinkedIn, there are hundreds, if not thousands of roles available in various companies. I'm speaking for this in the current market I'm in, the United Kingdom. But in Nigeria, I'm guessing that's where this viewer is from, it's a little bit different out there, because you have to know someone who knows that the role is open. I'm not saying it's a cutting corner thing. Is that you need to be in connection with someone who knows that this role is open in this company for this kind of people. And one thing I've seen in the market, especially Nigeria, Ghana, Africa, etc., is that the people you know goes a long way in the kind of roles you would get. Most of the jobs, good jobs you would get, are mostly by referral. And these referrals mostly come if you're an active part of a community. Now, assuming this, you are learning DevOps, you find a community online, you join it, and then you contribute to community, and then what happens is companies send their staff to these community events to scout for talent. And if you're not part of that community, there's no way you get it. So, one thing I'll say, if you're in a market like that, is be an active part of the community, such that when these opportunities open up, you would get involved. And also, market yourself. Your CV is not going to market itself. You need to do the active of actually marketing yourself. And how do you do this? The first one, as I mentioned, be an active part of the community. Contribute to open source, even if it's just documentation, updating readme.md files. As you're learning, you find a problem. When you fix it, don't just stay at what you fixed. Tell the world you fixed it. Also, you want to learn in public. You want to put it out there on Twitter, on LinkedIn. Shout about what you're learning. Put it out there that I'm learning this, and by some wonderful, amazing, wonders, you will get that job. And I can tell this for a fact that naturally, I'm not a very vocal person, except when I'm making videos like this one. And I'm pretty shy. But then, if I think I've learned something, I would make content about it. And this has been something that has opened doors for me in finding most, like 95% of the roles I've ever had. Like, just creating content, telling people about it. So, as you learn something, share that knowledge. It will open doors for you in the future, if not immediately. So, as a fresher, you think, yes, I don't know so much, I don't know a lot of things. Still, put that little bit of knowledge you know out there. It might not be 100% accurate. I'm going to tell you that for a fact. It might not be 100% accurate, but the truth of the matter is the fact that you put it out there, there's a way the internet works that the right set of people will just find you. So yes, there are jobs out there. In the African market, it's not so easy to find. Even here in the more advanced markets, the jobs are out there. They are kind of easy to find, but then the right set of people need more things to be done to get those jobs. That's the current market, because in the COVID times, a lot of companies were hiring, and then now there's probably funding freeze and all those kind of things, and then some people are actually getting laid off. So there are not so much openings as there were like during the pandemic times. But then there are still roles open. I can tell you, if I open LinkedIn today, I'll see roles, I'll see messages from recruiters, although I hardly open my inbox even anymore now because there are a lot of messages from these people asking me to come take this role, take that role. But then I'm pretty fine where I am right now. So, to answer your question for short, yes, there are jobs for recruiters, but I think also just putting my heart out here is, if you're in a structured learning environment, most likely after your training program, there'll be some sort of internship or something you can do. So, and that sort of adds to the answer I want to give is, if you can find internship, volunteer opportunities to actually just do stuff and get your portfolio boosted, do it. Don't first look for the money. To be honest, yes, I know you want to pay your bills, but then, if possible, do some free stuff first to get your portfolio up to shape. Then you can start charging your thousands of dollars per minute as much as you want to. And this is the experience that I think a lot of, I'm not old, don't get me wrong, a lot of the younger folks really don't get, is when you have your portfolio built up is when you can start charging a ridiculous amount of money for stuff. But then what I've seen most people actually want to do is they want to start making all that big money from the get-go, because today, yes, there's money in DevOps. There's some kind of money in it, yes, don't get me wrong. But then you don't make that insane amount of money if you don't have some skills under your belt, if you don't have some experience under your belt, if you don't have some backing for yourself. So, to get that backing, you need to have done some free stuff. I'll tell you my experience for short. There are a lot of websites I did for 30,000 naira, 50,000 naira, 100,000 naira. I can't do those websites anymore now because, of course, I've passed that stage. I have bills to pay now. I got a family to feed. But then, at the very start of my career, I did a lot of those things to just build up my portfolio. I had a set of friends that we did projects together, building an entire stack of apps for 200,000 naira. Something that should have cost thousands of dollars. We built it for insane amount of money just because we were building our portfolio, we were building our skill set at that time. And then that paved way for us to get bigger projects, bigger roles. So, as a beginner in the DevOps field, if the first job you get is not enough to pay your bills, take it first. That will add to your experience level, and then you can use that as a stepping stone to your first, next row till you get higher and higher and higher. And that's where I'll leave that advice for now. So yes, there are jobs on the market, but then there are some compromises you'll have to make if your, I would say, standards are too high. Okay? I don't know the state of the person asking this question, but I'm just answering this question on a general basis of what I've seen a lot of beginners ask me. And I hope that answered your question and I've not come along as this old grumpy DevOps engineer. And I hope you can forgive me if I did. But of course, if you have further questions, put it in the comment section or use the link showing right now upon your screen, or scan this QR code to ask your question and I'll get to them as soon as possible. Until I come your way again yet with another video. Stay safe and goodbye. If you have previously used the Mono PD100 or the PD100U, you would probably want to fall in love with this microphone right here because it's glowing, it's beautiful. And this is the Mono PD100X dynamic XLR USB microphone with RG Blue. And I'll be telling you all about it in today's video. But before that, let's talk about what comes in the box. With all Mono products, it comes in the golden, yellow, and black packaging, which is really nice and beautiful to actually look. I love having it on display in my home office / studio setup. And you get the information card and the user manual to tell you all about the microphone and what you get. And then of course you get some kits, which is the USB-C to USB-C/A cable, and then you get a weighted base, which is a stand which you can use with the microphone to stand it on your desk if you're not using a boom or desk clamp like I am. This way, it's good, it's nice, but it's not something I would be using for my setup because I am Mr. Clamp Everything. And then of course you have the microphone itself, which comes in handy, beautiful. It's a little bit heavier than the Mono PD100, which I've previously reviewed on this channel. You can check it out in one of the cards showing right about now. And that's about all you get in the box, really. Not so much fuss about the packaging. And setting this up on your desk, you have three options of mounting this. You can either use the base that comes with it. You can get an extension rod to make it a little bit higher on your desk so you can stand it and make it work for you. Or you can go high profile so that you can really have it boom and show in your setup, and then you can have it in a low profile boom arm setup like this. Mono has accessories that you can use for this kind of scenario, like this low profile boom arm or an high profile boom arm, or you can get other third party options for this. I generally would recommend you actually use a clamp or microphone boom arm setup like this one, so your microphone can be a little bit mobile and easy to move around in your setup and doesn't get in the way of you actually really doing the work. And you might want to ask me, what are the top features of this microphone? Of course, it has XLR and USB. It means you can use it either with an audio interface. For this recording, I am using the Monocaster G1 Neo to record this in XLR mode, and also recording to my recording software using the USB mode also. I will put cards right here to show which device output options I am actually using at every point in time. I will switch on and off between each of them. And you're hearing the audio generally raw as it comes from the microphone right about now, with no editing done whatsoever, with no gain. And I'm recording in a general scenario I would record it on a normal day. I have my door, my camera is about 2 meters away from me because I use a crop sensor lens with a 55 millimeter lens, so it has to be a little bit far away to get this nice shot of me. I have my family in the house and they make their normal sound. Nobody's disturbing at the moment, of course, and you can get a feel of that. Everybody is just going about their normal day, and of course, my computer is blaring the fan, my desktop here is making its own noise, and it's generally just like that. But one thing to note with the Mono PD100X, the fact that you can also use the MonoLink software with it. Currently now, I am at about 52% gain looking in the MonoLink software. In a later part of this video, I will come from my feature and actually show you how I use the MonoLink software for this purpose. But of course, I've not done any modification whatsoever to this audio. No EQ, no compression, no noise removal whatsoever. Hi, my future self here. And what I'm trying to do today is record and show you how the MonoLink software actually works. So let's get started. I'm monitoring the audio in my ear, so there's a bit of lag in my ear, but I can live with that. So let's get started with the very first step. I have downloaded the MonoLink software, and this is the very first time I'm actually opening this on my computer, and by default it actually recognizes the microphone, which is the PD100X RGB microphone. If I click into that, I see a couple of options on what I can do. So the gain as it is right now is at 44, and it's going to go all the way up to 100, and that sort of brings up the volume level. I think I'm just going to bring that down to about 50. Yeah, 50 I think sounds right about okay. And I could turn on or turn off headphone monitoring. It means I'm no longer hearing the audio in my ears, but it's still going into the software, which is actually good. I'm actually recording this into OBS at the moment, which is pretty nice. I can modify that monitoring level also. I think I need that for my own sanity, so I'm going to turn that back on and put it at just about 62%. And I can change my tone, that is how deep my voice should normally sound, and I could put that to natural. This is what natural voice would sound like if I was to be using the MonoLink software to change my audio toning level and all that. And then I could go deep, and this is what deep will really sound like if I was to be doing that. I think I would probably go deep if I was to be in USB mode, and I think that's nice. And one thing to actually note with the MonoLink software is that it is available for Windows, Mac, Android, and iOS operating system. So whatever device you're actually using, it is pretty much okay. And also, you can turn the RGB on or off, and this is what that looks like when I have the RGB turned off. So there's no light, and then if I turn it back on, you can see the glow actually really happen. And I think I'm just gonna have the RGB on forever and ever. And I can adjust the brightness. I actually never saw that up until now. So I can make the RGB really glow. And I can change the color to just be one color, a couple of colors, or continuous colors. I think I'm gonna stick with the continuous colors for myself. And that is the basic mode. And I can also decide to go advanced mode. Advanced mode is where you can actually do a bit of more EQ on your stuff, and I think I would really like that. So let's try iPass filter, and that's what iPass filter looks like. And this is what presence boost sounds like if I was to do that. Presence boost, I'm a very good man. And this is what iPass filter and presence boost sounds like. And I can actually modify my noise level. So if I want to do noise reduction, I can do that, which is nice. Now I've cancelled out all the noise. So all the audio you've been hearing previously, I've had noise in them. And right now, there is no more noise. So on the microphone itself, you can actually go ahead and reduce noise. And I think that is really, really nice to have for your setup. But what I realize is that at some point it is cutting off some bit of the audio. So I might want to reduce the noise filter just a little bit so that it doesn't cut off all my audio for my recording. And I think that is really good. So it sort of puts a noise gate in front of the voice so that, as I speak, it just starts getting the audio. And when I shut up, it just reduces and meets everything else. Our compression is also something I would like in the setup. And I should bring my noise level down a little bit actually. And I can also set a voice limiter to avoid picking. So if I want to go super loud or super low, I can always do that. And that is the monolink software really in general, what the fill sounds like. I could turn the noise filter off again, and that is what that would sound like for myself. But I think what I would prefer to do, instead of using the noise filter on the microphone itself, if you want to do that, you can actually really do that. I would rather prefer to do my noise cancellation inside of the OBS software, because I think I would generally prefer that kind of noise suppression, because that is happening on my computer and I have enough hardware to be able to do that. And if I was to compare that, so that is what that would sound like, because I have the compression now, RN noise and OBS. Sounds pretty nice for the kind of setup I have. And that is what that sounds like with noise suppression with OBS. And this is what noise suppression with monolink software would sound like. This is noise suppression with monolink software, and that's what that sounds like. It's nice, it's good, but then if you are not speaking for a long time, to pick up, there's a little bit of a lag in between that, but I think generally it's just pretty nice. So that is what monolink software does for you, and I think I like it. It works. Yeah, pretty much that is what that sounds like. I think I enjoyed it. The monolink software is actually nice. I think I enjoy working with it, and you should check it out also if it's something you're looking to do in your setup. I think I like it. I like it. And the microphone generally is just nice and beautiful and pretty cool. What do you think? If this was my real streaming setup, would you watch my live stream sessions? Let me know in the comments. And that is what really that sounds like. I've been speaking to it all this while, no changes whatsoever. And that is what that sounds like. And if you're talking about the modeling software, it means you can program the RGB, and of course you can use the onboard controls to actually do this. It has this one touch mode function, which is actually pretty nice. You don't have to just give it a little bit of tap back, my audio really comes back to life, which I think is really nice. And this knob is a 2-in-1. It means with one press you can either adjust the level at which you're hearing the direct monitoring. I don't need direct monitoring because I've been using this all day and I know what audio levels this really sounds like for the setup. And then you tap it again and then it goes to modify the gain level or the direct monitoring level for this microphone. And the RGB control is right here at the bottom. If you press it a couple of times, it will switch over. As you can see, this is the glowy effect of this one right here. You can always program it for your own use cases and scenario. I think I would just leave it this way for the rest of this recording, and that's what really that sounds like. I've talked about most of the features. Now, talking about the price, at the time of recording this video, this comes in at about $60, which is $59.99. I'll put a link to actually purchase one either from the Mono website and also Amazon websites. These are affiliate links, so I'll get a bit of commission when you purchase, but that comes at no extra cost to you whatsoever. So you can check them out and see if it's something you really get. Now, you might want to ask me who this mic is really for, but before we get to that, let's actually do some tests to actually see if you would consider it at all. Now, I've been speaking to you all this while, no editing done whatsoever, and I've been about 2.5 3 inches away from my mouth. That is what I'm speaking. But if I come a little bit closer, this is what that really sounds like. So if you have it close up in your mouth, that is what that is really gonna sound like. But I don't think anyone really want to do that. In my normal recording, this is general distance I'm away from my microphones, and that is how I use it. And then, of course, it's a cardioid pull-up pattern microphone, which means that as you go around the side, it tries to reject as much noise as possible as you go around the microphone, and as you come closer to it, it just gives you more. And then this is sort of the plosive protector, is the wind foam. If you actually go ahead and remove that, you can see the capsule right there. And of course, I'm gonna put that back. And that's what that really looks like. And then, of course, I've been saying a lot of P's and B's, but to really test that, I'm gonna really say it now. Peter Piper picked the peck of pickled peppers. If Peter Piper picked the peck of pickled peppers, how many picks of pickled peppers did Peter Piper pick? You can have a feel of what that sounds like. If the plosives is something you don't like, it's all up to you. I am not editing this, as I mentioned, so you can have a real feel of what the audio really sounds like. And s and ish and pa 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 pa. Of course, no one should really go that aggressive on the microphone. Pa 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 is what you probably want to do, and pa 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 pa. You can have a feel of that, and you decide for yourself if that is really what you really want to be doing on your streams and recording. Now, to answer the question of who this is really for, I would say this is for someone looking to upgrade their setup. If you've been using the PD100 or the PD100U, I want to have a combo of this. Actually, fun fact, I host a podcast, This Dev Life. I will talk to developers and all about their life, and the microphone we use for that podcast is the Mono PD100. I use the PD100 in XLR mode, and my co-host in the US uses the PD100U. That's the USB version. So this is sort of a combo of that. And if you're someone that is usually on the go, want to record your videos, want to record a podcast, you're a nomad, typically this microphone will be cool for you to just add a bit of elegance to your setup. You know what I'm feeling, with a base or with a weather base that comes with it, or with a sort of mount with it. And the sweet thing that this mount that comes on the microphone actually is a 2-in-1. It means it can support a normal 5/8 or a 3/8 screw. So whichever mounting option you find, you are really good to go with it. And it comes with one more adapter to adapt to whatever boom arm you currently have in your setup, which I think is nice and good and comes in really super duper nice for that purpose. Pretty much that's it. I've done the test, who this is for, and if I was to give this an overall rating in terms of design, I think I like the RGBness. To be honest, in the previous life, I would want to have my mics all black. I still do, but then this sort of just brings that to another whole level, because when it comes to nighttime and all lights are off and you just turn off your computer, for someone like me, my USB accessories are actually powered to just have that bit of glow and make me fall in love with my setup. This just adds to it, really. So I don't need more RGB light. This solves it, of course, with all of the RGBness in my setup. So in terms of design, I'll probably give it a 4 over 5. And the reason why I give it a 4 over 5 is simply that I'm not really much of a fan of a square setup, but this works. I'm a more circular setup when it comes to microphone, to be honest. But if you think it's a 5 over 5, let me know in the comment section. And to talk of the sound quality coming from it, I've listened to this in other scenarios. I've gone on meeting and calls with this. Oh, talking about calls and meetings, the headphone out can actually serve also as an output for your computer. So you can use it literally as your speaker in-out system for your computer. And then of course with the monolink software, you can turn off audio monitoring so that you don't hear yourself back in your own head. So in terms of usability, 5 over 5 really, it's usable. You can 100% use this, plug and play, and you're good to go. No need for any software. And in terms of mobility, which some of you probably know that I'm a big fan of mobility, although I have a monstrous setup in my home office, this also checks the box because you can use this with your mobile phones. You can download the monolink software for your devices if you wish to, or you can use it out of the box really with your iPhones, your iPads, your Samsung devices, your Android devices, Windows, Mac, cross OS compatible. Mobility, 100%, I give it that. So it's pretty nice and good. So that is my overall verdict of the Mono PD100X. Now, you might want to ask me, if I would be getting this, if it was not given to me, if it was not sent to me to review, would I buy this with my own money? I mentioned to you previously that I host the podcast. I bought the PD100 and the PD100U with my own money. So I think this, if this had been out by the time I bought those microphones, I would have bought this instead, to be honest. And those were under $50 microphones. This just brings the price just a little bit up. And it packs it all. It packs a punch without breaking the bank. So if you're looking for a really budget microphone, this should be your go-to. And I know I review a lot of microphones on my channel, especially budget microphones. And the reason I do that is simply because I would not review something for my audiences that I would not put my own money on. So if I'm telling you about this microphone, it means I've checked it out. It means it's something I can't spend my own money on. I can really put my money down and say, yes, I want to buy this for myself. And that I would highly recommend it if it's something you're looking at. If you're looking at RGBness, 100% go get it. And of course, you can check out other reviews I've done on my channel using the card train right about now. It's a playlist of more than 60 videos at the time of this recording, and it keeps growing as long as I get this kind of devices to review and check out on my channel. And I hope you really liked this video. If you did, remember to give it a thumbs up and check out my other videos, subscribe and share this video with all your friends, family, and anyone you think might actually really benefit from this video. Until I come your way again with yet another video on my YouTube channel, stay safe and goodbye. Hello, welcome back to Code Cloud and DevOps Ask Me Anything. I got another interesting question and it goes thus. Does a DevOps engineer need to learn backend frameworks like Django or Flask, or he or she should just focus on DevOps tools like Terraform, Ansible, and the rest? And the other bit of the question is this. What advice can you give for a person to 10x his DevOps skills and become job ready? Now, that's a very interesting question and I really love it because it goes directly straight to the point and asks for advice on how to grow in the career path that you've chosen. To the first question, as a DevOps engineer, you are responsible for managing the entire software development lifecycle from code deployment to managing and maintaining the infrastructure the code is deployed on. And this requires generally a broad range of skills, including the knowledge of DevOps tools like Terraform, Ansible, CI/CD, cloud platforms, containers, and a whole lot more. I've actually made a video on the roadmap to DevOps engineering, and you can check that out using the link showing right now. Now, while it's not strictly necessary to learn backend frameworks or front-end languages or the core programming language being used for the program or the application you're deploying, having some knowledge of that framework or that tool or that language you'll be deploying can be helpful. Now, backend frameworks, like you've asked, like Django and Flask, are used to build web applications and APIs and then deployed and managed by DevOps engineers. So, if you understand how these frameworks work, you can help better manage your deployment and maintenance of these web apps. You can configure the best kind of resources for them because you probably know the benchmarks and all the rest of the things they need to run effectively. Now, that being said, the best approach to learning DevOps depends on your own career goals and interests. Now, if you're interested in working on the backend side of things, learning a framework like Django or Flask can be a great way to to gain your experience and build your own skills. However, if you're more interested in the DevOps side of things, you might want to focus on learning the core DevOps tools and practices, and then learn just a little bit of the frameworks and tools you'll be deploying, because that really helps a lot. I can't stress that enough. The stack, if you understand the stack, you can deploy the resources better. It's just as simple as that. Now, there are many resources online to help you learn DevOps, including online courses and boot camps and training programs. But ultimately, the key to success in DevOps is hard work, dedication, and willingness to continuously learn. With the right mindset and resources, you can become a successful DevOps engineer, regardless of your background or experiences or the frameworks you choose to learn. And to your second question, if you want to 10x your DevOps skills and become job ready, there are several things you can do. Just duplicate yourself about 10 times. No, just kidding. Don't do that. Now, here are some tips I could give you on how to achieve that. To get started, first is, of course, learn the fundamentals. Once you learn the fundamentals of DevOps, the basics, including the philosophies, the principle, and practice that underpin the field, you are on a good path to start. And the second one is to own your skill set. Developing your skills in areas like infrastructure automation, cloud computing, container orchestration, and security best practices will go a long way in helping your DevOps career. And also, you should gain practical experience. You look for opportunities to gain hands-on experience with DevOps tools and technologies, either through self-paced projects, internships, personal projects, open source contributions, and all the rest like that. They go a long way to actually solidifying those skill sets you've chosen to learn. And also, you want to document your learnings. You should keep a record of what you learn and how you apply it, so you can demonstrate that skill to potential employers, either by writing a blog post, making a video on it, or just ensuring that it's somewhere on GitHub or open source platforms that let you showcase your work. You don't have to build a website for it. You can use the free community blogging platforms to actually demonstrate that experience, and that goes a long way for the potential employers to actually see also. And I'll give an example of myself. Really, I'll probably even say all of the jobs I've gotten in the last 3 roles I've been because someone found me online. It's because someone saw what I was doing, the documentation I was doing on the things I'm learning, and videos like this one that I'm making. That is how I was discovered. And then they were like, oh, I like your content. I think you'll be a great fit for this role. And then boom, I'm doing the role. So that's that about that. That's the summary of the answer I'll actually give to you. And I'll encourage you to actually join my online community, which I've just started, so that we can chat about these things and just have a free nice time. I'll put the links in the video description and also as a pinned comment, so you can also get updates on videos I'm making just like this one. First-hand information comes really handy. Now, I really hope that answered your question, and I hope to hear from you in the comment section and also on the community. If you have more code, cloud, and DevOps Ask Me Anything questions, feel free to send them using the link showing right now upon your screen, or scan the QR code showing right about now. You can also find the link in the video description and also the pinned comment. And if you've enjoyed this video so far, remember to give it a thumbs up and share with your friends and anyone you think might actually need it. And remember to also subscribe if you have not done so, and turn on notifications so you don't miss any further videos like this one. Until I come your way again with yet another video, stay safe and goodbye. Pausing with you. Classy look, elegant to look at. This is the Moman EMP microphone. Let's check it out. Hello YouTube, how are you doing? This small, compact, easy looking microphone is the Moman EMP microphone. It's got a classy look and feels that. Does this sound as good as it looks? Let us find out. But before that, let's go unbox. Let's go check out what comes in the box. I have to remove the nylon packaging around it. And then I gently lift it to let the microphone just slide out of it. And that's it in all its beauty. The Moman EMP microphone. We first made the manual, which gives you instructions on what to do to actually get it up and running. And then you got this minimalistic packaging with the microphone itself, which is really lightweight, I must say, with the light indicators in front that lets you know what volume you're recording at. And then at the back, you got the headphone jack and also the USB-C port. And at the top is the soft touch mute button. Well, a mute button, of course, also. And then you have the USB-A and USB-C cables for connecting the microphone to your range of devices as you want to do. And then you got the base where you used to stand the microphone, and then you got the base adapter also, which connects to the microphone and then to the base. Of course, you can stand this on a tripod if you want to, but the base looks really classy. You don't want to miss out on actually showing that off in your videos. So I'll stand that on the base and then off I go. Really easy and straightforward to package and to unbox and set up, I think. And that's it. Just plug and play now and you're good to go. And you can move it around, you can shake it around, you can make it look really nice and good for you. And to connect it up to your devices is pretty simple. Just get the USB cables, hook it up to your devices, and off you go. So let me actually connect one up and see how the light comes on the microphone. You plug in the USB-C cable at the back. You can optionally plug in the headphone for monitoring. And then, well, I love mobility. I like recording on my phone. And then of course, I can connect this to my Surface device and to any other device that's got a USB port. And once I hook it up to my phone, you can see, I can literally see the light indicator that measures the volume of what I'm recording. You can see once I touch the mute button, it turns red. Volume control, mute, unmute. Really nice. What do you think? Well, it is neat and well packed. This is an electret condenser microphone with a cardioid pull up that captures the audio from the front of it. It's got a mute button just right at the top of it. So if I tap this button, and if I tap it back, my audio just comes back right like that. It's got a 20 Hz to 20 kHz frequency response, which means it captures a large range of frequency with zero latency monitoring right here with a headphone jack at the back of it. It also serves as an audio output if you plug in that to your computer. The Moman EMP needs 5 volts to run, which means if you have any device that can literally power out 5 volts, it can work. So it works with USB-A or C devices, which includes here my Samsung S21 Ultra, my MacBook, my Windows computers, which has lots of USB ports, of course. So I have tested this with all of my devices and it really super duper works. The audio capture level is great in details. I'll drop a link to get the microphone in the description, and as a pinned comment, be sure to check it out. All the audio you've been hearing and will still hear in this video is recorded with the Moman EMP microphone. No special effects were given, no EQ filters or compressions have been added in any way. All the audio is coming raw from this microphone. Let us check out what this microphone really sounds like. Peter Piper piped over a pile of papers to Poland, where he placed the plate beside a pillar to pet a dog. Does that sound good to you? Let me know in the comment section. Now, that was the raw audio. Nothing whatsoever was added to it. Do you like what you hear? Of course, let me know in the comments. Well, you might want to ask me, who should get the Moman AMP microphone? I would say content creators looking for a great, lightweight, good looking microphone for YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, or anywhere you want to publish your videos, and you don't want to make any compromises to sound quality, and you want to get a bang for your buck. It's really affordable, I must say. If you check out the price in the link in the description, you'll actually see what it looks. It's literally under £50. All right, so one thing I like about this microphone is that I can mount it up to my boom arm for my meeting, so I really look retro looking. I got a boom arm there, I got one here, I got one here, but of course I want to record this on the stand. That's why I'm not standing. But of course this stand comes in handy. It's adjustable all around, so you can literally stand this on your table just beside you, and then it just stands right there with no shaking. I enjoy using this microphone, and I hope you do also. Let me know in the comment section if you're considering getting this microphone. Once again, I'll drop the link to purchase that in the description section below. And that's it, guys. If you enjoyed this video up until this point, you know what to do. Please give it a thumbs up and also subscribe to my channel if you haven't, so you do not miss any upcoming videos from me. Well, till I come your way again with another video, I'll say stay safe and goodbye. Hey, what's up? How are you doing today? Today I am checking out this device right here. This is the eMate SmartCam S800, and I'll be telling you all about it in this video and my honest opinion on if this is the right 4K webcam for you to choose for your meetings, live streams, and general webcam needs. So as a disclaimer, eMate this device out to me to check out and review, but they have no opinion whatsoever in what I say about it and what I generally think about it. They'll be seeing this video at the same time. You will also be receiving this video as a notification on my channel. And that reminds me, if you are seeing this video and you kind of like this kind of content, remember to subscribe so you don't miss further notifications like this one when I drop a video just like this one on gadgets, reviews, and stuff like that. So disclaimers out of the way, let us talk about what comes in the packaging. In the box itself, you get the eMate webcam itself, you get the user manual, and also USB-C to USB-A 3.0 cable. Pretty much that's all about you get in the box of the eMate SmartCam S800. Now let's talk a little bit about the features of the eMate SmartCam S800. First, it's a 4K camera that records up to 4K 30 frames per second, and also 1080p 60 frames per second, supports autofocus, and also HDR, can have up to 73 degrees field of view and down to 40 degrees field of view, so you can actually have that optical zoom get into your face if that's really something you're into, and I'll demo that later on into this video. Also, you have manual image controls and image profile presets if you just want to get started with getting your video out of the way. And it also comes to have AI noise cancellation for your videos, but right now I'm recording this into OBS, except I otherwise state it in the lower thirds. You'll be hearing all the audio from this camera right here with my own OBS presets, as if I was to do a live stream session, and that is what you're listening to right about now. So with that out of the way, let us actually go ahead and test this out and see what it feels like to actually reuse on a normal day to day. So I took this out and tested it in Microsoft Teams as a recording setup for my meetings, and this is what that really sounded like. Like if you're just seeing my face in the recording, my bandwidth might be bad. If my bandwidth is bad, you actually have a real feel of what it's going to feel like if you recorded into it anyways. And what I'm going to show you next, you can modify your manual image controls and also AI noise cancelling mics. You can have a feel of that with the audio. I'm not doing any processing of the audio in whatsoever shape or form. And also, what I think about it really, I think coming at about 129.9, and that was for Microsoft Teams. But now to actually set up and see what the eMate app looks itself. So this is the eMate Link app on my computer right here. To see what that feels like, you can modify most of the stuff inside here. You can turn off the AI noise cancelling if that's what you're looking at, and also turn it back on. You can flip the images horizontally and also vertically. You can turn off HDR if HDR is not your thing, but I think I prefer it on. You can also modify your framing grid, either to be rule of thirds or other framing grid styles. I'm going to leave it at rule of thirds just for the purpose of this video. And also you can set your metering mode and also the kind of focus you want. You can also disable or enable autofocus if that's something you're looking at to do. And also the field of view can go from 73 degrees up on 240 degrees, giving you that closeness you might be looking for. But for me, I think I prefer it at 73 degrees field of view. Just for my purpose. Can also modify the anti-flicker settings. I prefer it at 60 Hz. And also the image profile preset I mentioned earlier on, I have it as standard, but of course you can always change it up to portrait or object, which I don't exactly like, or vivid or bright, or you can customize that. Or you can customize that and also modify the brightness level and all the other image settings you want to do. But for me, I'm going to put it back in standard. And also something about the app is that you can use that to check for updates, either from your updates or application updates. This supports Windows and Mac operating systems, so you have that bit of flexibility for yourself. But one thing to note is when I tried setting this up on my Windows operating system, I couldn't really get the 4Kness out of it. I don't know if it's the angle I was shooting at or if it's just the Windows system that is trying to mess up with me, but that was what I felt. So if that is what you're looking for, you're doing this on a Windows, I'm not pretty sure you get 4K out of it. But if you try it out and you were able to get 4K out of it, please let me know in the comment section, because I tried it in OBS on my work laptop and also on my desktop computer. I just could not get that to work. So that is something out there. So if you ask me what I think about the eMeet SmartCam S800, I'll tell you for a fact that if you're on a Mac operating system, it might be the right choice for you for a 4K webcam that delivers good enough quality video and also audio. But if you're on a Windows operating system, I could not get it to work as much as I wanted to. It delivered 1080p, which was a bit blurry on the edges of my face and all that, but that was not what I was looking at. So I wouldn't recommend this for a Windows primary user. But if you're a Mac primary user, I think you're right in the game. So if you're on Windows and you're looking for a webcam, I think this 1080p one might actually be the right choice for you. This is the eMeet StreamCam 1. That is the one, and I've also already reviewed this also on my channel previously. You can check it out in some of the cards showing above right now. So this is one I recommend if you're actually on Windows. It's nice, it's mobile, and it's just works. But on a Mac operating system, I think this 4K webcam comes in right. And this is my normal lighting setup for actually recording videos. So this is the feel and view you will have for yourself if you were to get that rolling for yourself. So I'll drop the link also to check it out if it's something you want to check. These are affiliate links, they come at no extra cost to you. If you use my link, it just simply means that you are supporting this channel by using this link, and I'll get some bit of kickback from the vendors of the product if you use my link. So thank you very much in advance for doing that, really. But if you ask me final opinion and review about the first few weeks of using this device right here, I've been using it for about 3 weeks, and I can tell you for a fact that the only instance I've gotten it to work quite right and well for me is on my Mac. On my Windows, no. I've tried it on my desktop, on my work laptop, on my other laptop. The video quality I got out of it was not satisfactory enough for me. But for my MacBook, it just works. So that is one thing. And it's not saying that I'm going to move to a MacBook as my main OS in the future or anytime soon. That might not even happen. But it's just something to note out there if it's something you're really looking to get for yourself. So pretty much that's all I think about it. What else? Yeah, I think I've said everything I'm about to say. But then what I'll tell you, of course, is if you like this video and derived some sort of value for it and it informed your decision if this is the webcam for you to get, you can give me a like and subscribe so you don't miss further videos just like this one. And I think till I come your way again yet with another video, stay safe and goodbye. This speaker right here is under 30 pounds and packs a lot of juice. This is the Suleon R30 desktop speaker. It's a wild one for sure, but it's got RGB lighting, stated for the boxing and review.
Hello YouTube, how are you doing today? Today I'll be unboxing and reviewing the R30 desktop speaker with RGB lighting. The speaker does it well in many places. But before I tell you anything else all about it, let's go unbox. Here's a nice packaging of the Solion R30 RGB LED speaker. It looks really nice on the front. That shows you what is contained of. It's a really nice one, I must tell you, and it's easy to unbox. Just open up the box and slide the speaker out of it. And that's how you get in the packaging. Nothing so much. Box is empty now. You got the user manual and all the instructions that comes along with it. That just shows you how to get it connected up to your computer. Nothing so much. Is pretty much use, unbox and play. Nothing so much, and it's got a packaging to make it stable in the box, and then it's got a protective nylon casing just to make it look shiny when you set up for the very first time. And it's got a power knob plus volume control by the side, and then it's got this gray finish with the RGB lighting at the edge, and at the back is the power button that turns the RGB lighting on and off. And then you got a cable, which is a fairly long one, that connects to the USB and the 3.5mm jack. And that's all that comes on the box, really. Nothing more, nothing less. This speaker packs two 5-watt speakers facing forwards, which brings the audio right there to your face. If you got it on your deck like this, it's got the audio coming right to you. So it's just really nice, and you feel the energy around the room. It's a wired one. Of course, it's got a USB-A cable going to get power from any USB power source you have. It might be your power bank or your computer. And it's got a 3.5mm jack, and that is what you use to get audio into the speaker. It's got a switch around the back which you use to turn on this RGB effect, and the knob by the side also serves as the power on button, and also the volume knob, which you can use to adjust the volume as you wish. It's a pretty loud one. I don't have my volume up to 50% on my volume controller, and then I just adjust this pretty much to go with me. And if you're using newer phones, you may want to consider getting an adapter to use the Solion R30 speaker. But if you're not doing that, if you have just a computer, if you want to use it on your desk, it's just perfect, because all computers I know, they have the 3.5mm jack, so you're covered with all that. Now, I've been using this for a couple of days, and I really like it. I've used it to play lots of music, even my own music. Yes, I do music. So what do I like about the speaker? Well, number one, it's got RGB lighting. You can power it up with a USB, any USB source. It could be a computer, it could be extension packs, doesn't really matter. And also, it is lightweight. It means even if I'm on the road, I can literally chuck this in my bag and it's good to go. And as I mentioned, it's also under £30, which means it's not expensive. You don't have to break the bank to get really good speakers. Link to purchase that will be in the description and comments below. Although I would have liked if the color switch frequency synced with the music and the audio coming out of it, but that is not a deal breaker for me, because the speaker is still all good and all packed, and it's a good replacement for most laptop speakers we have these days, and a great speaker for your desktop computers. I hope you've liked this video so far. If so, drop a like down below and subscribe to my channel and turn on that notification bell if you haven't yet, so you don't miss any new videos from me. Well, of course, till I come your way again with another video, stay safe and goodbye. The Quantus Monitor Lamp Pro is a device that helps your eyes be better. Let's go unbox and see what comes in the packaging. To unbox, you simply peel out the box, but first you see basic information about the light and how you can set it up on your computer. Now let's go open up the box right now and see what we're greeted with. The box is simple to open. You just flap it up open from the top. or side depending on how it faces you. We open that up, slide the carriage bag open, and we see the user manual that contains instruction in different languages on how to set it up on your laptop. When we open up the carriage bag, we see more, which actually contains the light itself, the USB cable attached to it, which is wrapped inside another plastic bag, which is really nice and straightforward packaging. I really like that kind of packaging. No fuzzy. We peel that open and we see the USB cable, which attaches to our computer either through USB-A or USB-C, depending on what kind of laptop we are using. I prefer to use this on a power adapter on my desk whenever I'm using it. When I'm mobile, I attach it directly to the USB port on my computer. Let's go set this up now on my MacBook Pro and actually see what it looks like setting this up on a real computer and not on the unboxing table. Setting this up on my MacBook is as easy as just peeling up the plastic wrap around it, which is really nice and easy, just gives that brand new look. And then I clamp it up on my screen. Voila, ready to go. The next thing I need to do is plug it up to power, which I will do from my MacBook. I get a USB-C bit out, and then I attach that to the left hand side of my MacBook. Of course, it is the right hand side if you want to. And then you see the lights actually just brighten up and glow. And then that's pretty much it. You're ready to start using it. You can adjust the angles on the light to fit however you want to look at it. And then you can adjust the brightness. You can adjust the dimming features, the color temperature. You can set it to auto dim based on lighting conditions where you're working. Here are the features of the Quintus Laptop Monitor Lamp Pro. I hope you've enjoyed this video so far. I will drop the link to purchase the Quintus Laptop Monitor Lamp Pro in case you like it in the video description and also as a pinned comment. Till I come your way again with another nice gadget video, I say stay safe and goodbye. This is the Logitech Zone Vibe 125 wireless headset with USB receiver and noise cancelling microphone. But first, let's go unbox. When you look around the packaging of the Logitech Zone Vibe 125, you see general information about the headset, what it can do, and the 4 top features you want to think about the headset. But now let's actually go open up the box and see what comes in the packaging of the Logitech Zone Vibe 125. After prying the nylon wrap open, and then we lift the flap, and right off the bat we see on the box general information on how to set the headset up for yourself. But hey, let's ignore that for a moment and let's just go see our new baby. You get greeted with a manual, which is a nice one to have. But of course, that is the beauty itself, the Logitech Zone Vibe 125 headset. It is nice, it's beautiful, and it's handy. It is lightweight, it's made of plastic, but of course, it doesn't feel cheap the way it looks. It is beautiful and it is just so nice. Around the headset, you see simple controls that make it easy to navigate. It charges via USB-C with the cable that comes along with it. We'll see that in a bit. And that is the noise cancelling microphone that actually makes your meeting very, very nice and clear and crisp. And then, still further on in the box, we see when we slide that open, we see the USB-C cable for charging, and then a USB-C to USB-A adapter for connecting to your USB-C devices directly using the dongle. And then we see a carrying case which you use, of course, if you're on the move. It's made for mobile.
It's made for mobility. So that carrying case just makes your life very, very easy using the Logitech Zone Vibe 125 headset. Let's actually go do some audio tests of the Logitech Zone Vibe 125 and see what it really sounds like. Of course, you've been listening to it all this while. I just didn't tell you. All the audio is recorded here. Hello, how you doing? My name is Tara, and this is testing the audio features of the Logitech Zone Vibe 125 headset. So I'm speaking into it now, and it really picks up audio around me. But when I do this, and as soon as I put it on, I get my audio experience again. Of course, I need to adjust it to sort of fit my head style to ensure I capture the best kind of audio experience that I need to have for myself. But generally, that's what it's gonna feel like. And then it comes to light indicators that show you when you're mute and when you're actually audible, which is a very nice feature to have. So this is me in a meeting recording my audio and seeing what it feels like now. There's construction work going on around. I was literally outside my window right now, but let's see what the audio experience feels like, even when I have all this noise coming up. So this is what it feels like when I'm in a meeting view. I'm recording this, so this is literally the meeting I'm recording for your sake, just for the purpose of this video. And of course, this is how people would see me in a meeting, and this is how they would hear me. Because, well, that's how I speak in meetings. I don't just project my voice, and I hope it's clear enough for my meetings and stuff. And of course, one thing is, I'm also paired with my phone right here, so I can literally pick my phone calls using the little video button at the back of the headset right here. Right, so this is what the Logitech Zone Vibe 125 headset sounds like when I'm out and about, and probably I'm joining my meetings from the road. I'm just in my neighborhood trying to go get something from the corner shop. How does this sound, and how do you make out of that? My very first impressions of the Logitech Zone Vibe 125 is I really love it. At about £109 at the time of recording this video, it is definitely a good bang for your buck. It looks clean, beautiful, and crisp. My colleagues have been saying my audio sounds way clearer, and they actually like the flip to mute feature of the Logitech Zone Vibe 125 headset. The comments so far have been amazing, and I've been using this every day as my daily driver headset for my phone and my work meetings and everything. The audio is crisper. I want you to know this, all the audio in this video, I have done no editing whatsoever to it. So I really, really love it. And that is my very first impression of the Logitech Zone Vibe 125. I've dropped a link to purchases in the video description and also as a pinned comment. So be sure to check it out. And of course, like this video and subscribe to my channel and share with friends and family. Until I come your way again with another video on my YouTube channel, I say stay safe and goodbye. Enjoy your headset. This is the Turtle Beach Stealth 700 multi-point headset for PC. And what I really love about it is the fact that I can connect it to multiple devices and switch seamlessly with a press of a button between two computers without having to blink. And I think that is what I love about it. That is the spoiler. Let's get started with the video. Hey people, how you doing today? I am Dara, and this is my YouTube channel where I do videos on code, cloud, and DevOps. And in today's video, I want to tell you what I think about this Turtle Beach Stealth 700 Gen 3 PC headset. Although it's designed for gamers, I am not a gamer, I'm a DevOps engineer, but I was looking out for an headset I could use with two of my computers and my mobile phone at the same time. And I searched on the market and I finally landed, after the recommendation of one of my colleagues, this headset right here. So I bought this with my own money. Just as a disclaimer, Turtle Beach did not send this out to me, and they are not sponsoring this video in any way, shape, or form. And this is not an advertisement, it is just me sharing what I think about this headset right here. So let's dive deep and get into details of this headset right here and why I Love it. Starting with what comes on the packaging of the Turtle Beach Stealth 700 Gen 3 headset, we get the headset itself, which comes in an aesthetic, heavy, bulky look, which it's not a deal breaker for me, to be honest. I love it heavy, I love it solid, and I love it big. Aside from the headsets, you get the dual crossplay USB wireless transmitters that allows for switching between your PCs, PlayStations, Nintendo, and whatever dual device setup you're using. And also, you get a quick start guide and a charging cable, which is simple instruction setup for this headset right here. Now, let's talk specifically about the specs and features of this because that is what really made me go for it. Now, this speakers right here, they come with 60mm audio drivers, which drive rich bass, rich audio, and a very, very crystal clear audio. When you're listening, you can hear the tiny little details of everything. So if you're a gamer, this is an headset you really want to be looking for. If you are looking for something premium, wireless, and comfortable to wear. Now, jokes aside, I'm not a gamer, so I'm just gonna come off that. So 60mm audio drivers and this battery right here can go up to 80 hours, which means if you're using this for work, it means you can go 2 weeks of work, your 9 to 5, 8 hours a day, and you will not have to think about charging. I've bought this now, I've been using it for about 4 or 5 weeks now, although I don't use it every all the 8 hours of the day. I use it for about 4 hours a day, 3 hours a day, 2 hours a day here and there. And I have not had to charge it ever since I bought it. And it's still currently on about 45% battery, which I think is, I don't know what to give to it. That is really good. With me having not to worry about charging an headset in this age and time, it's Bluetooth, it's wireless. I think it's really awesome. This headset right here just blows it out of the water for me. So 24 hours plus battery life, 80 hours standard. But depending on how you use it, you get way more than 24 hours out of this, way more than 48 hours out of this. I think is really great. Noise cancelling with a flip remote mic. Now, because this is not designed for Microsoft Teams, it doesn't have all the Teams noise cancelling features on the microphone. But with the audio setup gotten right with the Swam 2 app on your desktop computer or on your mobile devices, you can cancel out noises effortlessly. First time I used this in the office, my colleagues complained that, yeah, we were hearing background noises. But then I went back, checked the manuals on how to set this up properly, and I got the settings tweaked right, and then I have not had to worry about background noise ever anymore with this headset right here. So it means for my personal life of if I ever wanted to game, but I use it for my calls in my home office and also at work when I go into the office and also listen to music when I'm on the go. This headset is the all-rounder device I really want to be using every single day. And it's comfortable for people that wear glasses just like me because I can put on my glasses and put off every single time effortlessly without having to think about it hurting my ears. It's comfortable to wear also with glasses all day without having to think about removing your glasses, removing the headsets. Nothing of that such with this headset right here. Also, it has what we call the superhuman hearing mode. So if you're gaming, I'm not a gamer, of course. So for this, for my calls, I enable super hearing mode, which means I can hear every crystal details of audio that comes through my meetings and calls. And also when I am editing audio for my YouTube videos, for example, I use this now to edit the audio for my YouTube videos. I get the crispiest, tiniest details of audio, and I'm able to pinpoint what I need to clean out in the post-processing. But for this video, I'm not doing any cleanup, all right? You are hearing the audio straight up from this headset right here. No noise cancellation done, no special setting, no EQ, no compression whatsoever done to this audio. That aside, but in other videos, I might actually do some post-processing of the audio. But for this video right here, I am not doing such. Also, the audio modes is great for gaming, music, different settings you customize in the Swam audio. It is pretty nice. Also, the build and comfort is really great. Watch this. It is built like a tank. All right. So one other thing I love about this headset is this button right here. You can use that to switch between your PC and your other computers. I'm not going to press this now because it's going to switch to my Windows PC, but it's awesome. You have a whole lot of buttons below the headset to control the different modes. And also, if you're connected in Bluetooth mode, there's a dedicated Bluetooth switcher on this side to control your connected device audio via Bluetooth, and also controls to which you can customize what it's supposed to do, control the mic volume, your monitoring audio, and want to control your connected PC or gaming device volume, which I think is super duper nice. So a lot of controls to learn. So for the very first few days, going to be learning how this really works, which is great because once you get the hang of it, you really don't have to go back into mastering any other thing concerning this headset right here. So I think the build quality is great. It's a premium build, to be honest. I am not worried about this breaking anytime soon. Of course, I'm going to let you know in a long time review what I think about it after 6 months, 1 year of actually using this, what I still think about this headset right here. So, but for now, I'm not worried at all because I can see the quality coming out because it's just like the other headset I've bought in my life. This one right here also, I've been using it for about 6 years. This headset, yes, about 6 years, and it's not broken on me yet. And this one, I feel is still also going to be the same kind of build quality I've gotten out of that one. Now, I'm not a gamer, so I'm not going to do a gaming test for you on this headset. But if you're a gamer, you probably are able to hear the audio you're getting from this and decide if this might be the kind of audio you're wanting for your setup for your gaming. For some music and movies, listening to music for me is what I do every single day when I'm on the go, when I'm in church, when I'm at home, and I don't want to disturb anyone with my loud, bassy audio. This is the headset that I go to use. So I really, really enjoy the audio out of this one. And also for long-term usage, I've been wearing this for the entire time of recording the video, and I don't feel anything breaking yet. And oh, one thing also, I train online, sometimes all week long. This headset is gonna be the one I'll be using going forward. I've not had the opportunity to do a long-term training since I bought this headset, but I'm gonna be doing one pretty soon. And this is the headset I'm gonna be using for that purpose. And I'll be sharing some snippets on my social media, how I got along with that. Also, now you can customize the sound modes of this headset, which is awesome for clarity, for bass boost, for treble boost. You can do all that, and also for the total beat signature sound, which you can also configure for yourself. I'm not going to worry so much about that. There's a dedicated user manual, total beat created for that one. But on a personal note, I think if you get a hang of the software, this headset is your best friend in terms of audio clarity. It is your best friend, definitely. And also, there are some pros and cons to this headset, really, to be honest. I love it so much. Yes, I've said all good things about it so far. There are also some cons about it, to be honest. So I'm going to list out 4 pros and 2 cons of this headset. The design quality is a pro. It's a top-notch design quality. It is built well. It is well built. Also, cross-platform compatibility, cross-device compatibility is great for my use case. I'm connected to PCs at the same time and my mobile device at the same time. That is a pro for this headset. Durable and comfortable build. You tell me, don't you love this? Don't you love that? Just kidding. And also the long battery life is a big pro for me in my book. For me, if I'm using a mobile device, anything that has battery inside it, I want it to last as long as possible. And this headset so far has not failed me. 4 or 5 weeks of usage, not having to charge it. Of course, I don't use it all day long, just like I mentioned, but it has delivered every single time when I needed it. Of course, I mentioned it has a lot of getting used to, which brings us to the cons also of this headset right here. Now, for casual users just starting out with headsets and what they need to buy, this comes in a bit pricey. I know that at about £179, which is quite a lot of money, I know, to spend on an headset. But for the quality I was looking for the features I was looking for all those, I think for someone that is no longer a casual user of headsets and microphones, and for my specific use cases, this is a steal. But for casual users, this is pricey. But of course, Turtle Beach also has you covered on some of their other headsets like the Stealth 500s and the Stealth 600s of this world. You can go get those, but you would not get a 60 millimeter audio driver or 80 hours of battery life on any of those headsets. If you are comfortable with that, you can go for the more budget options. But for the specs of this, it is on the premium side of things. So it's a bulky design. For me, the bulky design is not a deal breaker. It looks good on my head. I have a fairly well, my head is not that big, but it is not small either. So it's comfortable to wear for me. It's a bulky design compared to my other headsets, really. Check the dimensions of this. Where's that other headset? Check. This is about 2 of this bundled together to make one design right here. But that is not a deal breaker for me, really, because hey, I decided I was gonna buy this for myself. So if you're someone looking for a light looking, sleek headset, this is not for you. It's a con of this headset. If you're buying it, it's gonna look big on you. It is big. That's about the entire size of my finger. That's how big it is. The entire size of my forefinger. So that aside, but all those cons aside, this headset is really super great. The audio experience for this is great. You've been listening to it all the while. You let me know what you think about the audio. If you think it's good, let me know. If you think it's not that great, let me know also. For a microphone that is not a dedicated microphone, like this, or like this, or even like this, let me know what you think about the clarity of that audio. While it's not a dedicated microphoning device, I think the quality is still great. I asked my colleagues on my video calls what they thought about this audio, and they all said they couldn't feel a difference, a clear difference, of course, because Microsoft seems to have done its own refinement of the audio between this and this right here, which I've not actually tested myself, to be honest, but I take their word for it anytime, any day. So if you're looking for a final verdict on this headset right here, I would say the Stealth 700 Gen 3 is a great headset to use if you're looking for cross-device usage and also insanely long battery life, quality build, and also something that will last you a long time. That is what I think you should be looking for if you're looking for this headset. If you're looking for those particular requirements, this headset I think is for you. Now, you might want to ask me also, but so you're not a gamer. You're telling us to go buy a gaming headset. You're someone who just uses a PC for editing videos and editing audio and getting on Teams calls all day. So why should I not just get a Teams dedicated headset like the Jabras and also the Logitechs of this world? I will answer you straight up. While you don't get the magical noise cancelling out of the box with the Microsoft certified headset, when you get it right, this one right here, when you get it right, you would never want to go back to the Microsoft dedicated headsets, because the ones that offer this level of build quality and also gives you that kind of microphone usage and the deep, rich audio you get when you're listening to music are upwards of £250. Yes, I've tried it for myself. When I was considering buying this headset, the only headset I found on the market that was comparable to this one right here was the Surface headphones, which is now, what do I call it, discontinued, I think. And also the one that came close from Jabra was Jabra Evolve 285, which was upwards of £380. Yep, I checked the prices. I wasn't gonna go buy that when I could get more features out of this for about half the price. That is me. That is how I think about life. So if I'm gonna get something that's gonna offer me more features at a lesser price and it's still quality enough for my use case, I'd rather go for that than go for the expensive, branded, super expensive options. That is the way I think about buying devices. And that is why I went for this headset right here. Yes, maybe in the future, when I'm a billionaire, I might go for the Jabra of 285, or when they make over the hair designs, because I don't like on hair designs, I like over the hair designs that are about £200 or less, that maybe if they decided to make the Evolve 275 or the Evolve 265 Flex over the hair, I might go for them. But as of now, over the air headsets for video calls, for meetings and stuff, under £200 that offer this kind of quality, this will still be my bet to go to. So that is the answer for those out there. Oh, thinking, yeah, you might just go to get a Jabra or a Logitech headset or a Bose. No, I'm not gonna do that. This is the headset I'm gonna buy. Or get a Sony. No, I'm not gonna do that. This is the headset I'm gonna be buying if I was to make those choices. And of course, that's what I bought. It's evident, anyways. All right, okay, enough rambling about headsets and stuff. I need to get back to work right about now. And to wrap up this video, if you like this video, give it a thumbs up. Let me know also in the comment section what you think about the audio from this headset. And also, if you're planning to get one, even for your setup, if you're a multi-computer user like me, if you're someone looking for great audio, I probably think I should review other kind of headset like this one also. Let me know also in the comments, and I'll try my possible best to find budget to buy those headsets, or reach out to the branch if they could send this headset to me to test out and review for you. But till I come here again yet to another video on my YouTube channel, remember, stay safe and goodbye. Hello and welcome back to Code, Cloud and DevOps Ask Me Anything. I got another question and it goes thus. What are the main things to learn in cloud and DevOps to get a fresher or entry-level job? Thanks very much for your question, and I think I'll go straight to the point here. To learn DevOps as a beginner, I will probably say it's not hard, to be honest. Starting to learn something as a beginner is not the hardest thing, but I think consistency is what actually makes it pretty hard. But of course, if you're consistent, you'll find it easy. So to learn DevOps as a beginner, I think one, you need to understand software development lifecycle. I think that is the fundamental thing you need to learn. Software development lifecycle, you learn things like flowchart, you learn things like algorithms, all those kind of basic stuff about software development to understand what happens when software is being developed. Because coming from the definition of DevOps itself, there's process involved in building software and there's the people. So you learn the process, which is SDLC, software development lifecycle. Once you finish learning software development lifecycle, then you can pick what interests you mostly in DevOps. You could be someone who likes to automate deployment, so you learn things like CI/CD. But before that, you need to have an understanding of a scripting language at least, probably PowerShell, Bash, Go, Groovy, or any of those scripting languages. I personally use PowerShell in my own instance, so you can learn something like PowerShell. And if you like, you can also learn some fundamental programming language like Python, C#, or JavaScript to just have a bit of understanding on how people write software, although it is not a requirement. So learning SDLC, software development lifecycle, learning a scripting language, and then learning the tools you need to use to achieve automation. So things like Azure DevOps, Bitbucket, GitHub Actions, AWS Code Deploy, Octopus Deploy, all those platforms, you can go learn about them step by step because each of them have specific pathways to learning them. So for example, I'll use Azure DevOps as an example because that is what I'm most conversant with. So if I finish learning my SDLC, I would go learn PowerShell, for example, or Bash. Then I would learn about Azure DevOps, the services it can offer me. For example, now I will think of grabbing someone's code from GitHub because there are a lot of code samples there. Let's say it was written in C# or JavaScript. I will then go online to learn, hey, I want to be able to deploy this C# code to this cloud using Azure DevOps. I can bet you'll find at least 1 or 5 videos to be able to guide you through the process step by step, or maybe a blog post to go from doing that, and you continue to do that and repeat the process over and over and over and over again. You learn that little by little, and then you become conversant with those systems, and then of course you can showcase them as time goes by. Then once you learn the DevOps tools, of course, you want to learn the people aspect of DevOps also. You want to understand the different stakeholders you need to be working with as a DevOps engineer. So I've mentioned about 4 things now: SDLC, scripting, DevOps tooling, people. So 4 things that you need to learn to actually be an all-rounder DevOps engineer, because as a DevOps engineer, you would interact with people quite a lot. And you probably ask me, so I don't have a portfolio, I don't know anybody, I don't know anything, I'm literally just a beginner. The answer to your question is that luckily there are courses by people like me online who actually go through what you need to do from beginning to the end in a series of videos. So if you watched my playlist, Smooth Dev Saturday, for example, the link is popping up in this video right here. Smooth Dev Saturdays, I went through SDLC into DevOps, into actually building and deploying applications to the cloud. Although I have not done Smooth Dev Saturdays in a long time, I maybe would get back to them. But about 17 videos that are there should walk you through what you need to understand from the basics of software development, of lifecycle management, to actually building and deploying something in the cloud. I explained Azure DevOps. I was able to deploy an application to the cloud, etc. in that video. And once you go through all those series of videos, you should be able to beat your chest confidently and say, yes, I've been able to learn this thing. So yes, SDLC, scripting, tooling, people. Those are the 4 main
pillars I would say you need to think about when you want to learn to be a DevOps engineer. I hope this answered your question, and if you have further questions, you can drop them still using the link showing on your screen right now or in the QR code showing on your screen right about now. And I'll be able to answer your questions in details as much as possible if you need further clarifications. Or you can get with me one-on-one using any of the contact methods available on my website. Until I come your way again yet to another video, stay safe and goodbye. And remember to like, share and subscribe to my channel. And remember to like this video, share with your friends and family, and subscribe to my channel so you do not miss any videos just like this one. Goodbye.
Alexa, lights on. Hello, how are you doing today? My name is Dara, and today I want to give you a little bit of tour of my home studio slash home office, as you might want to call it. Yeah, Alexa yourself now. So the first bit of the video is actually just to show a little bit of observation I do in my home office. Now I have lights connected everywhere, almost all the lights in my house actually smart and Alexa enabled or Google Home enabled, depending on how I want to use it. I actually have 2 of those smart devices in my home. Of course, I argue sometimes that smart devices are not super smart, but that's story for another day. Today, what I want to do is show you a little bit of tour of my home office slash recording studio, where most of my videos actually come out from and will be coming out from. Of course, as some of you might know, some of my videos actually change location from time to time. So what I try to do is have a bit of background change, because I can decide to have a blank background, I can decide to have a computer background, I can decide to have a geeky background, and that's all I want to show you in this video, and give you a little bit of tour of also what I used to record my videos from day to day. As you might see, I'm holding something in my hand, and that's where we'll start from. This is a Canon BRE1 wireless remote that I used to control recording on my camera when it's actually looking at me from afar off, so I don't have to go stand up, press record and come back and then wait for things to happen and all of that. So what I'm going to do right now also is that the plugs that control the power to all these devices are also Alexa enabled. So I can say, Alexa, turn on essentials. Well, the other Alexa is answering, but it's supposed to be this. Alexa, turn on essentials. And then the monitors come on. Anything that powers auxiliary things in this office actually comes online, and then I can power my main rig, which is my main computer. I'm going to show you when I go do the tour of the video. And that also powers the Mac over there. Of course, it powers down when there's nothing going on. And that's all I'll be showing you in this video. So let's actually go ahead and start the main tour. Also, one thing I want to do is turn on the blue light. So Alexa, turn on auxiliary power.
Sorry, I didn't find a group or device named TV.
I don't know. What's that? Alexa, turn on auxiliary power. Sometimes the smart devices just decide to bail on me and then just say, oh, think I said something I did not say. But anyways, they are up and running now. My main computer is booting up and we'll get there pretty soon. So let's start the tour now. I will sometime in the video switch to my mobile phone if I want to show you what is going on behind the scenes. Actually, I think I should start from there. Let's start from there. So behind the scenes of my video, I have boxes. Okay, I still have boxes. This is pretty new also. I still have boxes right here that that are unpacked. As you can see, I have some boxes. This is a box of my main computer right here. But of course, I have 2 tripods looking at me, and I have my Andoa softbox lights. I got 3 of them. You can see I got 3 of those lights, but I'm using 2 of them at the moment, and both of them are also Alexa enabled. So if I said, Alexa, turn off KL. See, let's go off. Hey Google, turn off studio lights.
That's not me. It must be a case of mistake.
All right, turning 4 lights off.
Now, because I have 2 smart competitors in the same home, sometimes I speak to them and then they start arguing on which one should answer me. But of course, I don't mind all that. I think this lighting is actually better than having the key lights on. What do you think? Which one should I keep on? Alex, you know what? I'm just gonna turn just the studio lights on. Nah, I think that sort of blows out my face. I think I prefer this. I look a bit chilly cool. Yeah, I'm gonna leave the lights off because I set my camera ISO to auto, so it tries to balance our stuff. Now, if you look a little bit here, I got my Canon M50 Mark II, and I am recording into the Synco G2A1 wireless lavalier microphone system. I have one clipped onto me just right here, and the receiver goes into my camera here. And I also have the Glide Gear TMP100 right here, standard on the newer professional tripod here. This is my mobile tripod that I use for traveling. When I'm traveling on a video, something outdoors, I use that. And of course, this is shaker gifted to me by one of my very lovely brothers, gifted to my family actually. And if you look a little bit, of course, this is my MVP award, 2nd year running. And if I go a little bit over here, of course, my office is messed up. I'm a father, so my daughter comes to my office sometimes to ride a bicycle. Well, that's the stand without the guitar. I have to bring that guitar from London. These are some gear I use for recording. These are some monitor accessories, my bag, when I'm, some gear inside there. And then on my table, one thing I decided to do in this video is make it not, how do I call it? Not cleaned up. Well, it's cleaned up, but not cleaned up to show that slicky thing. I want to show you as I use this every day, how I use my studio every day. And now, if you look a little bit over here, you see there's the I forgot the name of this one. It's a flexible arm. I actually mount the phone on top of it this way if I want to do some short videos, so it can capture this view from here. So I have one background for videos here, another background for videos here, another background for videos here, another background for videos here. So I have this sort of multiple setup for myself. But let's go on. And then this here is what I used to record overhead unboxing videos. It's a tonal microphone boomer. It's actually a microphone boomer, but I use it to mount my camera when I'm recording unboxing and stuff. And this is my mobile dolly. If you see some motion videos in my clips, this is where it comes from. And of course, sometimes I like to snack, so I got some snack on the window right there. Of course, I'm going to beautify this in the short run of things, but that is how that looks like. And of course, this is my MacBook Pro 2016. Although I don't use it that much from day to day, so it stays there. It does the work, so I don't need to change it anytime soon, because my main rig is actually the Range Zeus PC. Of course, the name has changed now. I made a video of almost all my devices. I will drop the link for getting this also if you're interested in it, especially if you're in the UK. And also, moving away from the rig now, I have the 14 terabyte Western Digital Elements that I need to store all my footage and backup files. It's doing well so far. And moving over here, I have the Fifine K658 dynamic cardioid USB microphone. It's a really great microphone. I love using everything. The reason I'm not using it for this video is because I'm moving around quite a lot and it's not a mobile one. And then on that, I have it mounted to the AverMedia BM, is it BM or BA311 streamer arm, which is one of the most flexible and best things I've actually got for my streaming, because it reduces stress of me having to think about flexibility of my mic. And you can see when it's not stood away, I can actually use it to record. I can move it around on my desk to go anywhere I want, which is what you don't get in most microphone arms. So I can move it back to its original position when I'm not using it. And of course, I can adjust the flexibility of it. And here is the 27-inch my main PC. Yeah, let's get my main PC booted up now. Now, this is my main PC here. It's connected to 4 monitors. I actually use a KVM switch, an HDMI switch underneath my desk to switch between my work laptop and my desktop. But of course, this is what it looks like when I'm powered up and ready to get work done. So I got 4 monitors. This over here It's a 27-inch Yamaha monitor. It's not the best 4K monitor on the planet, but it does the job. And then there's a Dell 22-inch monitor, and then I got two HP 24-inch monitors, and then these are some Quintus LED lights. I made unboxing videos of this. I will drop them in the video description when I am posting the video. And also this is another Quintus large desktop light for lighting up my space. I can turn it on, so it just sort of illuminates my face when I'm in meetings and then lights up my desk. And then this is my very old faithful camera, the Canon EOS 1300D that I use for meetings and general day-to-day recording, and when I don't want to use the main Canon camera right here, because I want things to be sort of fixed. Do I say fixed? I don't want to move things around quite so much. The only thing I usually move around is this Canon camera right here. This is mostly a fixed setup. And then when I said my desktop setup is not clean, this is what I mean. Okay, here I have my Logitech. That's the Logitech M720 triathlon mic mouse, which connects to 3 devices. And then this is the new Logitech MX keys that I use for typing. So it's illuminated and beautiful and nice over there. And then on my desk, although it's not neat, it's functional. This is the charging pad, wireless charging pad that I used to charge my Samsung S21 Ultra. And then I have an internet dongle for when I'm traveling. I have a USB hub here. I have another USB hub attached here because I connect a lot of peripherals from time to time. And this is the charger for my smartwatch. And then there's a USB flash drive, my AirPods that I got from my wife. That's my baby girl right here on my Google Home. And then that is the Amazon Echo Show 8. Now, the reason why I have 2 smart home controllers, 2 smart home speakers, is simply because I am doing an head-to-head test between the 2 of them. And in the future, you actually see a video of these 2. If you're watching this much later in the future, I would have released the video comparing these 2, and I'll be ongoing and releasing more videos about smart home and things like that in the future. And then I got my unboxing knife, so when I'm unboxing video, you see me flip out stuff. This is my unboxing knife. I try to keep this safe away from my daughter. And there's a pen. This is what I used to plan out my day. I am a digital guy, but of course I still use pen and paper. And this right here is the Setup Noid gray desk mat. I've made a video of this also in the past. And then this is my lens wipe because I use glasses. I need to wipe my lens every single time. And this is my lovely MVP mug from Microsoft. And this is a book gifted to me by my best friend on my birthday. There's a Samsung tablet. It's not mine. I'm working on it. And this is just a very long USB cable for transferring footage from my camera to my computer. And then there's a Nokia earbuds. What else? Yeah, I got my spare glasses. Now, this is the Synco G2A1 case. I'm recording into it. I made a video on it. This is a Logitech Zone Vibe 125 that I use from day to day. This is my daily driver headset for meetings and general things. And then I got my old Nokia 7.2 here that I still use just generally for previewing my videos before I get them live, just to see how it looks on people's older devices that are not so flagship. And then, don't mind the chip in my desk, I have the StarTech quad monitor display that actually powers my laptop. So when I have to connect my laptop to these 4 screens, I go under my desk. Don't mind the wiring and all the mess. I go under my desk here and I use these HDMI switches. I should turn the lights on. And I use these HDMI switches to switch the displays. And what I got as a result of that then are 4 HDMI outs just behind here. See, 4 HDMI outs, LAN in, USB cable. This for the Logitech Zone Vibe 125, and this goes to a KVM switch right here that connects to this camera, so I can switch this camera between all of my devices. And then this is a very useful device. I'll be dropping a video on this also pretty soon. And this also is the TP-Link Deco. It's a home Wi-Fi mesh Wi-Fi system. I highly recommend it. I will drop a video also to this and update the video description once I do that. I have my monitor mounted vertically here because I read a lot of docs, because I'm a programmer, I'm a DevOps engineer from day to day, and I do a lot of this kind of things. So that's how it generally looks. I need to turn this off because I'm not using it at the moment, but that's generally what it looks like. What am I skipping? Yes. I am missing these two headsets. This is the G-Code J65. I made a video on it in the past. This is the Sony WHC 700N. It's a noise cancelling headset. Phone stand, dual headphone stand. This is the Anchor Sound Core. It's a very faithful old device. I got it for my wife when we were still courting, and it's still working fine. This is one of my phone tablets, phone holders. My old Nokia Lumia, Windows Phone 830. And then this is a laptop stand, LKINT laptop stand that I used to stand my laptops. And these are my spare laptops, or I call them spare laptops, but they're actually not spare laptops exactly. I use them for various mobility purposes. When I'm on the road and I need to do heavy work, this goes in. If I'm on the road and I need to do light work, this does the job. If I need to do, non-Windows specific stuff, you can just general stuff, I use the MacBook. And then this is my Kinect V2 for Windows that I still use from day to day. And this generally captures like behind the scenes sort of footage for my YouTube or whatever recording I'm doing. So I want to switch to it right now. So you see what it looks like. It captures, just because it's super wide angle length, it's a very clean camera also. As you can see, it looks pretty nice. This is what it looks like when it's on screen. So it's pretty duper nice. If I need to actually change angle and speak to people this way, I can do that. I can speak to this camera here, I can speak to that camera there, and I can also mount another one just over here. So I have that freedom of multiple recording angles in this very little tight room. So which is really good. And then of course, I've not introduced you to the Manocaster Lite. I use this for on the road recording. I use this sometimes in the home office also, but mostly for on the road recording and controls. Oh, I'm switching stuff here. Yeah, go back to that. And then what else am I missing? Yeah, this is my main speaker for this desktop computer. I use it for listening to music, for when I'm editing videos and things like that. This is a very powerful rig, okay? But of course, there are also budget options if you're considering not getting something that's expensive. What else am I missing in this video? Of course, older headsets. I see them from time to time. I got an older keyboard also. I use it also from time to time, although some of the keys are chipped out and my daughter has beautified it. And then of course I have some storage here under my desk. Yes, I have storage under my desk. As I said, it's not the latest setup. I have some storage under my desk, so it's practical enough for me really. And then of course I got some bottle of water, because I need to stay hydrated. Staying hydrated is very important to me. And then I got some IKEA storage boxes just to beautify the setup and not just have papers going all around. And then I got my printer, I got my shoe polish, I got another IKEA stuff, IKEA storage. Then I got my tools, where I do my DIY stuff. These are screws and drills and things like that. And then I still have more storage here, some awards, and then things I am yet to unbox. And then this is my very faithful Samsung G-Track Pro. I use it from time to time also, but of course it stays here because I don't want to clutter up the desk. So I keep it here. When I want to record using it, I move it over to the desk over there, and then it starts recording and doing the job for me. So pretty much that is what the setup looks like. That's what it looks like. It looks, from a distance, it looks good. Yes. So pretty much that's what my setup looks like, and this is what my home office actually is. And this is where I do most of my recordings, if like 90% of my recordings. And if you like this video and to get any of the gadgets or devices I mentioned in this video, please do well to check the video description. I will put the links to almost all of them I will try to find the links to all of them, and then you can go get it. The affiliate link, so I'm gonna get some bit of bonus when you use those links. You are not obliged to, and this comes at no cost to you at all. So if you need to get any of them, please go ahead and do. It makes your video production and audio production way better from time to time, but it comes at no cost to you at all. And if you enjoyed this video, remember to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to my channel so you do not miss any further videos coming from me in the future. Until I come your way again with another video on my YouTube channel, you know what I say, stay safe and goodbye. Right, so I've been using the Logitech Zone Vibe 125 headset for roughly 2 years now, and I made a video on it on my channel, and it's been, I must confess for a fact, it's one of the most successful videos I've ever made. And I'm making another video on this because after 2 years, and still using it after 2 years, it must be a really good headset. So I wanted to give my long-term review of this nice headset right here. Although now, as you can see, it's had some wear and tear. Using it for 2 years has not been pretty easy on it because I use it for all of my video calls when I'm in meetings, when I'm in trainings, even I use it when I commute into the office, and sometimes when I'm even editing my videos whenever I'm on the go, because it connects via the USB dongle to my computer and then via Bluetooth to my tablet and other computers I really want to use from day to day. But currently the audio you're hearing is coming from the Giallo wireless lav mic. I'll switch the audio here and I'll let you know somewhere here which audio device you're actually listening to. But on a general note, in terms of quality, build quality, I would say it's pretty actually nice. It's dropped a lot of times. It's it's been abused literally, but then it still rocks. The play button back here, I think, is one of the ones I use mostly when I'm commuting to play and pause. Although one thing to note is it does not have noise cancellation on the listening side, but on the call side, if you're using this, it's pretty nice. If you're in a cafe, if you're in the office and using this for your meetings, you would hardly ever, your listeners will hardly ever notice that you're in a noisy environment. So the boom mic here is actually pretty nice. And it's a flip to mute button right here. So if I flip this now, the audio would start coming in, and you can also press the button here to mute the microphone, or press it again to unmute the microphone, and then the audio just passes through. And then the light indicator here also shows what is going on. So this white means it's unmuted, and then red means that it is muted. So you can actually signal to your colleagues in the office if you're in a meeting or not. But of course, you won't be raising this at the back of your head for them to see. So that's that about that. So I'll leave it unmuted now and just walk through the features. So on the side here, you see the Logi logo here. You see everything about it. You see the call button here. So to end and drop your call is good. So increase or reduce your volume, it's also nice and good. This is the Bluetooth functionality here, charges via USB-C, and the headset beam is pretty nice and good. So if I really think of this on overall scale, and if this were to get lost or damaged in a natural disaster or something, if I would get this again, I will tell you 100% yes, compared to other options, because when I was getting this, I considered getting the Jabra Evolve 65. Now I know there's a new Jabra Evolve 65 Flex, which is nicer than the Evolve 65. But then I would probably still go for this because it's a little bit cheaper than the Jabra Evolve 65 Flex and the original Jabra Evolve 265. And it's pretty nice. The headset is nice and good. It's an over-the-ear headset, which I think I love so much compared to the Jabra Evolve 265, which is the on-ear. I generally am not a fan of on-ear headset. This is what it feels like if I have it on my head and I go into my meetings, and this is my general speaking volume when I'm in meetings really. And the audio, I think, sounds nice for people that I've been on calls with. They say the audio is crispy, it's nice. And most times when I'm actually in meetings, I can be speaking and go downstairs, grab a cup of tea or coffee, and I will still be able to listen on my meeting, contribute to the meetings, although I'm not seeing what has been shared. I will still be an active part of the meeting when I'm started away from my desk, because sometimes in my home office also I stand and sit, so I keep the health and blood flow in my body. So this is pretty nice. I would generally advise anyone, if you can, if you have the budget for it, get yourself a wireless headset with a wireless adapter to your computer, 2.4 gigahertz transmitter. Pretty nice, goes a long range. Sometimes even I've stepped out of the house and I'm in a meeting, and I could still hear whatever is going on in the meeting, because sometimes I just need to take a stretch around the house and then still be in my meeting, and then it's just pretty nice and good for that purpose. And pretty much all the audio you'll be hearing from this video has been from this headset right here, although there's a bit of noise cancellation that OBS does for this recording. But aside to that, it's pretty nice. So what I will actually do is I'll go into Microsoft Teams meeting now, and I'll record what that audio experience would sound like without the OBS noise cancellation feature. So what I'll do now is I will stop recording from OBS.
And the audio is now back to this yellow lav mic here. And I go into Microsoft Teams meeting right now. Okay, now I'm recording now, and all the audio is coming from the headset. No noise suppression. If I go to the audio settings right here, if you have a little bit of a look, there's no noise suppression set on, no spatial audio, and everything is set to the Zone Vibe 125 headsets now. And if I was to turn on noise suppression, which is at the auto level, whatever noise is around me, this is my normal recording environment for my meetings, for my calls, for whatever I do, that is what it sounds like. And there's not been a complaint that there's a background noise coming from my end. So far, so good. So I would say this is a pretty nice headset really to go grab for your money. And after 2 years, if I would still be getting this kind of headset for myself, let me turn that off so you can hear it as it comes to you. I would 100% tell you that that's going to be a yes. Although I would have wished that the material is not really fabric, and there are store replacements for the fabrics that come with it right here. Because now this is wearing off, and I have no option yet on how to replace that fabric. I wish I could. If I could, it would still be my headset so far. And I would actually still keep on using it as long as I don't take it out of the house. I'll still keep on using this headset till it actually really finally builds on me. And I'll probably do a comparison video between this and the Microsoft Modern USB-C headset in a little bit. Okay, I will do that comparison in a little bit and let you know what my thoughts are on which either one of them. But if I was to still get this, if I was to recommend someone to get this headset at this age and time, I would say yes, 100%. And that is my honest view on the Logitech Zoom 125. For this headset, Logitech did not pay me to make this video. I bought this my own money 2 years ago when I did a new headset. And I would highly recommend it really for meetings, for calls, for whatsoever. Especially if you're on a budget and you don't want to go with the expensive options. This is really super good. It's built for meetings. I cannot overemphasize the niceness of the headset really. And I don't think I want to waste so much more of your time just telling you how good the headset is. But if I was to recommend this over again, I would say 100% yes. And yeah, that's 40mm audio driver. The audio is crispy and nice on your calls. What else about it? The flip to mute. You can see as I flip, the Microsoft Teams actually goes mute. And I can also do the button right here for the same function. And pretty much, and then with this, to end this call actually, I would end this call with the button right here. And I'll say, stay safe, goodbye, like and subscribe if you enjoyed this video so far, and I'll be seeing you again yet in another video. Bye-bye. I'm out. What is the best professional advice you have ever received? That's another question I got on Code Cloud and DevOps Ask Me Anything, and I welcome you to yet another one. Now, this is a bit of a nostalgic question, to be honest, because it brings me to two main people that I think contributed immensely to my professional career. And that is why I'll have two answers for you. The best professional advice I've gotten are in two ways. The first one was when I was in the university, and it's from my professor, Professor BK Alishe. It's like a father to me in the academic system. I love him so much. And his advice was simple, I can remember vividly. And I'll say it in Yoruba and interpret it. It says, that's how he said it on that day. Something like that, around that line. I'm paraphrasing here. And that in English simply means that you should do the work. The reward will find you. So at that point in time,
I had a lot of friends doing websites, doing a lot of stuff, making real cool money in uni. And, I was just learning and doing all the stuff. So his advice was pretty simple at that time. You prepare yourself to win. You don't prepare yourself to live, to just survive. You prepare yourself to conquer. That is the whole essence of that story. There's more stories behind that quote really, but that was the highlight that stuck with me that day. Like, you would see a lot of people achieving things right now, but that won't last long. What would last long really is your preparedness for that long haul. And I can tell you for a fact that has helped me in my journey up until now, because I'm still standing, I'm still a devil, I'm still doing the tech, I'm earning quite a decent amount of money from the tech, and that advice really stuck with me. So do the work, the reward will follow you. The recognition, the fame, the remuneration will always find you as long as you put yourself to doing the work. So that is that first piece of advice. And the second piece of advice was this, and that comes from my professional mentor, Shino Yetosho. And it was this: you keep doing the best you can do, the doors will always open for you if you are the best. Now, I can't even remember, I don't even know if you remember telling me this, but that also stuck with me. Like, you do your very best. Like, always strive for excellence in what you do. And the Bible sort of reiterates that point when it says, "Seest thou a man diligent in his works, he will stand before kings and not mere men." So if you keep doing your best, if you keep striving and aiming for excellence, the reward of good work, the reward of those who are excellent, who are diligent, will always follow you. And it's not just about money. You live a good quality life. You go to bed with the satisfaction that you have actually done something right today. That's it. If you keep doing your best, those cool opportunities will never stop finding you. Like, literally, they'll be begging you for, to take deals, to take opportunities. They will always come your way. Doors will open up for you, doors of nations, doors of jobs, of links, friendships, networks, connections. They will just all open for you. That is that one. And those are the two main ones I think I have ever received. I've received many other pieces of advice along my career, but I think those two are the ones that stuck with me most. And I hope that really answered your question. You know what to do. If you have further questions, put it in the link shown right now upon your screen, or scan this QR code and I'll get to your questions as soon as possible. Until I get to you again with another video, stay safe and goodbye. Hi, welcome to another Code, Cloud and DevOps Ask Me Anything video. In the video today, I got another question and I'm gonna read it out to you. And it goes thus: Hi Dev Dara, thanks so much for opening our eyes to the world of DevOps. I'm currently on my journey of DevOps and following a lady's course, Tech World with Nana, and she seems to get the hang of technologies used. My question is, does the cloud infrastructure as service used, which is AWS, Azure, or GCP, does it matter? And are there pros and cons to any of them? Now, this is a very interesting question because there has been always cloud wars and there will always be cloud wars, but personally I think it's futile. And the reason I say this is simple, but I'll get to that later in the video. But first, I want to thank you for your question and the feedback on my videos. Thanks very much for that. Now, this question is something that would confuse, I wouldn't say exactly confuse, but I would say it's a little bit of a concern for people just starting, just like deciding what your first phone should be. Should you get a Samsung or an iPhone or a Techno or a Motorola phone? It's all about choices, right? And it's something that, well, when you see a lot of influencers talk about online, they just say, yeah, this cloud is awesome, go do it, but then they don't go into the details of it. And the reason is a little bit because that's what they do. But I'll answer that question later in the video. Now, to the very first one, you've been following Tech World with Nana. I follow her also. I follow her content. I watch a lot of her videos. I am actually subscribed to her channel. And I say without any element of doubt that Tech World with Nana, the channel, the platform, the courses are good. She knows what she's saying. She knows what she's talking about. Our explanations are very detailed. Our illustrations are awesome. So I give it up to her. She's making great content out there. So if you're following her content, that is very, very good. I believe you would learn a lot from her, and I would say keep it up also. And now to discuss if your cloud platform of choosing is really important. I think a lot of beginners or even some professionals in the field get this wrong. Yes, you would have the cloud platform you love so much. For example, I love Azure so much. I use Azure. I will continue to use Azure. But then they say this cloud is better than the other one. The short answer to that is no. There's no cloud that is better than the other one. It's all about service and preference and what your employer uses, and then what your personal preferences are. For me, when I was starting off my career, my first point of touch with the cloud world was Microsoft Azure, and that's where I've delved into it for so long, and probably will still do a lot of it in the future. If in the nearest future I need to do AWS or GCP or any other cloud that comes up in the future, I would do it. But then there has been no stringent requirement on me to actually go do that. I've dabbled a little bit in the GCP when I was teaching people in my previous 2 jobs, and it's cool. It does what it's supposed to do. Although the user interfaces might differ in the terms of how you navigate and manage resources, but then the fundamentals of all the cloud platforms are still the same. Like talking about redundancy, availability, virtual machines, they offer almost the same set of range of services, if probably not the same. It's just a matter of preference. And of course, just as a joke here, some have better user experience than the other ones. For example, I've tried to use AWS in the past. I did not use it, and the reason for that is simple for me. Their naming convention does not exactly suit what I like. If I wanted to deploy a web app in Azure, for example, I know I will go look for a web app, but in Amazon, I'm looking for another kind of name. In GCP, it has its own name. So the concepts are still the same. The namings are different, the style are different, the management plane is different, but then the underlying fundamental concepts are all the same. So choose whatever cloud you want to choose, Azure, AWS, GCP, it doesn't matter. What matters is you know what you want to do, and you can find the right set of tools and services to accomplish your goal. That is what I think all matters in the world of cloud. The platform you choose, to be honest, doesn't exactly matter, because there's always and there will always be a place for all the tools and tech you decide to use in your field. And that is what I honestly think about it. So it doesn't exactly matter what cloud platform you choose, AWS, Azure, GCP, you would be fine with anyone. But I think also, in terms of employability, what you want to do is look around your circle, look around the opportunities coming to you in your area, and go learn that specific class. So if the opportunities coming around you that you see all around you are AWS oriented, go for AWS. If it's all around GCP, go for GCP. If it's all around Azure, go for Azure. Once you understand the fundamental concept, you can pick up any cloud platform if you ever need to in the future. But in terms of current opportunities, look in your field and pick whatever one you think you might get practical experience with fastest, and then just run with it. That is what I will advise generally on a question like this one. So, and of course, it depends on personal project, the kind of contract you are in, your employer, and all those kinds of things. For me, I will always look for opportunities around Azure because I've sort of built my expertise around managing that platform. It doesn't mean that in the future an AWS opportunity comes up and I need to learn AWS, I would not be able to, because I've understood the fundamentals of AWS, of Azure rather, of the cloud in extension by learning Azure and using Azure over the years. It's just a matter of knowing the services and how to manage them. And same goes for all other cloud platforms that I might want to pick in the future. But I think in the nearest or shortest future, I'm still with Azure all the way because I love it. I've been using it for a couple of years. The docs are great. The services are great. Management is great. It just resonates with me. And I think that's really answered your question, and I surely hope it did. If you have further questions or further clarifications, you know exactly how to reach me. Use the code showing right about now on your screen, or scan the QR code showing right about now, and I will try to get to your question as soon as possible. But till I come your way yet with another video, stay safe and goodbye. I got this other question on my Dev Cloud and DevOps Ask Me Anything, and it goes thus. Let me read it from my computer right here. Is DevOps a beginner-friendly role, or should it be a transition from cloud engineering into DevOps? Thanks very much for asking the question. And I think, as I say, it's one of the important questions to ask, because all questions are actually really important. To know if you can, with no experience in IT or cloud, to get into the DevOps space. I would say yes, it is possible to get into the DevOps space without previous cloud experience. It is very much possible, but it is faster for those who have a bit of cloud understanding or some sort of software engineering background or networking background, or people who actually do things related to the cloud space previously. It is much easier for them to transition into DevOps engineering. Given that, depending on the role, of course, there's not so much of a gap between cloud and DevOps engineering. It is easier to make that transition from cloud engineering into DevOps. It's actually faster. People who transition from cloud engineering into DevOps get acquainted with concepts much faster than those who do not. And from my experience teaching DevOps over the last couple of years, those who have no IT background sometimes will find it harder to understand DevOps concepts and to be able to get along compared to those who have a bit of software engineering or IT background, or in this case cloud engineering background. But it is definitely possible for them. I've taught people who actually have zero experience, zero skills in cloud engineering or IT or whatever. They literally came from other fields that are not IT related, and they came into DevOps and they are doing very well. So yes, as a beginner, you can become a DevOps engineer. Yes, you can. What I would just say is that bit of cloud engineering experience helps you scale faster. So if you want to go from being a cloud engineer into DevOps engineering, it is faster for you compared to not having any previous cloud experience. That is my take on it, and I hope it answers your question. If you have more Dev Cloud and DevOps Ask Me Anything questions, remember to send them in using the link showing on your screen right now, or scan this QR code showing right about now, and I will get to answer them as soon as possible. Until I come your way again with another video, remember to like, subscribe, and share with your friends and family so they do not miss videos like this. I'll see you in another one. Goodbye. In this video today, I want to show you how you can connect your app service in Azure to a custom domain name. Let's get started. So a few weeks back, I checked out the Swan Scout 3-in-1 portable wireless charging station, which I actually have on my desk right now. This one right here, which I reviewed, and I can attest to the fact that I've been using it on my decks ever since then, and it's absolutely awesome. It's a 3-in-1 charging pad for charging your phone, charging your watch, and also charging your wireless earbuds. But then it couldn't charge my wife's Apple Watch. So Squanscap reached out again and mentioned that they actually have something my wife would love and would work for all Apple devices. So my wife uses the Apple iPhone, she uses the Apple earbuds, and she uses the Apple Watch. I am not so much of an Apple person. I'm an Android guy. You'll probably know that already. So they reached out and they were like, this Squanscout 770M would be the perfect fit for my wife. So I'm gonna check it out today in this video, review it, and tell you pretty much all I think about it, and really decide. Well, I'm not the one who decide anyway. My wife is gonna decide that if this is the right fit for my wife. And from testing so far, I can pretty much say personally I love it. My wife's opinion might differ on this, but I guess I've seen the pictures alone. She was like, I think I really would like this device right here. So it's a 3-in-1 charging station. As you might see, it's charging the AirPods right here, and also it's charging the Apple Watch. And that is pretty nice actually, to see that I can charge all the 3 devices all in one. And of course the fact that I can use this also as sort of a nightstand device is pretty nice to see. So if you look closely here, you can see that I am charging all this. The Apple iPhone is stood up just like that just that beautiful and charges via just one cable, which requires a 9 volts 2 amperes input. So you need a pretty beefy charger to be able to do that, because the earbuds require about 3.5 watts max to work, the phones require 10 watts, and the watch requires 2.5 watts to be able to charge. Before you come back, what do you think of this? Say it loud. What do you think of this design?
I think it's smart.
It is smart. You really like it?
Yes.
As I said she would like it, guys. I really said so, and she really likes it. Okay, that's noted. So, I've gotten immediate feedback from my wife. She said she really loved it, and this is gonna be our charging station now. So it's beautiful. So one thing I think I really like about this device here, although it's not for me, I would have really loved if it was for me, is that the phone, which is a Apple 10 now, is that it has this nightstand feature where if you were to put the phone docked horizontally, it would start the nightstand mode. I'm not sure if you can see that on the big camera. You can see it will start the nightstand mode, which I think is really beautiful to see. And I can adjust the angle. I think it needs to be at a particular angle to be able to do the nightstand thing. I can modify the arms here, the arms of the angels, to be the fit that I want. So this pretty much, if this was my device, this is the setup I would have for it going on. And the fact that it could actually attach to the phone wirelessly, not my phone, my wife's phone, wirelessly, I think is pretty smart. So it's pretty much that. As for what comes in the packaging, most of the packaging is pretty straightforward. You get the charging station itself, you get the user manual, a warranty card, and a USB-C to C cable. Pretty much that's what you get in the box. Not so much fuss about the packaging. But I think if you were to ask me my personal opinion about this device, I think it is beautiful. Well, for me, I like black, but this comes in white. So if white, okay, of course, if you're using Apple, you probably love the white color. It's a given. We Android guys probably love blackish. But I think it's a very smart design. It's a very beautiful design. In my wife's word, it is smart. It's a pretty nice device. I like the fact that it sort of looks angelic, if that's a word I am permitted to use on a YouTube video. It looks angelic. The fact that it's got wings. And of course, if you're not charging the phone or the watch, you can just pretty much slam it down this way and it snaps onto the sides. And top spec for me is just that it's beautiful. And if you ask me how much this costs, at the time of recording this video, it's actually on sale for about £38.68p, which I think is still, if you're watching this video right now and it's still that price, I would say go ahead and buy it right away if you're in the Apple ecosystem, because this works exclusively with Apple devices, especially just the Apple Watch feature beauty of this. If you're not on a watch person and you still like it, you can just ignore the watch part and still charge your phone, albeit you need a MagSafe thing to get it working. But if you're using an iPhone, this is the device for you. Your watch charging, your earbuds charging, and your watch charging. The original price goes for about $77.37. Whatever deal you go for, either the sale price or the regular price, you can still go ahead and get a 10% off the price using my discount code DARA or LADAPA, because I've partnered with Scout to be able to get this device out to my audiences. I'll put a link in the video description and also as a pinned comment for you to check out if that is something you are really looking out for, if you like it. But I don't think you should not like it. I think you should really love it, because for me, I think it's beautiful. It's nice. And one thing for me is mobility and flexibility in usage of devices. Given that this, I don't have to worry about wire tangles. I only care about one wire to charge 3 devices. That's it for me. And this is what makes this device really good for me. And even the Scout 703 S that I've reviewed previously on my channel, that's one reason I love that device, and I use it every day now. Even when I'm traveling, I'm on the go, I take it with me. When I'm going to the office, I take it with me, because it's just a need to have device in your life. A wireless charging station for your devices is something you really need to have. And remember, 10% off if you use my code DAROLADAPO. I'll put the direct link also in the video description for you to actually check out for yourself. I think that's pretty much it for today's video. I don't want to beat around the bush too much and tell you that I love it for 50 minutes all over and over again. If you really like it, go check it out. I think for me, if I'm buying a gift for someone who is fully Apple mobile ecosystem, I'm gonna get this for them because the sale price is a steal. Even the original price, I think, is pretty much worth it, and it's something you can go for with a 10% off discount for it. Although SquamScan is not paying me, this video is not sponsored. I'm just getting the device to review. That's all that is happening in this video, but I think I really like it. Yeah. So that is something you might want to pick for your desk setup to see how beautiful it looks. As you can see in the B-rolls, how it looks on my desk setup. Although it's going on the bedstand in the room, I cannot show you my room. No, I will not do that. So yeah, you can see how that looks. Yeah, pretty much. I'm gonna say bye on today's video really because I'm pretty much done saying all I need to say about it. Everything I need to say about it is really, I love it. It's beautiful, it's nice, it's smart. Go get it if you are in the Apple ecosystem. And let me know actually what you think in the video comments. And I will look forward to hearing from you. Until I come your way yet again with another video. Stay safe and goodbye. Back to work. The Firefine K669D is a dynamic microphone with a solid metal build for podcasters, streamers, and anyone looking for a budget and quality microphone. I'll be telling you all about it in today's video, so stay tuned. The packaging of the K669D is straightforward as you get the microphone and desktop tripod in the case. The internal threading supports 3/8 or 5/8 inch screws, giving you real versatility of mounting options if that is something you're looking for. But of course, I generally recommend you use this on a boom arm if you're getting to use it for your setup. Now, the setup I'm using for the recording today is the Firefine K669D and the Firefine SA3 audio interface. Of course, you can use this with any other interface you currently have or you're planning to get in the future, but I generally recommend you get this with the Firefine ecosystem so you get a little bit of a Firefine love going on around you. And I think I like the RGB colors on the SA3, and you can check that out in the other video I made reviewing the Firefine SA3 audio interface. Now, this is a dynamic microphone, meaning that it tries its best to cancel out noise and ambient sound around the microphone, only receiving input from the top level side here. So what that simply means is that as I try to speak to it this way, it works, and I try to move and turn it around the way, the audio level gets a little bit watered down as I turn around. And if I try to turn a little bit back towards me, you see the audio start to pick up again, and then it tries to go away again. But of course, it's picking up some sound, meaning that I'm moving it around there. So that is the kind of thing you get with the Firefine K690 microphone. But I think I like the solid build. It feels really solid. It doesn't feel cheap at all, and I think I like that feature around it. Now, you can use this with the desktop tripod, as I said, but I generally, honestly, would recommend you find one of the boom arms on the market. Firefine has some to offer that you can use to boom this, so you can have a versatility of movement around your desk and make this really pop out in your setup. Now, as I mentioned earlier, the Firefine K669D is compatible with any audio interface that supports 3-pin XLR input, but you can also check out the SA3 audio interface to make your setup in the same ecosystem. Now, all the video I've been recording has been done with no EQ, no filters added, nothing whatsoever done on the video, and this is ideally the position I will have the K669D if I was to be recording with this setup. I'm not trying to bring it as close to me, as possible to sort of have a nice, crispy audio. This is the setup. If I was to be recording, this is the ideal distance. This would be away from me. If I'm recording any of my DevOps videos or any tutorial or anything I got going on, this is the distance I'll be with me. And this is just about almost 1 foot away from my mouth, and that is my recording position. Really, that is what I try to do in my video, so I don't get a lot of the plosives and the sibilants into the microphone. But of course, I'm gonna bring this a little bit closer now so you can do some little bit of a plosive test. Now, this tries to cancel out as much noise as possible, but I'm gonna try to make it plosive, plosive, and I can check the audio levels here. It really sounds nice, but I'm gonna listen to it after, and I'm trying not to listen to it so I don't try to correct anything. Now, let's go plosive. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. A peck of pickled peppers Peter Piper picked. If Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers, where's the peck of pickled peppers that Peter Piper picked? Now, that's almost twists my tongue, but that's good. Now, What I think about the Fifine K690 microphone is that as a budget microphone coming under £40 or $45, depending on the market you're in at the time of this recording, I don't think you'll go around picking this up as a microphone to use for your podcast recording, live streams, and voiceovers. And the fact that it has a solid metal build gives it this quality feel that you get not even with some of the more expensive options. You get decent audio, you get good quality audio. Its budget, its quality is steady. With the price it comes at, of course, don't expect a boom amp to come along with it, but you can go ahead and get one for yourself if you're thinking of actually really using this to make your setup pop. I mentioned you can still use the desktop tripod that comes along with it. You can definitely use it, but if you have your laptop on the same desk, you have things making noise on the same desk, you don't want to do that like you hear in this video. And the reason I am not cancelling out any noise in this video is so you can hear everything for what it really is. But I think for what it does, for the quality you get out of it, if you get this on a boom amp, you get the best quality audio you can ever think of out of this microphone because it's solid. And if you add some EQs, add some filters, add some little bits of, modifications like
This one that I'm doing here, you can see
Recycling to the voices.
depending on your audio
Interface. You can
I know you heard that. You can sort of have a bit of love coming around the microphone for you. And I think this is really nice and this is a great option for you to get. So be sure to check it out. I'll be dropping the links in the video description and also pin comment if you really like to check this out and get one for yourself. I recommend it if it's something you're looking at. And if you've gained a little bit of value from this video, please remember to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to my channel if you haven't done so yet, so you don't miss any further videos from this one. So if you ask me if I would recommend this microphone, I'll say yes, I recommend it for anyone looking for a budget option. Of course, I've done other budget microphone reviews on my channel. You can check those out also. But I recommend this microphone because it's had a solid build, not so much of a design fuss going on around it. I like my setup clean and nice, of course on RGB, but I like the clean design. I like the straightforward design, and getting this in a boom amp will make this really pop out for you. If you're looking to get it. That is my review of the Fifine K690, and I hope you really liked it. Remember, like, share, and comment to let me know what you think about the Fifine K690 microphone from Fifine. I'll see you again in another video. Stay safe and goodbye. Hello and welcome back to Code Cloud and DevOps Ask Me Anything. My name is Dara Oladapo. I got yet another question and it goes thus. Is DevOps good to learn with job opportunities around? I've been seeing AWS all through and Azure and learning open source tools, which is okay. So I guess the question is it good to learn Azure DevOps because all the opportunities you've been seeing around jobs have been AWS? And then if learning Azure with open source tools is nice to do, and which open source tools should you actually be learning to be able to use whatever cloud service you're learning today? Azure DevOps, Azure, I'll combine those in two. Now, thanks for your question. It's a very important question. And to answer the first question simply, I'll say yes, 100%. Azure DevOps is a great toolkit to learn when looking for jobs. And I'll add a note to that to say that you should remember that Azure DevOps is a tool that enables you to perform some or all of your DevOps tasks, depending on what you're doing, like work planning, release, build and release management, test planning, artifact storage, and the fact that it can deploy to any cloud of your choosing, Azure, AWS, GCP, or even on-prem services. So Azure DevOps is just one of the tools you use. It is not what gives you the job prospect itself. Yes, being able to use it will probably give you some points when looking for jobs, but it's not a major determinant in how or what jobs you're able to get. Now, there are similar services to Azure DevOps, and that is why I say that. There are similar services to Azure DevOps that you can use to do almost all the same things you do with Azure DevOps. Although Azure DevOps is my go-to tool, I use that from day to day, trust me. And I'm I know quite a bit about it, but not exactly all about it. So I wouldn't even say I'm an expert in Azure DevOps, but I'm able to use it from day to day to ensure that I get work done. You can use any other tool to achieve what you're doing, or a combination of many other tools to do. Azure DevOps is just that, one ring to rule them all kind of tooling that you have in the cloud. And you are seeing a lot of AWS roles simply because your network, the conversations you have, people you talk with, they are mostly in the AWS space. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. Clouds are good. Any cloud is good, to be honest. And the reason you're saying that is because your cycle is AWS oriented, and so you'll be seeing opportunities around AWS. So if you have been my friend for many times, I can bet you for a fact that you will be seeing opportunities around Azure because that is what is in my circle. And if I'm looking for opportunities around my circle will be Azure related opportunities. Although you can go for AWS opportunities if you find them. Trust me, you can learn any cloud, work with any cloud, be an expert or be a professional in any cloud of your choosing. Go for it if that is what you're finding. And remember that Azure DevOps is a tool. Azure DevOps is not the technology itself. Azure DevOps is not DevOps entirely in itself. Yes, you can 100% learn Azure DevOps with other cloud technologies, or you can learn specific DevOps technologies that work seamlessly with other clouds like GCP, AWS, Azure, Alibaba Cloud, DigitalOcean, you name it. Azure DevOps is just a tool. Azure DevOps is not a cloud. So there's a difference between Azure DevOps and the Azure cloud. So if you're saying, is it good to learn Azure as a cloud platform? Yes, 100%. For example, I'm gonna make a confession here. I don't know so much or anything about AWS. I don't know about GCP that much, although I've used them, but I don't know about them. But what I've learned myself is in Azure, and I've been doing Azure now for almost 10 years. And I've not looked back. And all the opportunities I've seen in the industry, for me, I've been coming around the Azure world. Yes, sometimes I see job roles around AWS simply because it just pops up to see if I know AWS. But because I do not, I mostly go for opportunities around Azure. Now, to sort of add to that, just a note, and I didn't prepare to actually say this into this video, is that when you're good in Azure, when you learn your Azure tools, if you decide to learn Azure, is that there are organizations that are actually looking for that specific role. And I'm going to point out just a number of them, depending on the country you're in, either in the UK, the US, Nigeria, Ghana. You want to look for enterprise organizations, medium scale businesses. Those organizations use Azure heavily. I can tell you that for a fact. Banks, telcos, you name them, they use Azure heavily. So if you're looking for opportunities in Azure, look for those kind of organizations, and I can bet you would find the ones that fit you if you're actually so focused on Azure. But of course, if you're learning AWS, that is also perfectly fine because you will find opportunity with startups, small scale and medium sized business. I'm not saying there are no enterprises using AWS, the enterprise using AWS, but Azure is a player, is a king player in the enterprise space. I can tell you that for a fact from what I've seen in the industry. So that is one truth to that. And I'm not saying this because I love Azure, because Microsoft is paying me to do this. They are not paying me to do this. It's just what I have seen in the industry today. And one of the key success to learning any cloud technology is you should continuously learn. I wouldn't say because I've been doing Azure for almost 10 years now that I know it all. No, I do not. I don't even know 2% of Azure. That is the simple fact about it. Yes, I might have certifications in it. I might know specific things so well in Azure, but I can tell you for a fact I do not know all about Azure. That's simple. So I continuously learn. I continuously improve myself from day to day. And if you're learning, Azure, AWS, GCP, Alibaba Cloud, you name it, another key to your success is your network. With all the years of expertise you might have, what will bring you your next gig, your next role, your next freelance opportunities, your next project would be your network, the people you connect with on the internet, offline, in the communities. So I will get Azure opportunities because my circle of influence, my network is mainly Azure. I have friends who are great in AWS, great in GCP, but most of them are actually Azure focused. So my opportunities will come around AWS. And to the second part of your question, over 90% of the tools we use in the cloud and DevOps space are actually open source, regardless of the cloud vendor you're choosing, AWS, Azure, GCP. Your choice of tools would be different depending on a number of factors, but they are not limited to what I'll list in the things I'll list now. Now, one of the things, if you're working in an organization, there might be an approved apps that you can use on your work computer. In some companies, they have a list of apps you can actually install to do work because it's a company device. So they want to be able to protect their network, their resources, their files, all things like that. So they have a list of apps they've actually vetted and are happy for you to use. So if you're doing any major work, you need to use the recommended tools. You need to use those approved lists. Now, if you need to use any other app for major work, it has to go through an approval process. It doesn't say you cannot install some other tools to make you productive, but if it's something that you're using for work from day to day, it is good to check with IT or your manager in your organization. And also, another thing that would determine the choice of open source tools you use, your personal preferences. There are some tools you personally prefer to use and your colleagues might not. For example, I would prefer to use the Windows terminal with PowerShell and Windows Subsystem for Linux. Some might just decide to Hyper-V into an Ubuntu virtual machine on their computers. That's totally fine as long as we get the job done and we're using the approved apps in the organization. We're not using apps that are gotten from sketchy sources. That is totally fine. And some might actually have a whole Linux instance on their computer. That is totally fine. The key is productivity. Okay, whatever tool you use, there's no shaming for somebody using Windows or Mac or Linux or whatever OS they're using. There is no shaming. It is all about what makes you tick and what makes you productive. For me, I'm mainly a Windows guy. Yes, I use a Mac, I use Linux from time to time, but my main operating system of choice is Windows because I've been using it for many, many years and I am productive on that operating system. So, your choice of tools, because I'm on Windows, so there are some tools that are only available for Linux. Maybe I use them to WSL or through a full blown Linux OS. That is another story. But then, what makes it productive because of my personal preferences and choices will determine those tools also. And also, another option is licensing of those tools. Now, some open source tools have no limitation on how you can use them either commercially or for free projects, or open source projects also. But when you're starting to use some open source tools in a commercial setting or to earn income, you would want to specifically check what permissions you have based on the license of those open source tools because some open source tools are restricted in the kind of things you can do with them. And that is why some organizations have an approved list of apps you can actually, because they vetted and seen that they would not be in breach of contracts or open source licenses if you use those tools. And some might actually require them to purchase a volume license for their staff. And that is why those approved list of apps are there. And I actually hope that answered your question. And I hope to hear from you in the comments if I actually answered that question. And if you have further questions, feel free to send them using the link showing on your screen right about now, or scan the QR code showing right there. And you can also find the link to the question portal in the video description and also the pinned comment. And if you enjoyed this video so far, remember to give it a thumbs up and share with your friends and family. And remember to subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss any more informative videos like this one. Until I come your way again with another video, stay safe and goodbye. Hi there. Hope you're having a wonderful day today. I wanted to quickly check out this Squan Scout 703S portable 3-in-1 charging station. It was sent out to me by the brand, but of course, there's no obligation to make any video saying good things about it. It's just for me to be able to check it out and see if it's something that fits my lifestyle and if I could recommend it to my audiences. So I'm doing this live and direct, no cuts in between the videos to just check out what this device really is and if it's something that fits my lifestyle. So this is designed to actually work with Samsung devices. If you go to the Swan Scout website, you're able to see they have specific charging slash charging stations for Android devices, for Samsung, for Apple devices, and all that. And I've checked out the website extensively. I think I like the brand, I like what they're doing. And this particular one actually has LED lights in front of it. I've not unboxed it. So with my audiences, I wanted to check this out and just see what comes in the packaging first before we talk about all the specs and features of this 3-in-1 portable charging station. So opening that up right now, I think I like the overall out external packaging so far. So if we open that up, okay, I gotta pull another box out of that, a box and a box. I guess they're thinking outside the box. Okay, so I got a box, then another box inside. Well, not exactly a box now. So if you're looking around before I mess things up here, we have the warranty card. Every SquanSCAD product has a 1-year warranty, which is good. If there are problems with the device, you can return it and replace without any reason within a year. I think that is good. Warranty card, warranty information. And then you get the user manual, which I guess most of us actually do not read. I particularly, for one, do not exactly read user manuals, but it's there if you need to. And then we have the charging pad itself. They said it was portable. I didn't expect it to be this portable. So you can slam that up. Nice. And then, all right. That is good. I'll put it aside for now and see what else comes on the box. So this is the charging pad itself. Really nice, handy, and beautiful. I think it's nice, sturdy, pretty also. Although the material feels plasticky, but I think it's to reduce each generation. I know that it has this vent sides around it to allow it to dissipate around. And then finally in the box you get the, I'm gonna get rid of those boxes now, and this one here. You get a USB-C to USB-A cable, and that is for plugging this into your power source. So I will just do that in a bit now. Okay, I think I was winding it the wrong way. Now that I've got it, that is set. So I got this USB cable. This feels to be about a 1-meter cable, which is not bad. All right, so we'll get this plugged in now. And then find the power source somewhere on my desk here. I think I can comfortably use one of my laptops for this, but of course in real life I would be using a proper charger. It doesn't come with a power brick by itself. So get that connected up, and right in front you could see I need to pull this off before I start using. So the default time it comes with on this device now is 316, which we can change. We can always change the brightness by tapping here, which I think is nice. And then before I set the time really, let me get my phone on this platform and see what comes. So it shows that my phone is charging and then the phone is connected. Although this is designed to work with Android devices, I want to see if it actually works with my wife's Apple devices. I don't use Apple devices, that's a disclaimer. Well, I use Apple devices, but not as my main devices. So yeah, but you get what I mean. My wife is the Apple person in the house and the Android person in the house. So I'm gonna have our Apple Watch slammed on here. Okay, that is not working for Apple Watch. Okay, let us try AirPods. And the AirPods are charging because they're pretty much, you can see that right up there. Maybe I connected that the wrong way. Okay, it doesn't work for Apple Watches, but of course if you add what's it called, if you add wireless chargeable watches, maybe it would work. I guess it's sort of, the magnet side here is sort of resisting the watch, that is why it's not charging. But if your watch can do that, that would be nice for you. So that's that about the watch. It doesn't work with Apple Watches, so maybe try the Samsung devices if you have one, if it works. But of course, if you've tried this before, in the comments, let me know if it really works. But I think for the phone and the AirPods, it's charging. So if your earbuds support wireless charging, is pretty much good to go, and then your phone is pretty much good to go with charging also. I think I would prefer this to the traditional ones I've been actually using on my desk. I've been using this one on my desk for a very long time. Pretty nice also. It doesn't have any other thing, just charging the phone and a USB out with it. It's nice. Okay? But then this adding time to it, I think it's pretty nice. Although my phone shows the time, but I think I can now get rid of this on my phone. Or if I have a phone that doesn't support that, you know what? Let me test my iPhone with this. My iPhone also charges. That is pretty nice. Okay, so it charges both iPhones and Android devices. That is pretty nice. And yeah, pretty much I think that is good. So let us try to set the time. If you look on the side here, there's a button. Not exactly sure what the buttons do now, but if I read the user manual, I would have known. If I press it down, I'm not sure anything happens, but okay, let's try. Put this on. No. Okay. So to stop charging, I press that. No. Yes, to stop charging, I press the power button on the side here and it stops charging the devices, and I press it and it starts charging the devices. That is pretty genius. Yep, that is pretty genius, I must say. What else? So let us try to set the time now. To set the hour, press and hold the time setting button for 3 seconds. All right. 1, 2, 3. All right. So it is 11:26 a.m. by my time. 11. Then change the minutes. It's 11:26. And that is set. Boom. Time is set. That is good to go. And I'll be reviewing the user manual much later. I should have read that really. So it's pretty straightforward all the while. And I'm charging. I can get this back now on the stand where it normally is. My old friend is now bye-bye. And I'll get this hooked up to my normal power station. And nice and beautiful it is. Yeah, I like it. I like how it is on my deck setup. So if someone was to ask me what I thought about the Squan Scout portable charging station, I would say yes, go get it. It's affordable. I'll put the price in the lower third of this video post-production. And having reviewed the website and the products they have, I think they're affordable enough for the quality they offer. I didn't actually plan to say so much about the device, but looking at what comes in the box, I think the time showing bit is what drew me to it mostly. And I like it so far. On my desk, I think it looks beautiful. I have to turn my wife's AirPods anyway and get my own chargeable earbuds, but pretty much on my desk it looks pretty nice. So if you're looking to buy this really, you should be someone to get the best value out of it. You should be someone who has a combination of 2 or more of the devices this works with. That's your wireless chargeable phone, your chargeable earbuds, and then your chargeable watches. I don't have a chargeable watch right now. This is what I own, and it's works for me so far. But if you really want to get the best value out of this, you need to get those devices. But you can do it at a time. Get the device, then buy your watches and chargeable earbuds later on. But if you were to ask me if I had those 2 devices, if I'll be getting this with my own money, I think for the quality they offer, if I knew of this brand before I bought all the other wireless phone charging devices in my house, I would have gone for them. That's a simple fact. I would have gone for them because they look pretty nice and easy to use, easy to unbox, and time display, especially for someone like me who wakes up in the middle of the night, and for my wife also that just wants to check the time without having to pick up a phone. This will come in handy. So if you're charging your device in the middle of the night, you want to check the time, you can always have a peek and see. And of course, even if your phone is not docked on it, you can always still check the time, which I think is nice, which I think is good. which I actually think it's pretty genius. This device right here, I would recommend it 100%. It's when they reached out to me, it was the first time I was hearing of the brand, and I went to their website, checked their products, and I was like, yeah, I think my audiences will actually love this. So I decided I was gonna check this out for a review, and here it is. So that is the SquanSout 703S. Like it, love it. I'll put the link to get one in the video description and also as a pinned comment if it's something you're not interested in to get in your setup. Although I will try to fix the time sync thing. But as for now, something I would have probably loved, although I guess it's not something that would come in at a device at this price point, is if the time was actually showing my phone time. But hey, that's another shoot. That's another shoot. That is another shoot. So pretty much that is what I think about the SquanSout 703S. If you like it, let me know in the video comments and description. Oh, sorry. So pretty much that is what I think of the SquanSout 703S 3-in-1 portable charging station for your Android devices. I like it. It's nice. It's good. It does what it says it will do. And then it's user friendly, except for the time I don't know the manual, which I should have. But yeah, I would recommend it if it's something you're looking to get on the market. And pretty much that's it. I will be seeing you again in yet another video, and as I say, stay safe and goodbye. Hello and welcome. How are you doing today? So today I wanted to review and tell you what I think about the HubSpot Mate 4K webcam. I've previously reviewed the HubSpot Tiny 2 and it's really awesome, so I decided to get the Mate 4K webcam also to sort of add to my minimalist camera setup system, although I still use some other cameras in my setup for recording videos and doing stuff, but then for my main desk I needed to have something a little bit more minimalistic and still give me a good quality video, so I decided to go for the HubSpot Mate 4K, especially to be able to have secondary cameras for my overhead shots, and I'm reviewing it in this video. I decided to script this video simply because I wanted to give you raw as it comes to my mind. So it's the HubSpot Mate 4K, and first thing we'll actually do is go ahead and unbox and see what comes in the packaging. The box is brown with HubSpot tape all around it. Let's actually just pry that open, and inside there we are met with the bubble wrap box. We'll just get that away right now, and we're met with the HubSpot Mate 4K with all information about the Mate 4K on the box and packaging, which I think is really super duper nice. Minimalist packaging, I would probably say. And then opening that up, we get another box that comes in all red HubSpot branding. And we get some other boxes, packaging, which contains the user manual for the HubSpot Mate 4K, giving instruction on how you use it from time to time. And then you get the service warranty card, you get the user information card, and all those nice bits and bits of information you might want to keep for future references for HubSpot Mate 4K. And main thing, the HubSpot Mate 4K itself, which is nice and the mobile and just super duper nice. And then you get the privacy shutter, which I think is a really nice to have for the webcam. Next up, you get the USB-C to USB-C cable, which is adequately long. And then you get the USB-C to USB-A converter for connecting to computers without USB-C or ports without USB-C. And then finally in the box, you get the on top of the monitor mount, which is really nice. It's magnetic and it's really super duper nice for you to use from time to time. Now that I've said the contents of the box, all the video and audio I recorded this video was done with the HubSpot Mate 4K webcam, except the unboxing overhead shot, and somewhere I'll be putting in the description here what I shot with, so you don't mistake what the visual actually looks like when you're seeing the quality that the HubSpot Mate 4K actually offers. Now I'm recording this into OBS with the narrow shots. Let me actually go ahead and show you what the camera control looks like in real world. So on the left hand side here, which one? Yeah, on the side, on this side you'll see the camera control and then what the quality looks like. I'm recording this in 4K. The camera output quality I'm using is also 4K. So that is that about that. So of course it could show 1080p 30, 1080p 60, 720p 60 and all that, but I prefer to have this in 4K so I have the best quality out of it. And I'm using the natural lights I would normally use if I was in a meeting without any special lights. If I was to turn on my special lights, first if I was to turn on my desk lamp, this is what that looks like. And if I was to turn on my video conferencing lights without the desk lamp, that is what that looks like. It's better, of course, but sometimes you just don't have the lights, and I'm just using the pendant light in my office and no extra addition. Of course, there are other screens behind me. That is what that looks like. With the desk lamp, that's what that looks like. It's definitely better. And then if I have to turn on the entire lights in my office, Alexa, turn on studio lights. And that is what that looks like. Of course, I mostly don't use that kind of light in the setup. You can see I have some glow effects on the side of the screen simply because that is what I want to see in my videos when I'm recording. But I mostly use that for when I'm recording using my main cameras. But for meetings, I don't like all that glowish effect and all that. And of course, for my meetings, I use one of these microphones, either this or this one right here. Is what I use when I'm in meetings, but of course I decided I wasn't going to use that today and record the quality raw into the Upspot Mate 4K. So the video and audio is actually from the Upspot Mate 4K webcam. Now, it has some very nice features, and that is what I wanted to show here. So if I turn on auto framing, you see it sort of gives me a wide shot to ensure that my body is here. I can go group mode, that's if I have multiple people here, so it can sort of focus on people in the meeting, but of course it's just me recording this, so it sort of focuses on the person speaking if there are multiple people that is seen in the video. And if I go close up, it first goes wide and then tries to come as close to me as possible. And if I go upper body mode, it tries to capture just the upper part of my body. I like that, but of course most of my shots that I use are not that wide, so I'm not that narrow rather, so I rather go in narrow view. So I will turn off auto framing, and then this is what the wide shot looks like. It captures a very wide range of view. As you can see, all my arm length is covered in the shot, which I think is properly actually nice. And that is at 1 times zoom. And if I go medium, that is at 1.15 times zoom. And if I go narrow, that is at 1.45 times zoom. And of course, I can always adjust that to fit my needs and adjust the gimbal positioning to ensure that I am right in the frame where I want. And you can see all the wires are gone behind me. You can still see a nice effect behind me. And of course, whenever I'm in meetings, I actually go about 1.9 times of this. So it's a little bit more close-up-y, and it's a little bit to the side. And that's what I generally look like in meetings. I doesn't have the normal preset like the Tiny 2 because of course it's not a PTZ webcam, so that is the view you get out of it, and that is what that looks like. You can always adjust the gimbal view to fit your style for that. And then of course you can also make this into a virtual camera by clicking this. It simply means that if you go into your video source, you can then use this in multiple applications. But of course, because I'm currently using this in an application as a view, I cannot do that. And then I'm just turn that off, and then I can enable the view here, which of course would not work. It's currently blank on my other screen here because I am recording. I'm outputting the view into another application. That is why that would not be showing right here. So let me actually show you what that looks like. So this is what that view looks like. It's what it is. It's not showing here simply because I'm outputting that view to OBS, and then I can go 540p 30, 540p 60, 720p 30, 720p 60, 1080p 30, 1080p 60, and 4K 30 frames per second. I'm currently using the 4K 30 frames per second in my OBS setup, and I think it looks really nice. Now back to our main video. generally just like this view. I mostly have been using this for my overhead unboxing shots, as you can see right now. It's really nice. I've used it to produce one of my videos, and the video looks just like this. And it's really nice. It's good. If you have enough lighting, it's really good. I boom it overhead, but of course I've swapped it out now so that this is now my webcam, and then my Tiny 2 is now my overhead shot because of the PTZ ability, so I can sort of adapt it to my general use cases. So let's go back and actually show some of the other features of the HubSpot Mate 4K webcam. So if I go to image settings right now, I can turn on HDR mode. Do you notice a difference? So HDR is off now, and HDR is on. HDR simply means high dynamic range, so it sort of tries to make it a bit better. And then I can go the focus mode to be global or to just focus on my face. I can set the exposure to just sort of capture the face. I can also turn it to be manual. It means that I can adjust the shutter speed to match what I want. I go black, totally black there. It means I'm actually controlling the light that comes into the camera. But of course, I'm just gonna put that in auto because I'm not doing any special effects. If I'm using this for meetings or just general stuff, I don't want to be messing stuff up. I can adjust the white balance also if I wanted to set the white color temperature and all that. So if you have a bit of feel you want for your video, you can also modify that white balance. But of course, I'm just gonna put this in auto mode at the moment. And of course, I can adjust the image settings also to set contrast, saturation, sharpness, hue, and all those kind of stuff. And one cool thing I can also do here is to go to beauty mode. So I can turn on background blur such that the background behind me well, I'm not sure the background blur stuff is actually exactly working. Do you notice the difference? I guess if I'm using this as a virtual webcam and recording with the OBS app itself, it would work. But hey, I'm not one to blame. So I'm going to turn this off, but I can turn also some face settings. You can always check that out. So I think one thing here is if you're using this directly from the webcam, you can't do so much stuff. But if you're using this inside the OBS preview to record, you can probably get it with all this one. And then you can make it clear with the remote controller. And then you can turn on auto sleep if you wanted to. So if the camera is not doing any work, it goes to sleep so that it doesn't overheat. So I could turn this off and on. I think for me, I would like to put it at 10 minutes really. 2 minutes is a little bit short for me. I can set up a virtual background and I can set the button rotation. So I could actually use this to shoot my shorts and YouTube shorts. So if I press the button up here, it sort of puts me in a portraity view, but of course it has zoomed. I'm actually in portrait view now, but I'm gonna put that back so it's a normal view, so I could literally use this for my shots now. Oh, my background blur is now on. I guess it took its time. Oh, that was a virtual background. That was the so you need to turn on virtual background for the blur stuff to work ish. I don't know now. I guess it's just a little bit low to reflect, but I'm gonna turn it off now. I like my background the way it is. I'm proud of my background. I'm proud of the wires you're seeing here. This is cleared up, okay? And I like how my background looks, so I try to make my background in my own videos as natural as possible, no special effects and nothing whatsoever. And of course, you can upgrade the firmware versions if you wish to. I'm going to go back to the image now and make it a narrow shot, back to what I would normally use in a day-to-day operation. And what I generally think of the HubSpot Mate 4K is it's nice, it's good, it's a nice webcam. Let me actually turn on auto framing here, and you see if I try to move around, that is one feature I've not shown you. It tries to sort of get me, which is nice, but not as cool as the Tiny 2 or the PTZ ones they have. I'm just going to turn this back to off. I'm going to make this back into narration. That is my best view of it. That is what I want my camera to look like from day to day. And I think it's cool. I think you can get this because it's budgeted. At the time of the purchase, it was about £149, which I think is really nice. That's without the sale, without Black Friday. I know that's about £149. With Black Friday offers, deals and stuff, it comes in about £129 with delivery. So it's budget, it's nice, it's 4K 30. And it's just really nice. Now I decided to go for HubSpot and not the other competition simply because I already have an HubSpot webcam, the PTZ one, and I could trust it. So I decided to go for the HubSpot Mate 4K webcam just to complement the setup. So if I'm getting controllers and remotes and accessories, I know I'm getting one in the same ecosystem. For me, one of the things I like to do generally is get devices in the same ecosystem so that I can control and use my devices together with controllers and accessories and stuff. That is one of the things I like to do. Most of the lights I use in my office come from the same brand. Most of the, well, except my computers, of course, those don't come from the same brand. So yeah, I generally try to do that, and that is what I generally would advise anyone to actually do. That is my view generally about it. I'll drop the link to purchase one in the video description and also as a pinned comment. I've recorded this totally in OBS. No effects, nothing whatsoever, no noise reduction whatsoever. But when I'm doing the editing, if I realize there's too much noise, I might do some reduction. But one thing we could do is go back to the setting here, because naturally the noise reduction is turned on. Let's actually turn that off and see what the noise looks like. This is what the noise looks like without the noise reduction turned on. And if we turn that back on, this is what it sounds like. The audio is coming into OBS directly, no editing, nothing whatsoever. That is all what it sounds like. It's just natural. My final thoughts on the HubSpot Mate 4K is that it's nice, it's good enough, it's budget enough for a 4K webcam offering 30 frames per second. I don't think you need more than that really, except you into a lot of action, video recording and all that in your setup. For meetings, for streaming, for general computer day-to-day stuff, I think it's good enough. You can use it. I'm not being paid to do this. I bought this with my own money, so I'm not getting any sort of incentive to say anything nice about it, but I think it's nice, it's handy, it's beautiful enough for my own desk, at least in my own personal opinion. So you can get it if you like what you're getting out of this video, and I'll put the link in the video description and also as a pinned comment to check one out if you wish to get it. And that's my general opinion of it. It's nice, it's good. I'll probably give it a 4/5 rating of, my personal rating. I'll give it a 4/5. Nothing has actually really exactly gotten all the 5/5 rating for me in terms of personal rating. So 4/5 simply means it's good. It's nice. It's good. It's not blown my mind. It did what I expected it to do for what I bought it for, and that is what I really generally just think about it. So that's just my general thought about it, and that's where I wrap up the video today. If you like this video, remember to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to my channel so you don't miss any further videos like this one and all the other kind of content I also create from time to time. And also remember to subscribe so you don't miss notifications when I post new videos. Share with people so they know all about this webcam. If you think someone needs it, share this video with them for them to check it out before they actually go spend their money on it. And till I come your way again with yet another video, stay safe and goodbye.
Let me tell you why the eMeet StreamCam 1 might just be the game changer you've been waiting for. With its portable design and seamless integration across multiple platforms, this camera system is perfect for content creators like me and you. In this video, I'll be sharing my personal experience with it and how it has transformed my setup. So let's get started. Throughout this video, I have timestamped each section so you can easily jump to the parts that interest you the most. And trust me, there's a bonus section coming up that you don't want to miss. First things first, let's talk disclaimers.
Emit this send this package out to me. This is the dual package. It means I have two StreamCam 1 cameras in the package with me, although no money has changed hands, and Emit is not responsible for whatever I say and what I think and whatever video I record and say about this device. All things you'll be hearing from me are things I think about this device, and they are my true opinion of it. I'll also drop a link to purchase the products in the video description and also pinned comment. They are affiliate links, and also this comes at no extra cost to you. It just means that you promoting this channel just a little bit by using my link to purchase this product if you really like it. With disclaimers out of the way, let us talk about what you get inside the box. In the box, you get the StreamCam 1 itself, a carrying pouch, a wireless microphone, a microphone windscreen, a 1 meter USB-C to C cable with a USB-C to A adapter, a user manual, a safety guide, and even a sticker. I think they really thought of everything when it comes to packaging this. Let's dive into the key features of the Emit StreamCam 1. This device itself boasts of the Sony 1/2.8-inch sensor that captures stunning 1080p videos at 30 frames per second with its 3mm f2.0 lens. It comes with a magnetically charging wireless microphone that has a range of up to 10 meters, and the best part, it also has an inbuilt microphone with an impressive battery life of up to 8 hours. This camera can handle even your longest streaming sessions. I think 8 hours is fair enough when it comes to recording and streaming stuff. I think, yeah. Plus, it could also double as a webcam when connected via USB, giving you even more versatility. And don't forget about the audio in feature, which means that you can pass in your 3.5mm audio input into the Emit StreamCam 1 system. When it comes to the app, you'll be glad to know that it's available on Android, iOS, Windows, and Mac operating systems, which means whatever device you choose, whatever operating system you choose, this device will be ready to go for you. This device allows you to live stream and record up to 1080p 30 frames per second to various RMTP destinations. You can also easily record mixes and video camera feeds, giving you complete control over how you want your output video feeds to be. This camera also gives you manual image controls like exposure and white balance correction if that is what you're into. It is truly a powerhouse, I think, for this nifty little setup. I put the Emit StreamCam 1 to the test in different scenarios. I took it outdoors, recorded with my fans on, and even with fans off to see how it handles different environments. Let's check those out. I did not use my studio today simply because I wanted to show you what this is capable of. This is my first time trying to run this setup, and the goal of my video, of my channel, is to actually show how you can use things. So I decided, instead of having to test this out, then record a proper video, why not just record me using it and recording? So you'll be seeing the behind the scenes setup and this one right here. So Emit, the company, really actually sent me out 2 of these packages to test out and actually show my audiences the capabilities of the Emit StreamCam 1. Note that this is the 1080p webcams, and I think for streams, for basic setup, it works pretty fine. Although, so this is the Emit StreamCam recording with my fan on in my home office studio. Well, that's kind of the noise you would expect to get. Alexa, turn on studio lights. And this is it with all my lights on, the audio field. I am recording into the mic up top on the Emit StreamCam 1. And then of course I can switch the focused camera to the one on top here, which would sound a little bit closer compared to others, to the other one, because I have the dual bundle. And then of course I can always switch and match my camera to fit whatever recording style that I think fits my scenario. And I think that is really nice and good to have for that kind of settings. And if I was to go ahead and actually turn the fan off, because it's summer, it's supposed to be hot, you're supposed to test this in a real recording scenario, and I don't want to be hot, so that's why I had that on. But if I was using this in something like OBS, you would not be hearing all that noises. So this is me assuming it's a cold season and I don't have the fan, and this is just the sound of my computers doing their normal thing, and then I can always switch over the camera angles and have a feel of what that really is like. Yeah, I'm really feeling the heat now because of what I'm putting on. But that is what that sounds like if I was not, getting any other sound in my home office. I think for the footage, it's clear enough, it's clean enough depending on the lighting situations you have. Even in low light conditions, you get quality enough video, although it claims not to have low light settings. So if you're in a dark environment, you don't expect to get quality video feed. No. But of course, with good lighting, with proper lighting, good enough lighting, I think you're pretty much good to go with the video quality. Now, when it comes to what I think about the image stream cam 1, I think it offers great value for its price, the build quality is solid enough, and the battery life is more than enough to meet your needs, in my opinion anyways. Whether you're a streamer on the go, an educator, a work from home techie, a content creator, this camera system, I think, has got you covered. As for pricing, at the time of recording this video, a single unit costs around £151, that's in the UK, and if you got the dual camera setup, it means you'll be spending about $295 for the setup. I'll make sure to leave the links in the video description and also pin comments so you can easily check it out. Although the box comes with essentials, the webcam, the microphone, the cable, you can purchase additional accessories based on your specific needs. Although eMate does offer a tripod, video light, and even a bag for your streaming needs to make your setup even more professional and convenient, that's if you choose to get those accessories for your setup. For me, I prefer to use my in-home accessories already because they are already included into my setup. For the image stream cam 1, I've found various uses for it in my setup. It's a perfect setup for multi-angle videos, top-down unboxing shots, and even a reliable B-cam for my scenarios. And its portability, I think, makes it ideal for meetings and on-the-go recordings. I think it's a truly versatile camera system that has taken my content creation journey a little bit more to the next level. Now, this is bonus content you've been waiting for. I decided to try to hook the image stream cam 1 to my Fayutech Scope Mini Gimbal, and let me tell you, it worked just like a champ because of course it's battery powered. It means I can stream my B-roll even like a pro. And I think that is really something cool to check out with this camera setup system. That's it really for today's video on the image stream cam 1. I hope you found this video useful and informative enough for you to make a decision if this is the right camera system for your on-the-go streaming setup. I want to hear from you. Let me know in the comment section below what you think about this camera system. Is it something you would consider getting for your setup? I'd love to hear your thoughts. Thank you for watching today's video, and if you enjoyed it and found it helpful, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to my channel for more content like this one. I'll be back soon with yet another video, but before then, stay safe and goodbye. Hello, I would like to know your thoughts on whether DevOps will take over cloud engineering roles. I've seen this on YouTube from popular DevOps content creators. Also, kindly share some of your online platforms for learning cloud engineering. This question is something that I would want to debunk first. There's a clear distinction between DevOps engineering and cloud engineering. There's also platform engineering. There's also site reliability engineering. They are different roles. Although, in some ways, some of the functions they perform overlap. But then the truth of the matter is, a DevOps engineer could do some of the things a cloud engineer does, and a cloud engineer could do some of the things a DevOps engineer does. Don't get that wrong. Although they are different roles. I've made a video previously defining those separate roles, so I wouldn't go into that details. But I think one thing YouTube content creators do, online content creators do generally, is to get a hook on their content. And the hook is simply to make you watch that content, although they would explain things on and on and on and on. But I don't even want to go there because that's not the kind of channel, that's not the kind of things I do on my channel. I don't do hooks, I just say things as they are. So let me get straight to the point. The short matter is there's a straight difference between DevOps and cloud engineering. They are different, although some of those roles overlap. So the fact that you see some of your favorite content creators say DevOps engineering will take over cloud engineering, platform engineering will take over DevOps engineering, one engineer will take over the other kind of engineering. In a way, it could be true to them in their world, but the fact of the matter is, the space we are in industry today, I don't see it happening quite yet. Because a DevOps engineer deals with automating, creating pipelines, maintaining relationships between stakeholders. That's not the job of a cloud engineer. A DevOps engineer takes that one step further. Although they could perform, yes, roles of cloud engineers. A cloud engineer could evolve into a DevOps engineer. Well, of course, a DevOps engineer will probably not evolve to a cloud engineer, but then there's a specialty in cloud. If you focus on cloud engineering, there are some things in the cloud you will know much, much deeper than a DevOps engineer, while a DevOps engineer will probably know it just on the surface. And it goes both ways. So the fact that you would see a lot of people talk about it is just to gain, how do I call it, clout. And that is where I'll put it. That's where I'll settle that matter. I will not talk so much about it. We'll just focus on learning DevOps and being better. Because if you're just starting your career and you're thinking about, yeah, this one will take over this one will take over this one, I see it as a waste of time thinking about those things. I've been in, previously, where I would say, yeah, this one is better than the other one. Those were times of ignorance. And I'm highly disappointed that people are actually still talking about this in 2024. That is the simple matter. Well, I don't want to sound annoyed, but that's how I feel. Saying one thing took over the other so that they would watch your videos, I don't think is the right way to go about things. And I'll just leave it at that. And I'll go ahead and answer the second part of your question really straight. And I hope that really answered that section. So, online platforms for learning cloud engineering. As you know me, I'm more focused on the Microsoft platform. I'm not saying other platforms are bad. I'm not saying they are not great. They are good for what they do. And as I've said also, most cloud platforms actually are almost the same in terms of their offerings. It's just a matter of preference and some of the extra little bits and pieces they put on top of it. So platforms to learn cloud engineering, and I'll focus on the Microsoft one here for now. So to learn cloud engineering, pretty simple. Microsoft Learn is the way to learn Microsoft technologies. It's the platform to go. Learn.microsoft.com is the website to go to learn Microsoft cloud technologies, cloud engineering, Azure administration, Azure fundamentals, Azure DevOps, Azure software engineering, as developing apps for Azure, Azure data, anything in Azure, anything Microsoft. You go to learn.microsoft.com to learn stuff. And if it's programming you also want to learn, .net/videos is there for you. And this sort of brings me back to the other question. I just remember something now. Many years ago, about 10 plus years ago, there are a lot of people who told me, yes, you're learning C#. C# will be outdated pretty soon. Java is the reigning thing. And then I would have gone to learn Java. Of course, Java is still doing great today. C# is also doing great. C# is one of the most popular languages people actually use today. Enterprises use C#. If I had listened to them back then and not improved myself in C# and gone ahead to do other things, I would probably be a frustrated software engineer today and not be where I am today. Of course, every programming language have some bits and pieces they offer on the side, but then if you've set your mind to learn something, to be good at something, you would find a place at the table. That's simple facts. There are still people who use COBOL today, as old and dated as that programming language is. There are people who use it and still make a good, decent amount of money writing COBOL. So don't get me wrong, that something will take over the other one and you're scared that it will take your job away. I'll probably say you're not good enough at that thing for one thing to take that over. And I'll say this also to sort of come to that is, I tell this a lot, and it's not to brag, it's not to sort of flaunt my trumpet, is if I was to resign from my job today or something happens, I get laid off, I'm pretty confident that with the skills I have, even if people say it's outdated or something will take it over in the next 2, 3, 4 years, is that I will get another gig. I'll get another thing to do within the next 2 weeks. I can say that for a fact. And it's not being proud, it's just the fact that I know that my skills are relevant. What I know are needed. My skills are needed by one company somewhere. And if at the very worst, the skill is not needed, I can build something that will use that skill adequately well and have a product on the market that will sell just fine with the skills I have. And that is where I'll answer that question. So, platforms to learn cloud engineering, Microsoft Learn is where I will actually lead you to. And also, you can check out some YouTube videos. There are some great content on Udemy also if you like to pay for the content. But of course, if you want to learn it for free, which I normally advise you to start with actually, YouTube is there. Microsoft Learn is there for you to learn those platforms, and I make some of these videos also, and I'm making more tutorials on my channel also if you want to check those out. And I really hope that answered your question. And if you have further questions, you of course know what to do. The same way you ask this question, put it in the link showing right now about your screen, or scan the QR code showing right about now, and I'll get to it as soon as possible. And it's like, come your way again yet to another video. Stay safe and goodbye. Hello, Dara here again, and today I want to show you the Quintis 31.5 LED desk lamp that will be a perfect fit for your multi or ultra wide monitor setup. We'll talk about the features and benefits of the LED lights later on in this video, but first let us go do the unboxing and I'll show you the setup experience of the Quintis 31.5 inch LED desk lamp. So let's go to that right now. The packaging of the Quintis 31.5 LED desk lamp is straightforward. It is really huge. That's one thing you should know. It is long, so you should have some space to do the unboxing, as I had to place it diagonally on my own desk. I actually didn't think it would be this big when I got the packaging. I thought it would be the usual Amazon packaging, but hey, that's what it is. But in the box, it's very much straightforward. You can see general information on the box about how you can control the Quintis 31.5 LED desk lamp features. But now let's actually go open up the box and see what the packaging really looks like. We'll just lift the flap around the box and then place it gently on the table, and then we're greeted with the packaging directly. Of course, the first thing you see in the box is the user manual that tells you how to use the Quintis 31.5 LED desk lamp. Let's put that away for a moment and actually go look at the box. We just have some fun packaging here, and then we made the power adapter, which you plug into the desk lamp from the base, and then you see the desk clamp and base, and then the rod that goes up. The base there is where you plug the power cable, and then that goes up, and then that's the gooseneck, which is adjustable on your desk. See the cable right there? That is what you plug into the head of the desk lamp. So let's put that away now and let us look at the desk lamp itself, which is the final item in the packaging of the Quintis 31.5 LED desk lamp. And then finally, we made the light itself, which is really long. It contains about 120 LED lights, multicolor temperature, stepless dimming, and all the nice features around it. So go open that up, and then we are ready to now set up the Quintis 31.5 LED desk lamp. See what that looks like? Just looks so beautiful. Now let's go set this up. I'm gonna have to stand up now to do the setup actually. But before I do that, I need to plug in to the power cable around the back, unscrew the desk clamp so it fits perfectly on my desk. And then at the head top, I just push that in to clip in, and that's it. And then I get the power cable right in the back of it. So I'm just gonna fit that around my monitor setup. I got a lot of stuff actually clamped to my desk, but it's straightforward to put in once it's readily fitted. And it's easily adjustable around your desk also. So once I get the perfect fitting for it, I screw it in, and then it's very much ready to go. Hey, when I was doing this unboxing, I was actually drinking some very nice cup of tea. So you might want to get one when you're doing yours. Just kidding, you don't have to. And I just get the power cord in now. And boom, That's it. Of course, when I'm doing my recording, I have to move my camera setup from there because I'll have to readjust some little bit of settings there. But of course, you can see how it pans through my monitor, and then I plugged in the power already, and then I can adjust the color temperature. I can adjust the brightness level, which is really good for me. You can see how bright the LED lights are. The gooseneck right there is what I am using to adjust the view of the lights on my desk. The Quintus 31.5 LED Lex lamp features touch controls for switching on, setting the color temperatures, brightness levels, and the auto dim button. The gooseneck makes it adaptable to your various monitor heights and levels. Some of the main benefits of using a desk lamp for me is that it reduces the screen glare on your eyes, prevents direct light from the monitor getting in your face, and reduces eye stress while lighting up your desk area. The Quintus 31.5 LED desk lamp is designed to fit to the edge of your desk with a thickness of up to 4 inches, which is about 10.2 centimeters. Thanks to my friend at Quintus for sending this over. You can check out the Quintus 31.5 LED desk lamp out on Amazon using the link in the video description or the pinned comment on this video. It comes in black and white colors, so you can have a pick of your choice of colors if you want to. I particularly use this once the sun sets in my once the sun starts setting on my desk, so I can have my nightlife coming to life while I do some work on my computer. The power rating is about 24 watts and it has about 1100 lumens of brightness. That is why you can be rest assured that you get bright light and also you'll be saving some power while actually using the Quintus LED desk lamp for your setup. I'd recommend this Quintus 31.5 LED desk lamp for anyone who works at a desk and proper lighting and eye care is a priority for them, which I think should be for you, especially if you work long hours in front of a computer screen. As a DevOps engineer from day to day and up for content creator, I spend upwards of 12 hours at my desk daily, and this has been a great help to me in taking care of my eyes and actually brightening up my setup. Now, that's it about the Quintus 31.5 LED desk lamp. I hope you give this video a thumbs up if you enjoyed it, and let me know in the comment section if you're considering getting one of these. Till I come your way again with another video on my YouTube channel, I say stay safe and goodbye. Hello, my name is Dara. Welcome to Dev Cloud and DevOps Ask Me Anything. I got another question, and the question goes thus: how soon can I learn Azure? And what are the fundamental jobs available for a beginner? Number one, I want to say thank you for your question. It's a very good one. So the first question, I would say you should start learning cloud right away. How soon can you learn? Start right away. Start right now if you haven't started already. And how long it takes to learn cloud, I would say it's all dependent on you and your learning pace. Now, what do I mean by this? Your learning should be at the pace you're most comfortable with. So you might want to say, I want to learn 2 hours every night. I want to learn 1 hour every night or 3 hours every day. Or I want to go through all the modules. Now, to learn Azure, Microsoft has made it simple. You can check out the Microsoft Learn modules on Azure Fundamentals or any Azure technology of your choosing, Azure Developer, Azure DevOps, Azure Data, Azure Security. You can check out any of the Microsoft Learn modules. I'll put a link to Microsoft Learn in the video description and also as part of the pinned comments that I'll put after I record this video. But what I'll say is your learning could take days, depending on what you're learning, could take weeks, and also could take months. But one thing I will advise when you're learning is you should be consistent at it. If you're setting 2 hours every day, try to be religious about it. Try to follow it ruthlessly. 2 hours every day. Well, there are some days you won't feel like, to be honest. It happens to everyone. So I would say those days, give yourself some slack. Don't beat on yourself if you're not able to learn that day. There are also streaks I've broken. I've broken a lot of streaks this year or so. I recently broke a 30-day streak, which it made me feel bad, but then I was like, nah, it's just part of life. So if you break your learning streak, it's fine, but get back on it as quickly as possible. And why this is important is the fact that once you break that streak and you start feeling bad, no, I'm not learning anymore, and start getting that bad vibes, you essentially lose the interest in learning. So whenever you break that streak, come back to it. If it's possible, don't break the streak. It also gives you this sort of motivational boost. So pace yourself, be consistent with your learning, dedicate time or chunks of time to it. And one of the things, and I think this is just a random contribution I'll just put to the question, or to the answer to the question, is one of the few drawbacks that I've seen from learners that are new in tech is that they want to get there fast. While this is good, to try to want to be the expert in everything. Remember, the people you look at today, even me myself, I didn't just know all this stuff. I know I don't know a lot yet, to be honest. But the things I know today, I didn't just know them like Thanos will snap his finger. I didn't just know them that way. It took time. It took practice. It took mistakes. It took a lot of effort to actually get there. So if you feel you don't know those things yet, don't feel bad about it. It will take time to get there, to get to that pro level, or dare I call it that God mode you want to be in that learning. Every pro you see today, every computer science legend you see today, every programming legend you see today, they were once beginners just like you. So don't be discouraged if you feel like you are not there yet. Just learn step by step, day by day, and you'll get there. So what I'll address also is map out your learning goal. I'm trying to learn to become an Azure developer. What are the things I need to learn? Write it out. Well, the Bible said, make the vision plain so that anyone that sees it can run with it. That's what I will advise you, like literally. Put the vision down. What do I want to learn? A, B, C, D, E, F, G. This is the day I want to finish learning this. Then I move on to this. If you're not able to match up, realign the times. Once you finish an item, pick the next one up if you have more time, or pick it up on your next schedule. And while learning, one of the things I also advise is find practical things to apply your learnings to. It's not enough to just watch the videos on YouTube or Pluralsight or any learning website there or read that blog post. It is essential that you also put those learning to practice. So if, for example, if you learn about Azure storage, for example, put that to learning. Go to the Azure portal, use the Azure CLI, use PowerShell, use Terraform, use whatever tool you're learning with, and then practice it. Put it in code. Write your JavaScript code, write your C# code to actually practice how to put an image, put a video in Azure Blob Storage, practice the archive tier, practice the cool tier, practice the alt tier. Those kind of things will make the concept sink in more, because practice actually how we get better, not just watching the videos. There are a lot of things I've learned in the cloud that I didn't have to go watch videos or read documentations for. I just knew them by practically just using them. And I can tell you the ins and outs of some of these technologies. Now, to your second question, most beginners would ideally start off in something like an apprenticeship. And this is talking to the job opportunities in the cloud. Depending on where you are now in your career, if you're a beginner, you probably start with an apprenticeship or an internship role. Now, depending on what you've learned, you could start off as a cloud administrator, as a cloud developer, as a security administrator. Now, what I'll do in this video is I'll just give a list, although it's not the most comprehensive one, on the roles you can get depending on what you've learned in the cloud. And I can decide to make these roles into individual videos in the future. If you like to do that, let me just know in the comment section, and I will ensure that I try to get to doing that. But here are some of the roles: cloud administrator, site reliability engineer, solutions architect, security specialist, cloud analyst, cloud engineer, cloud developer, compliance specialist, support engineer, quality assurance engineer, product manager. Yes, it could be a product manager in the cloud. Now, I could go into this of all these roles as I said, but those would be other videos. If you want me to go through those roles in one stretch of video or as individual videos explaining how they apply to cloud, I can do that, but let me know if it's something that is important to you, and I'll try to make videos also for those ones. Now, that's it. I hope that answered your question. If you have more dev, cloud, and DevOps questions, feel free to send them in the link showing in the video on the screen right now, or scan this QR code right here. And you can also find a link to the questions in the video description and also as a pinned comment. And of course, if you like this video, remember to give it a thumbs up and share with your friends. Also, remember to subscribe to my channel and turn on notifications so you don't miss any informative videos like this one. Until I come your way again with another video, remember what I say, stay safe and goodbye. Welcome back to Code Cloud and DevOps Ask Me Anything. Another question I got is this. Can you tell me how in demand cloud or DevOps engineering is in Nigeria? Because I rarely see internships or jobs about it, and I'm planning to transition into DevOps after doing full stack development for a year. Ooh, that's a big one. Thanks very much for the question. Being a full stack engineer for a year is great. And trying to transition into DevOps is actually better. I'm just kidding. You're doing a great job so far. Now, transitioning to DevOps is something that is great. Now, what I'll say is this, and this is from experience of things I've seen in small companies and big companies. I work for them in various sizes, even a one-man business. Now, big companies mostly know what they want. Okay? They know they need this to make things work. They have more structure around how they hire. So if you see a big company, banks, or telcos, they actually know what they want, and you will see roles in that kind of place. But if you look at smaller companies, small and medium-sized businesses, and I don't mean this in a bad way, most times they do not know what they want. They might want a DevOps engineer and call it a software engineering lead. They might want a software engineer and call them a DevOps consultant. I'm going to tell you this for a fact, and this is a personal experience. My first DevOps gig or job, as you might call it, was not exactly DevOpsy. Yes, I was doing DevOps, but I was actually still writing code. I was still doing software engineering from day to day in that job, because essentially that company, the people who were hiring, responsible for hiring, did not know the details of what DevOps engineering actually entails. And what I'll say for someone like you that has a good background in software engineering, full stack development, as you've said, is you can start innovating into DevOps from where you are. You can start transitioning from where you are currently. You take ownership for the deployment in your current organization. You take ownership of automation of deployment, of creation and environment, etc. Because essentially, DevOps is all about delivery of products faster to the end user. So you want to look at how that backend code you're writing, that full stack code you're writing, how you can make that delivery better. And this comes through processes like automation, automated testing, automated build, automated deployment to various environments. So once you build your skill in that in your current place, they can actually decide to hire you as that. You can put forward a business proposition and say, hey, I've been doing DevOps engineering for you for the past 2 months, 3 months, and then you transition into that. And I agree to the fact that there's not a lot of companies that actually put out the role as DevOps engineers. They are looking for internships or full-time jobs because the companies are not fully developed to that point where they actually need that job function. Yes, they need it, but they don't have a requirement per se for it. If they need to scale and do better business, they need that role of DevOps engineer, and you can be that element of change. So essentially, in summary, what I'm saying is start by automating the code you currently write in your current organization. Then build a portfolio based on that. Start contributing to forums, to communities, and then I'm going to tell you this for a fact. As you transition into that DevOps engineering role in your organization, the opportunities will start trickling around to you. And that is one thing I would say to you. And I actually really hope that answered your question. And if you have further questions, put your questions through in the link shown on your screen right now or this QR code. And if you like this video so far, give it a thumbs up and subscribe to my channel and share this video with someone. And till I come your way again with another video, stay safe and goodbye. What I'm about to show you is a microphone made for your iPhone and your iPad. It captures good audio within a long range. Stay tuned to learn more about the Lewina wireless lavalier microphone for the iPhone and iPad. Hello YouTube, how are you doing? I'm Dara and I'm back with another mobile recording gadget just for you. But before we say anything else, let's go check out what comes in the box. Let's get the box open. right now. Just look around the side of the box and see what it comes with and all the details right there. It looks really beautiful. So right now, let's go open it up. Well, I gotta use a knife to rip that open. And then I gently lift that. See, it's even magnetic. The packaging from Leona is really on point, I must say. And then it's just got a very light kind of film above to protect the microphone. And then right there in that box is the USB-C charging cable. That's for the port that comes with the microphone system. So it's a dual charging kind of system. There's nothing further there. So let's go ahead and bring the microphone box out right now. It's really stored in the box. I think that's part of the packaging agenda from Lewina to actually make things look really premium, which I think I really like. Of course, below there you can see the user manual. But let's rip the nylon protection also around it open. And there is the box that contains the microphone. So the USB-C just plugs in there. You can plug it to any USB port you got. And then in there, that is the receiver you plug into your iPhone or iPad, and then that is the microphone that you clip on to your cloth, which charges, of course, from inside the box also by itself. And then finally in the box we have the user manual that contains instructions on how you can use the microphone system. So let's go put that away right now. Just showing you that box again. Looks really nice. I will be keeping that box definitely. And that's the casing right there. I just put stuff back in. And then it just clips on, starts charging. Well, of course, you have to remember to remove the nylon protection at the base of the microphone transmitter, so it starts charging once you plug it in or put it in. So this is the charging. I'm going to be using a power bank for the purpose of this. And you can see it has a red indicator at the front of it that shows it's charging up the case, which also charges the microphone transmitter. All the audio for this video was recorded with this microphone right here, with no special effects, noise removal, or EQ whatsoever. Let's go feel what the raw audio and all the plosive test sounds like. Peter Piper placed a plate beside a dog at a pillar to pet a dog in Poland. What does that sound like? And we'll go ahead and actually see what the audio sounds like outdoors. So let's go check that out. Let's get out for a moment. Hello, this is testing the Lewina wireless lavalier microphone system. Do you like the audio you're hearing from it? I can walk around the park and you can see it captures the audio just around me. I can move here, turn around, and it still captures from a great wide of length. So I'm about 30 feet away, 40, 50 feet, and 60 feet away, just moving back. And I can walk back, and the audio quality hopefully should not be lost along the way. I hope you like the sound you're hearing from it. There's wind all around me, but of course I hope it comes out really well. I am in a university campus today, and I'm just walking around trying to sample the audio experience all around. It's not that noisy this morning, but there's wind all around me, as you can probably imagine. And well, there's a bus moving around, and I hope it doesn't get the noise around it. I hope you like the sound and the feel you're hearing from this. I can hear the bus. I hope you cannot. And then I can just move around, turn my back, and turn around and move far away, just away and back and back and back and very much back. Move further back and further back and further back and further back. I think that's enough feet between me and the receiver of the microphone, and I can walk back just to it and get the audio feel out of it. I hope you like the sound and feel of it. Thank you. And we're back. Now, let's talk about the tech, the specs, and compatibility of this Lewina wireless lavalier microphone for the iPhone and iPad. Well, of course, it's plug and play for your iPhone and your iPad. That means that you don't need to install any special app on the iPhone or iPad. You just hook it up and it starts working. You can record this to your memo app or just hook it up to your camera to record your videos for your TikToks, for your YouTube shorts, for your Instagram live, and you just plug it in and then just get started with it. The only thing that is a caveat with this microphone is that you need to remove it before you are able to listen back to whatever you've recorded. And also, it's got just the lightning cable with it, so it's not USB-C compatible. But of course, that is not a blocker because it was made specifically for the iPhone, so it's compatible with the iPhone 7 upwards and iPad 2, 3, and 4. So any USB-C devices, iPhone, iPad, or whatever may come in the future, this microphone would not be compatible with it. But of course, if you want to check out the USB-C version of the Lewena wireless lavalier microphone, you can check this link above here or somewhere in the description below to check that out. Now let's talk about the recording quality of this microphone. It records CD quality, that's 48 kilohertz audio. It has a range of about 120 meters, that is without a barrier between you and where you can record. As you can see in the outdoor test that we did, I was very far away from the iPhone recording that, and I used just this microphone to record that, and of course with some noise on around, but of course it's still bearable for outdoor scenarios. But right now I'm inside the house and you can see the difference between the audio that I got going on. So this microphone right here can run for about 4 to 6 hours on a single charge, which is just about 2 hours. So today I put it in my bag after charging it up via the USB-C cable that comes with it, and then I was on the road and I haven't charged it since then. One sweet thing is this case also serves as the charging port for the microphone system. So if you look here, it's got a connector somewhere inside here that it charges from. Who should get this microphone system? I would recommend this microphone for someone with an iPhone or an iPad looking to record crisp, noiseless audio with their phone and publish to online sources, or just want to go live with this kind of scenarios. So if you happen to record podcasts on your phone also, you know I'm a big fan of mobility, of recording your podcast on your phones and tablets and stuff. This microphone is also for you. It's really good. It is good enough to capture good audio, especially if you recorded interviews and shows and you're always on the move. You don't want to carry lots of gears. This fits in just right for you because it's just lightweight. You can hook it up to your pocket, boom, and then off you go. And then once you're done, eject, put it in the case, start charging, and you're good to go. Well, that is my review of the Lewena wireless lavalier microphone. I hope you liked it. If you did, you know what to do now. Give it a thumbs up, and also if you're new to my channel and you have not subscribed yet, please go ahead and subscribe and hit the notification bell so you do not miss any upcoming videos just like this from me, and also help others discover videos just like this. What do you think about the Lewena wireless lav mic for iPhone and iPad? Let me know in the comment section, and I'll be waiting to hear from you. Till I come your way again with another video, unboxing, tech, reviews, live streams, music, and whatsoever, you know what I say. Stay safe and goodbye. For those who have been following my content for a very long time, you know I'm a big user of tablets because it's an integral part of my workflow. It's something I probably cannot live without now. So I was looking out to see how I could make my setup a little bit more, would I call it powerful? Yes, I got computers that I use, but then a tablet is an integral part of my workflow. And then, of course, we notice this, we use powerful phones, we use phones that are powerful than computers of, 10, 15 years ago. So we should be able to get some desktopy power out of our mobile devices. So today I got something that you can use to make your iPads, your Samsung tabs, devices actually a little bit more useful to you, especially if you don't want to purchase a computer or you're on the go and you want to make your setup a little bit more lively for you on the go. So today I will be reviewing this, the Buy Easy 8-in-1 USB-C multi-port docking station. It's something that was sent to me by the brand, but of course they have no input in whatever I'm saying about it, so I will be telling you my honest review about it in today's video. So it's an 8-in-1 USB-C hub, and it's claimed to work with Android, iOS, Windows, and macOS, although I've done my extensive testing now with iPad and my Samsung phone. Yes, my Samsung phone can actually work with it. So it's got 8 ports, ITF port, an SD card slot, a USB-C power delivery port, and then it's got a LAN port at the back, an HDMI port, and then 2 USB 3.0 ports that supports up to 5 gigabits per second transfer speeds. And then of course it has a 3.5 millimeter for audio service. Also in the box, the packaging is pretty much straightforward. You get the stand, you get the stand, you get a USB-C cable, and then the user manual, and that's all about it on the box. Really, there's nothing so much about it. But the main part of this video today I want to show you is the setup. So I have this currently set up with an iPad 11-inch iPad, and it looks beautiful. So far I've been using it to try to get some presentation ongoing. So if you look here, I'm trying to make a presentation. Of course, this is literally not a representation, but of course I have the display, the presenter view up here on the iPad screen, and then I can share the screen in my meetings, which I think is pretty much lovely and good to go. So I can have a more desktopy setup and fill with things, and it looks pretty nice. If I press escape, so I'm using this with a Bluetooth keyboard and a Bluetooth mouse, so this makes it a little more powerful. I can do quite an extensive amount of things, and of course I can move whatever I'm working on to the display on just doing that. So I can move my apps from screen to screen to make it really shine out and look good. So I have this connected via HDMI on my portable tablet, but of course you can use this with any monitor you have that supports HDMI, and it will work just fine. So at the back of it I have the HDMI plugged in, I have the 100 watts power delivery powering the iPad, and then also powering this monitor stand that I have right here. This is not from the band, this is from this is what I'm reviewing here. The Buy Easy dock, and I think from the last few days that I've been using it, it looks pretty nice. I can turn it around, which I think is something that comes in handy if I want to adjust my viewing angle. So this is stood up straight on me, but the general angle I'll normally have it as is a little bit lower than this. That comes this way, so I can sort of have the setup more, you know, would I dare call it more minimal? That is the name I think I'll call it. So more focused setup. So I can have it a little bit to the front here. So give me a moment while I actually do that. So this ideally is the setup I would be using this in, to have my tablet sort of look at me in the face this way. And of course, if I'm going into my meetings, I can raise it up to be at my eye viewing angle, so everything looks a little bit more, you know, viewy, if that's the kind of word you would use. And then of course I can move things up, and of course I can adjust the settings in my iPad settings right here. If I go over to the control center, no, not control center, display and brightness, I can go over to the arrangement and then move the setup to show that the iPad is now below, and then the setup just looks pretty much cool that way. And the sweet thing now is if your monitor is touch screen, it just makes life a little bit more easier for you, because you can now touch on your screen. You have 2 screens you can play with using touch controls, which I think is really super duper nice for that kind of scenario. Now, talking about the specs, I'm just gonna read this out to you straight from manufacturer, so I'm not saying things that are not right. So 8-in-1 port, I've mentioned that power delivery up to 100 watts, HDMI, LAN up to 1 gigabits per second, USB 3.0, audio, SD and TF slots. It's compact, it's adjustable. For this, I'll actually be taking it on the road. I'm traveling immediately after this recording, and then I'll be taking it along with me to sort of test it out also. You could use this with non-tablets like the Mac here, MacBook here and all that, but it's advisable you don't put things that are heavy on top of it so it doesn't just sort of crumble. I'll use an example here. So I have a MacBook Pro 2016 right here. That's what I've been using. I'm not planning to change my MacBook anytime soon, and it could work on with it if I get it connected. No, I put my Touch ID. I'm logged in now. In a couple of moments, it's a whole laptop. So if I get the USB-C connected here, it would actually charge my MacBook through that port, which I think is nice, and then it will still display. But then the challenge comes when I try to mount this on top of the stand. Because I tried it. It works. Yeah, if I put it at a particular angle, but then I don't want to stretch my Mac that way. I don't want to stretch the stand that way. So if I put it a little bit this way, don't mind the stance. I'll have to adjust it also to be to the side now. Yeah, it works, but then there's a lot of strain on top of it. So do not try to not put things that are heavy on top of it this way. It will make it not be so useful to you. So advisable, just use this with tablets. It was made for tablets, although you can use it with super light laptops like the likes of the LG Grams, Samsung books, and Surfaces, and all those kind of super light laptopy setup. That is what I would generally advise if you're trying to use a laptop with this. It will work with it, but then don't stress it too much. Now I have my Samsung S21 Ultra here, which I think is nice. So one thing I've tried to do, and I think this is an Android thing and not on the tablet, the PowerPoint thing I was doing previously, I tried to do it on my Samsung phone. It wouldn't work. But then, of course, I don't have a Samsung tablet at the moment to work with, so it wouldn't work. So it just pretty much goes into DeX mode here, which is super awesome. If I connected the same mouse and keyboard to it, I would be able to do just the same thing I was doing with the iPad, just straightforward. But of course, it's bigger than the phone right here, so it wasn't made for phones. But of course, it works with, if you have a nice phone, it works with it. And I think it would also then work, if it works this way, probably work with the iPhone 15 Pro, with the iPhone 15 with USB-C. I think that would just be something that is super nice to so it means you can extend the use of your devices pretty much. And I'm just gonna get this back into position and really get back to work. So if you would ask me what I think about this Buy Easy docking station, it's a one docking station, I think it's useful, very useful, to be honest. If you are, I've made a video on portable monitors you can get to make things work. For me, I think I will connect this directly. If I can find a way to get the USB-C directly into the USB port and then have a sort of adapter to it, I would like that, because I don't want to carry around so much cables and then just have one cable coming into the tablet. But of course, that's something I will experiment with, not in the context of this video. But yeah, powering to HDMI, use the HDMI port straightforward, display goes out that way, and it's pretty duper nice. And then the sweet thing is, you can even add your USB. For example, this stand I have here from X Layout, the X Central stand, has more USB ports I can use, even if this is not enough for me. So I have this connected to one of the USB 3.0 ports. Then I can plug in my other accessories into some of these ports right here, and then they will just work fine. So if you have another USB dongle you want to use, it just works pretty much okay and good to go. I think that's pretty much all I wanted to say about it in this video. I'm just checking my notes to see if I missed something. Yeah, pretty much that was all I wanted to talk about. I decided also not to script this video, well, partly because the tablet I use for teleprompting had water damage, but of course that's story for another day. I think I'm getting used to these non-scripted videos, and of course it sounds more natural. And let me know what you think actually. Do you want me to be scripting my unboxing videos like I was doing previously, or do you just want me to say it as it comes to my mind, just like this video? Let me know in the comment section. But I think I love this. So if you have an iPad, you have a Samsung Tab S series, try not to use the Lite or the FE series. They would not work in DeX mode. They will charge, they will do all the accessory stuff, but then they will not extend the display. So I'll actually advise, if you want to get a tablet, so if you see this, you love the setup, but you don't have a tablet and you want to see this kind of setup, research if the kind of device you're getting, iPads or Samsung tablets or any kind of tablet you're getting, supports wired extended display mode. That is one thing you want to find out. It's essential you find that out before you go purchase that tablet. That is an honest thing I'll tell you to do first. So for me, I know it supports from my research S7, S8, S9 Galaxy tablets. It supports the iPads from 10th generation up. The iPad Pros are supported, or any iPad with M chip is supported. I think iPads with A12 Bionic chips. No, that one is for DaVinci Resolve. But of course, do your research before you go purchasing the tablet. I would probably say if you're getting anything after produced after 2020 with USB-C, you are safe with your setup. That is what I would generally advise. Don't try to buy something that is super duper old as a tablet device to work with this. So if you have an older tablet, you might want to trade it in or get newer ones. But of course, I'm not advising you on tablets to get or computers to get for your setup. And of course, if you have MacBook Airs, lightweight laptops, you can use it also with a stand. But of course, I will generally advise to ensure that things are not tilty. Get a keyboard, get a mouse, connect it wirelessly through Bluetooth, or use the USB hub that comes by the side of the hub station. And I think that is really it. If you enjoyed this video, remember, give it a thumbs up. And if you have not done so yet, please subscribe to my channel so you do not miss any further videos just like this one. Until I come your way again yet with another video, I would say stay safe and goodbye. I'll see you in another video. I'm back to work. One of my friends asked me the tools I use to get better quality audio that I use for most of my videos. I must confess here I'm not an audio pro, but I'm privileged to have friends who seek my opinion on audio recording because I'm a little bit gadgety. So this video today, I wanted to walk you through what I kind of use for my setup in my videos and how these things work. Now, this is a new microphone I'm actually testing out, and that is the highlight of this video really also. I have to test it out and actually see how the quality sounds like. But to sort of answer his question, I use in my setup, I use this kind of microphones. I've used a couple of them previously. I've used this, there's one behind me. I've used quite a number of microphones. In my recording career, and they've been pretty nice. But I think one of the first thing you need to do as you start your recording journey is to decide what kind of recording setup you want. Are you an on-the-go recorder? Are you a sit-at-home recorder like me? Are you a teacher that will be speaking to a lot of audiences live? Those kind of questions are the first things you need to answer. For me, because I'm mostly recording in my home office, I use a carried polar pattern microphone, and what that means is that all the audio comes from around the front of the microphone, and then it tries to reject all the noise coming around. I try to use as quality mics as possible, but of course sometimes I get microphones to review, and that is what I use from time to time. I switch them out as I wish, and this one I think is pretty nice from testing it out. Some are expensive, some are not, some are budget, some are not, but I think if you're just starting out, you want to look for a budget option that doesn't break the bank. So for me, I use quite a number of those microphones, and you can check out some of the reviews I've done on the microphone somewhere above here in the video. So this is a cardiac polar pattern microphone. This is the Fifine Tank 3, Fifine AmpliTank Tank 3 microphone, and it's pretty nice. But there are other options you can also use. Now this is unidirectional. It just captures most of the sound from the front. We also have things like omnidirectional microphone, which means it tries to capture voice all around. So you can use a lavalier microphone if that's kind of thing. So if you're mostly on the go, I don't want your mic showing in your setup like it's shown here, you can just clip it on your clothes, have it connected to a transmitter like this one, and then get the receiver on the other end of your device, and it's good to go. This is a wireless setup. I mostly prefer, if I'm going lav system, I'd go wireless. Because of course wires can also be long, but the best kind of connection you can ever get is also a wired connection. Another setup you can use, if your camera is going to be close up in your face, if you're using a camera and not a phone, or maybe even if you're using a phone, you can get a shotgun mic like this one right here. This is the Rode Video Go Mic 2 or Video Mic Go 2 that I use sometimes in my setup. And what I use is actually, I've made this into sort of a wireless setup such that I connect it to a transmitter like this, like so, and then it transmits, and then I clamp this on my recorder and then get another audio out on mine, because I like my cameras to be a little bit far back to get some crispiness out of the setup. So you can have that. You can have a lav mic system, a shotgun mic system boomed in, or out of frame depending on your preferences. But if you really are gonna have your mic showing in your setup, you might as well just go for microphones like this one because they offer richer quality audio. And it's also dependent also on how you know proximity also matters. For example, I'm about 6 inches away from this microphone, and this is the kind of audio you get. If I get a little bit closer, you realize the audio sounds a little bit bassy, richer for the setup. So you want to get a microphone like this. If the microphone is far away, it's not that great. And for my friend that asked, because I mostly see him on the go in his videos, a microphone like this is the Giallo wireless lav mic for USB-C devices. So it has 2 transmitters, 1 receiver. And what you do is plug this in to the end of your phone, and then you clamp this onto yourself, and then you can walk and record, because this also has some level of noise rejection. It does noise cancellation. It does on board, such that when you're on the go, all the whistling noise will not be there for your setup. And that's about audio recording. For someone like my friend that asked this question, it will most likely record the video and the audio together with no post-processing. But generally, if you want the best audio for your setup whatsoever, you should really consider doing some sort of post-processing on your audio. And for me, what I do is, into my camera, I'm not using audio from the camera, I'm using the audio I recorded into my computer setup, and then I can record this on my phone, on my tablet, on my computer. It doesn't exactly matter. I get the raw audio, and then I put it into my audio editing software. I personally use the NCH Mixpad for editing my audio, and it's a pretty nice software. I've been using it for about 4 or 5 years now. It's pretty nice. It can record multi-channel, all those kind of things, and then I just edit, remove some noise, add some compression. I don't actually even do EQ on my audio because I have so much faith in these microphones and the audio really comes out nice. I just remove some noise, put some gain, and then in my video editing software, I personally use DaVinci Resolve. I just sync up the audio in the editing software. If you're using CapCut, I think CapCut can also do that. If you're using Filmora, Filmora can also do that. Adobe Premiere Pro also does audio syncing between video and audio. So what you want to ensure is your camera is getting audio as much as possible, but then that is not the audio you're using. You're actually using the audio you've modified and edited. And also, you can still use the audio you recorded into your phone or your camera from the from the video, but then what you do is use another software to extract the audio from that setup, and then you can put it in something like Adobe Podcast to sort of give it a rich AI edited audio. If you're not so much into audio, other audio editing options is Audacity that people use a lot. It's a free option. NCH Mixpad is a paid option for audio editing, and that is something I use also. I don't use Audacity, I don't use Adobe Podcast because I sort of just rely on the editing I do, and then I trust the microphone I use because I'm sort of in a controlled environment for my recording. And also, you want to determine the time you record. You don't want to record at a time where there's a lot of noise. You have to remove a lot of noise in your setup. I mostly record either in the night when it's pretty quiet, or when my family is away from the house. Maybe my wife is at work, my daughter is in school. That is the time I choose to record, or maybe they're downstairs watching TV. I try to record at those times. Around audio production for your videos, or general topics around content creation, media production. I must confess to you, I'm not an expert in this, but I'll try as much as possible to answer you based on my personal experience of doing this for the past 5 to 10 years. And I pretty much will wrap it up here. Subscribe if you haven't done so yet, and I will see you again in another video. Stay safe and goodbye. Hi. Welcome back to Code Cloud and DevOps Ask Me Anything. I'm Dara, and I had another question, and it goes thus: can I be a working class person and still learn DevOps? Thanks very much for the question, and I appreciate the fact that you're actually asking this, because I am thinking you're trying to consider learning DevOps as someone who works in another career. So I'll keep the answer short into this video. Just like learning new skills for your current job, probably you're trying to get a promotion or something, you can learn DevOps while working in that totally different field. I've known people who transitioned from field that is not even IT related into DevOps. That is the short answer to your question. So to answer your question, in short, yes, you can do any other career. You can be a working person in any other field, maybe even in IT field also, and still learn to be a DevOps engineer. It might just take you a little bit of more time and sacrifice to be able to get to that stage you want to be. DevOps is a field that welcomes people from all backgrounds and experiences. In fact, many people I know today who work in the DevOps field come from non-technical backgrounds and have learned so far the necessary skills they need to be DevOps engineers through online courses, boot camps, and sometimes even on-the-job training. So you can start by exploring online courses and training programs that cater to your own learning style, schedule, and budget. There are some free courses, there are some paid courses you can actually go through. Now, Microsoft Learn is a platform that offers a free introduction to Azure DevOps course that covers the basics of DevOps and how to actually get started with Azure DevOps. And even as you progress in that your DevOps journey, you'll have hands-on tutorials, walkthroughs, how-tos on how to actually use the different DevOps tools and tech in the DevOps space you're trying to learn. And I'm guessing this is the same for most other DevOps platforms also. And one thing you need to remember is that learning DevOps is a journey. It's not a one-time thing. It's not that, yeah, I've learned DevOps, I can start doing this. Even when you finally become that junior DevOps, mid DevOps, senior DevOps engineer, your learning never stops. So you need to continue learning to be successful as a DevOps engineer. Regardless of your background or experience, DevOps is a field. IT generally, software engineering, the software space is a field that welcomes everyone, regardless of their backgrounds or experiences. Although you would need to continuously learn because that field, our field, is a continuously moving and fast-paced field. So I'll encourage you actually to join my online community where I share updates on videos like these and new DevOps related content I'm making. For example, I'll be releasing a course in the next couple of weeks. You might want to check them out. I'll put the links in the video description and also the pinned comments for you to check them out when you're opportune to. Now, I hope that really answered your question. And if you got further questions, you can put them in the comments, or more importantly, you can put them in using the link showing right now on your screen or the QR code showing right about now. That is the way I can easily get to your question and answer them in a timely manner. And I hope you have actually enjoyed this video. If you enjoyed it, remember to give it a thumbs up, share with your friends and family and anyone you think might benefit from this. And remember to also subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss any videos just like this one. Until I come your way again with another video, stay safe and goodbye. Yeah, that's what I'll be telling you all about today in this video, and it's right here on my table. Of course, we'll do the unboxing. I slice the Amazon box open. I think I've done a good job so far. What do you think? Monocaster light, AUAM 200 setup, beautiful. I just like my honest packaging, to be honest. It's yellow, beautiful. I just need to figure out where to open it from, and I think I got it right now. And I'm gonna get the box right. First, we see the user manual for the microphone itself, which is the one. We see the thank you card, which I think manual. That right there's a setup instruction for different scenarios of usage. 5mm cable, and then we see the XLR, so 3.1 cable, and lastly in the box we have 3 outputs, then one more output. One more output can go to a speaker, then 3 other outputs that can go to your mobile phone. Probably you're doing something that goes to Anchor, Spotify, Going Room, XLR. If I was a soldier, I would be a sniper. Let me explain. In some of my previous videos, I mentioned and I sort of explained the different roles between a junior and a senior engineer on a team. And it sort of falls in that place of being someone who looks strategically into the future, into the planning, into the ways things should be done. And essentially, that is what I see a sniper as. Ground soldiers are great, the foot soldiers, the tactical ones. But then a sniper's way of thinking is a little bit different than that. When they shoot, they do not shoot to miss. They shoot on target. So that is why, as a senior person in your organization, as someone who people look up to, as someone who is a guiding light to others, you stand at that point where you have a little bit more insight, a little bit more vision into things that are to happen. So you see, if people are doing X, Y, Z, you can see far into the future. And then when you hit your target, when you get to doing things, you actually get it done. It's sort of, I was watching a video a couple of weeks back, and someone was talking that programmers should do more thinking than coding. And I think that is in place of a senior, you do more thinking and coding. I realized sometimes when I want to do work, I would do a lot of reading first. I'll do a lot of watching videos first to know exactly what I want to be doing. The time actually spent writing the code is not a lot. I must tell you that for a fact. The time spent writing the code is not a lot. Yes, you write loads of code, but then the time spent writing the code is a fraction, a little fraction of the time to actually get the job done. Because you're thinking of strategy, you're thinking of doing it right, you're thinking of processes, you're thinking when you do it, you want to do it right. And that is what a sniper sees in a military setting. They can see hundreds of kilometers ahead. And when they shoot, they're calculating the risks, they're calculating casualties, they're calculating and thinking if they have the shot or not. Can I get this done? If I shoot it this way, will I get it done? What are the hindrances? What is the wind factor? What is the bearing, the elevation? All those kind of things are what a sniper thinks about when they are scoping out their targets. And that is why I said, if I was a soldier, I would be a sniper, because I just love being a sniper if I was. I'll see you again in another one. Goodbye. As you may know, I have quite a number of gadgets, and I tend to be mobile, so I use tablets a lot when I'm on the go, commuting, or I'm going somewhere and I don't need to carry all my gear. And my go-to tablet has been this Samsung SS Lite tablet that I'm using for about 3 years now. And I've been on the market searching for a versatile tool that will let me be able to mount it like I'm doing right now in this video, so that I can sort of stow it away when I'm not using it and sort of have it in view if I need to use it, especially for reading, for documenting, for just consuming media by the side while I do my main work, of course, on my main desk. And I searched over the market and I couldn't quite find the best fit for it until a few weeks ago when X Layout reached out to me and they mentioned that they would like me to check out their XARM tablet holder. And after some reading to check out what the device specs are, I liked it and I decided, yes, I was going to actually check it out to see what it has to offer. And this is why I'm making this video today. So in this video, I will be telling you about the X Layout XARM tablet holder. Now, in the box, you get general information about the XARM holder, the mount, and what it has to offer you. And when you open up the box, you're greeted with the X-shaped cutout, which I think is a very nice box. It's a really nice box that houses the X Layout membership invitation card. You then get the product certification and service card and user manual. And next up in the box, you get a demo card that shows you how you can probably place it on your desk with some of the other X Layout devices. And then you have the tablet holder itself and then the mount. Now, after putting it together, it looks really nice on my desk. And to be honest, it sort of brings an aesthetic that was not there before. Yes, my desk setup is fairly beautiful, I can say. But this just sort of brings another light to it. And that is one of the reasons I actually like it. And it comes in at about £75 if you're in the UK, or $80 if you're in the US dollars, I mean. And it comes in black and silver colors. I have the black version here, and I think it really looks nice on my desk. What do you think? And the fact that it has this magnetic holder to attach my S Pen is really super duper nice. So, and this can hold up to 6.8 inch phones, so from 5.5 inch to 6.8 inch phones, and up to 12.9 inch tablets. So your iPad Pros are safe on this, your Surface Pros. Although there's a caveat to holding the Surface, because when I tested it with my Surface Pro, it was sort of slacking down. And the reason is because this supports up to a maximum weight of 2 kilograms. So whatever tablet you're mounting on it, ensure it doesn't pass the 2 kilogram mark so that it can mount successfully. And if you're going to mount it on a desk, it needs a desk thickness of less than 5 centimeters to be able to mount the C clamp with the X arm layout if you're trying to use that. And the movable arm goes between 30 and 145 degrees. If that's something you're looking at doing, so I can have it super duper low like this, or I can sort of start bringing it up. to come in view just like this one. And the tablet mount itself is 360 degrees rotatable, just like so. So I can have it move around and have my tablet actually facing me. This, of course, I have to adjust the grip position, which I think is really super duper nice. And you can rotate the arm itself about 360 degrees to and fro if you wish to do something like that. So you got many movement options for the X layout, X arm, and I think I really love that feature about it. So it sort of makes my deck versatile now and really nice and handy to use. And of course, I mentioned the magnetic pen mount. If you're using your Surface Pen, your Apple Pencil, or any magnetic tablet that you use from day to day, it's really nice for that. And now, how will I be using this in my daily setup? Of course, because I like it so much, I'll be integrating it in my daily deck setup, and you'll probably be seeing it in some of my upcoming videos. And when I'm actually recording my DevOps Ask Me Anything videos and things I generally talk, so I can sort of look at my talking points and then speaking to the camera, which is really nice. Of course, most times I use a teleprompter. As you might know, I've reviewed a teleprompter previously on my channel. But of course, in some cases, I don't want to use a teleprompter. And this comes in really handy to help me sort of just have a glance at my talking points and then talk back at the camera for my general video. So if I don't want to do a scripted video, this comes in very handy. And I can use it to read, to watch media, to do pretty much anything. And of course, if I want to draw, or maybe I'm teaching because I teach quite a lot, I can start scribbling on top of it. So I can grab my pen out and start doing stuff, and it doesn't wiggle around. You see, I'm moving my S pen around it, and it doesn't wiggle too much. So I have that liberty of movement and space with it, and I think I really like it. So if you're gonna ask me what I think about it, I think I like it. I'm gonna incorporate it in my tablet, although it's, well, some people might say it's not cheap, some people might say it's cheap, depending on what your budget is. This comes in about £75, but I'll drop the link in the video description and pin comment if it's something you would actually love to check out. I think for me, I like it, and not because it was given to me, just simply because it does what it says it will do, and it looks classy, I think. What do you think about it? Let me know in the video comment section. And generally, that is what I think about this. For me, I seriously need it. I've been on the road for a couple of days now, and I've been looking forward to actually coming back home to record this. But while I was away, I was watching the Objective Gen, and now I set it up on my desk, and I was like, when I get back to my office, I'm really gonna use this quite a lot. And this is gonna be going back on my desk where I use it from day to day, as you can see in the B-roll of the video, how I set it up and how it actually looks on my desk. And I like it. I'm gonna be using it from day to day. So watch out to see it in my daily setup. And I'm actually going to be writing a full blog post review on the X tablet, so that you can actually have a more comprehensive view of what it's got to offer. And that's about it for today's video. Really, I wanted to just highlight that I got a new gadget and I like it. Comes in black and silver depending on what your color is. So if you have a whitish setup, maybe the silver is what you're looking for, or the black, it doesn't exactly matter. Go check it out using the links in the video description and also the pinned comment. Until I come your way again with another video, stay productive. Goodbye. Success, luck, and happiness. I've been fortunate in my career to have a bit of a boost, a bit of a launch pad, I would say. But then I would want to say also that the fact that I was lucky did not mean that I was not prepared. Now, I remember back in uni days when a lot of my friends that are good in what they do, they're making websites, they're doing all sort of things. I'm not trying to say they were doing bad things then. They are really doing great now also. But then the path I took was, I wasn't looking for contracts or gigs back then. Of course I got some, but the more of what I was doing was sitting down to plan out my future. I knew what I wanted from 200 level. I knew what I wanted to be. I wanted to speak to the world about technology, and that is exactly what I'm doing today on my channel and various means that I have. Of course, I have my day job. So I wanted to speak to the world about technology. I knew that since 200 level first semester when Microsoft came to my school, and then I was like, this is what I want to be. This is what I want to be doing. I want to be talking to people about technology. I want to be teaching them about technology. I want to enlighten them and make them fall in love with technology. That is my sole goal in this technology field. And that was what I was preparing myself for. I remember I would hold community meetups in my school in one of the classes on Sundays and Saturdays. I don't know what I was thinking then. I didn't know a lot as much as I do now, but then I was still very knowledgeable compared to others. And then we'll teach others, we'll learn from others, we'll meet up, we'll share pizza, drinks, and all that. And then, when the time came for, I wouldn't call it the reward, but some of the perks of what I was doing, I was picked out from a lot of us. There were about, I don't even know how much we were back then as MSPs, but then I was picked out to attend the MSP Summit in Seattle. I attended the Build Conference in San Francisco. If I look then at my background, I shouldn't even be near those things. But then because I had put in some of the work to be prepared, when that luck came, it was looking for someone that was prepared. So there's a quote that says, luck is just opportunity meeting preparedness. So you've prepared all the time. And then when the success came, when the luck came, they just found you. That's simply it. So a lot of us looking to get lucky, and we are not getting lucky, might actually be the fact that we have not put on the work to prepare. I'm not saying you're not doing well. You're doing well the way you are. But then if you put in a bit more work, if you are more strategic in the way you approach things, if you have an end goal, your journey would be towards that end goal. You won't just go ahead and do A, do B, do C because you say, yeah, this one is selling, that one is selling, this one is selling. You go do it. You focus your mind. I remember back then, a lot of people were telling me, oh, Dara, go learn Java. Java is the reigning thing now. I stuck with my C#, I stuck with my Microsoft platform. And by God's grace, I'm sort of a knowledgeable person to some extent in the Azure I know today. Because that is what I focus my energy on. Java is doing good also today. But then if I had done this person said learn Java, I'll learn Java. This person said learn Flutter, I'll go learn Flutter. This person said go learn this, I'll go learn that. I would be a jack of all trade and master of none. And that is not the place where luck gets to you. The place where luck gets to you is you're good at what you do. The Bible said, seest thou a man diligent in his works. See that a man that is great in his work, that is good in his work, not great in all works, great in his work. Is a specialty. He's focused on one thing. He knows that what thing is doing well. He will stand before kings and not mere men. So you know your work very well. You know this thing. I can say this for a fact, and I'm not trying to boast here, that there are a couple of things. If you wake me up from my sleep, like you literally waking me up and say, Dara, come and teach me this, I will teach you for hours. I'll talk to you on it for hours without looking at any reference material. And I can mention 3 things: Azure DevOps, and C#. I can teach you those 3 things without looking at any reference material, and you will do, if you go write an exam on those 3 things, you would pass. Because why? I have put in the work to be prepared to do it. So when opportunities come along that way, I am ready for it. Even if I don't know some of the questions being asked, if I go for a job interview or an exam, I have an idea of the fundamental concepts to actually look forward to actually get the job done. I can remember when I went to write my Z400 exam, it's one of those exams I actually literally did not prepare for. I did not prepare for the exam, and I passed it. Why? Because I had put in all my energy and focus into learning that trade and getting a deep understanding and insight into it. And there's a point of happiness. Happiness is the end goal for everyone. you want to be happy in life. Yes, you need some financial freedom to be happy, but then at the end of the day, your happiness trumps any kind of financial merit you might want to get. I have a lot of folks, a lot of friends who are better off financially than me. But then, what I have, at the state I am right now, I'm very happy. I got my family, I got God, I got my wife, I got my family to take care of. And I'm happy where I am simply because what I envisioned many years ago is where I'm at right now. What I had prepared all my life for is where I am right now. I have goals for the future, don't get me wrong, I've got goals. But then I am content where I am happy where I am. So if I'm not at that place where others are, if I'm not out there where others are, I am still happy because I know what I envisioned and I am in that place right now. And that is what I also want to encourage you, that outside of the sacrifice you're paying, all the luck preparedness, what is your metric for happiness? What will make you happy in life? And that is what you should be looking for. Is it your family that will make you happy? Is it your career that will make you happy? Do that thing that will make you happy and be happy at it. That is the encouragement I give anyone that comes to me. Look, when you find that job, when you find that role, when you find that person, you will see others that feel better or look better than you. You will. But then, if you have your own metric for happiness, if you have your own criteria, your own measuring goal for happiness, you would not be worried about all those other things. You will just, be free. My wife asks me a lot of times that, Dara, why are you so content? Why are you so relaxed about a lot of things? I'm relaxed simply because what I want is where I am right now. Yes, I have goals. I want to be better. But then what I envision for myself is what I have right now. And I would not trade that for anything else in the world. Yes, I work very hard. I work very smart. But then, if I am to do no extra thing, I would still be happy in my life. If I earned no extra dollar, no extra pounds to what I'm earning right now, I would be happy because my metric for success is what I have right now. And if you've not reached that metric for your own success, you work hard, you prepare for it, and then when the luck comes, when the opportunity comes around, you just get it. And I pray God will help you in Jesus' name, and I hope to see you again in another video. Goodbye. So today I wanted to quickly talk about something I realized has been holding me back for a while in making more content. Yes, I got my day job and I love it. I love the job I do, but then creating content is just one of those things that I do to give back to the world. And I realized I've not been doing a lot as much as I wanted to be doing. And I was just thinking over it and analyzing with myself and my wife, and I realized I actually do more planning than doing. Like, if you go through my backlogs, which of course you can't access, is that I have a lot of things I want to do. I have them planned out, I have them written down, but then I have not executed them. Like, for example, this talk I'm making, I've had it in my plan for months. And this week I was just thinking and realized I should be doing more than planning more. Yes, planning is great, don't get me wrong. But then we have to find that balance between planning, over planning, and actually getting the job done. You want to make that course, you want to do that certification exam, you want to get that channel started, you want to, go for that training, you want to start that business, you want to get started on that idea. But then you realize you plan. And at the end of the day, your planning is getting in the way of you getting the thing done. I remember back when I started my career, my content creation journey, I would just literally think of an idea, sit in front of a camera and shoot. The content was not as great as the other days, but then they actually reached the right set of people, and that is how I grew. And then realized as I got better, got more gadgets, get more AI stuff and things going on, I do more planning than actually doing, which should not have been the case. So then I decided, once I have an idea, I do as little planning as possible, and then I get it done. That is one thing I have tried to be doing. I should just do it. If I think of it, just write the basic outline of things to get done. I believe I should be smart enough to actually get things done without actually going into deep details of planning, except it's something I'm very new to. Then of course I'll go ahead and do all the excessive planning and all that. But if it's something I'm not used to, if it's something like this talk, I don't need to do a lot of planning around it. It doesn't need to be perfect. Okay, don't get me wrong. Perfection is good. Perfection is great. But then it doesn't need to be perfect. It just needs to be right to get to the right side of people. And that is what I want to encourage you to do today, to find the balance between planning and doing. If you want to do something, just do it. If it will succeed, it will succeed. And there's no better way of knowing than if you do it. If you go ahead and do over planning and then it doesn't work, you might get discouraged. But if you just did it without actually putting so much into over planning it, if it fails, it failed. Then if it works, then you can learn from the experiences and actually make it better from time to time. And I think that is the encouragement I really have for you today. And I hope you take it to heart and you grow in your journey. Whatever you're doing in life, I wish you great success. I wish you all the best. And I look to see you at the top. I'll see you again. So I got this question on Code Cloud and DevOps Ask Me Anything. It says, I need a mentor for me to get into DevOps. I'm currently in a boot camp, but I think it's overwhelming. Thanks very much for your question, really. I really appreciate it, and thank you for reaching out. Being in a boot camp and learning DevOps engineering, DevOps concepts is a lot. Learning anything, to be honest, it will be overwhelming, especially for beginners who do not have prior. Learning DevOps, learning technology, this field is overwhelming for even the seniors of us, for people who have been there for a lot of years. But I think the thing is that even though it's overwhelming, you would realize that the excitement you get from doing things with your own hands is actually more weighty than the overwhelmingness. Yes, sometimes even I myself, as I go through my journey as a DevOps engineer from day to day, some tasks are really overwhelming. Yes, even as someone who is a little bit grounded in industry. Now, I know for beginners, people just getting started, no IT background, no tech background, some of the concepts you'll be learning will probably glaze over your head. That is totally understandable. You'll be like, your head is just somewhere in the cloud. Yes, it happens to me also. It happened to me. It will probably still happen to me when I'm learning new things. So, one thing I would advise about the concept being overwhelming is write down a plan, okay? In your bootcamp, there should be a learning path of things you're learning. And one thing I advise anyone to do is really learn at your own pace. Every single person have the pace they learn at. Some people are super fast, like Flash, and some people are super slow, and some people are medium speed. Learn at your own pace, and then gradually improve your skill. Ensure you practice enough of the current concepts before you move on to the next one. One thing my lecturer used to tell me in university is, if you have an exam to write, learn everything la cram la pour for the sake of the exam, forget the exam, and then go really learn it. Because if you think you will just want to get stuck in one thing and not move forward, it might go against the rules of the bootcamp, whatever thing it is. But then, learning at your own pace outside of the bootcamp official settings gives you a bit of a solid ground to do the things you want to do the way you really want to do it. To the question of, finding a mentor in the field, one thing I've been doing is I've been trying to get a community started. Yes, I have a community. It's not exactly active right now, but I'm working to get it active. I've been super busy also, live and all that. But thing is, be part of a community. I can't stress that enough for anyone. Be part of a community. It might not be my own community, it can be any other community online or on site. Be part of a community. To find a mentor in DevOps, to be honest, me, and this is my personal view, okay, is that you would barely find someone who will do a one-to-one mentorship that is busy in this field. You would hardly find. But the good thing is, you can always have multiple sources of advice. A lot of people like me on the internet, people who do kind of things I do, just ask them random questions online. They don't have to be your official mentor, because I'm gonna confess to you, I'm gonna be honest with you, there's not had enough time to be able to do that. But then people like me who do content like this will put structures in place to ensure that you can reach as many people as possible, because it's hardly a possibility to say, yes, I'm going to mentor you, I'm going to mentor you, I'm going to mentor you, and then we're saying yes to about 100 people, and then we end up failing them. That is not what we want to do. And that is why I personally even hardly say no, hardly ever say yes rather, to one-to-one mentorships, because it will be a whole lot of guilty commitment that I would have to do to be able to ensure that you are successful. But the way I think I can give my mentorship to a number of people and not be able to disappoint them is this kind of videos I make. So that is one thing you need to note right there. And if you like to join my WhatsApp community, towards the end of the year, we'll be actually having more frequent meetups to actually have a chat and walk through different technology stuff, tutorials, getting your jobs, probably even bring some recruiters to be able to tell you what to put in your CVs and all that. That is one thing in plan, although not solidified yet. So if you like to join my community also, I'll put the link in the video description and also the pinned comment so you can check that out. But of course, if you have further questions, you can check out the link showing right now upon your screen, or scan this QR code and I'll get to that question as soon as possible. And I really hope that answered your question a little bit and gave you a bit of clarity into mentorship and you being a part of a DevOps camp and things being overwhelming. And I guess I'll see you again in another video. If you enjoyed this video, give it a thumbs up, share, like, subscribe. Stay safe. I'll see you again in another video. Goodbye.
Hello. Today, I'm back with another mobile recording gadget. It's an improved version of an older model and rebranded specially for 2022. Watch this video to learn more. Hello YouTube, how are you doing today? In a previous video, I showed you the Lewina wireless lavalier microphone for the iPhone. You can check it out in one of the cards showing above right now. Now, this microphone right here, the real wireless lavalier microphone for iOS, is an upgraded version of an older model from last year. So, just as I say, made a plug and play wireless lavalier microphone for your iPhone and your iPad. What makes it better than the older version, than the older model? I'll talk all about it in this video. But first, let us go unbox. Let's get the box open right now. Just let's look around the box and see some of the information that are given to us. So you have information, general information, basically the range of the microphone and some of the features and the connectivity you get out of the box with the microphone. So let's get it open. Just a little bit of wiggly and it's right there. So first you meet in the box is the user manual, which really tells you the information you need to know about the microphone. It comes in English and Chinese. So if you need that Chinese bit, you also get to use it. And then you get the transmitter, which you clip onto your cloth. It's really lightweight and just really handy, just like that. You can see the Leroy branded in front of it. And then a 360-degree rotatable clip, which you mount onto your cloth. And then the USB-C charging port for the transmitter. And that also serves as the audio monitoring output. And then also you have the lightning connector to your iPhones or iPads, which you can also use to power through to your device, which is really nice. And then finally, in that box, you have another box which gives you just the earpiece for monitoring your audio, and then also the charging cable for the transmitter of the Leroy wireless lavalier microphone. Pretty much that's all on the box. Nothing so much, nothing less. Straightforward packaging. I really like the packaging in that way. And then of course you have the earmuff for cushioning the effect on your ears. Let's talk about one of the coolest features of this microphone. This microphone right here has 3 levels of noise suppression. So it has the light mode, the mid mode, and the pro mode, which cuts out almost every noise in the environment. Right now I'm recording with no noise suppression, just right there. And to activate the noise suppression level, you only have to press the power button once. And this is the difference you will hear when that noise suppression level goes on. So it indicates with the orange flashlight. I hope you can see that a little bit closer. Let me move that closer. So when I press the power button once, the orange light indicates and shows a little bit of difference in that, and that's the noise suppression levels right there. And you maybe have a feel of what is going on when you're hearing this. So I'm trying to record this without trying to monitor it by it. Hey, one thing to note also is that it comes with a real-time monitoring bit right here, the USB-C port right here. That is what you will generally use to monitor the audio. So it comes with a wired, where did I put that now? So it comes with a wired USB-C headset, which you plug into this to listen and monitor real time what you're actually recording. So it's kind of good really for that one. And also it has a reverb effect. That reverb effect means you can have this kind of echoey sound of voice in the room when you record it, and you activate that by just pressing this button 3 times, the power button right here, 1, 2, 3. And then you maybe are hearing the reverb effect of the microphone right now. So I generally am not a reverby person, so I'll probably turn that off right about now. So reverb effect is off, and I'm back to normal mode. Let me pin that back on my clutch, so I can continue recording normally. So one of the good things about this microphone is you have a feel of what you're recording with the real-time audio monitoring device that comes with it. Now, let's actually try to record in an untreated area, not in my home studio, with no untreated sound, no onboard effects, nothing whatsoever. So this is what that feels like.
Hi, this is me testing the microphone outdoors. Well, not exactly outdoors, but kind of outdoors mode. And I am just testing out the sound quality of the Real wireless lavalier microphone for the iPhone. I hope it sounds good.
And we're back. So let's talk about some of the features and the tech and specs of this microphone. As usual, all the audio from this video that you're watching right now is recorded with a Real wireless lavalier microphone for the iPhone and the iPad, so you have a feel of the sound you're getting if you're considering getting one. Let me actually know in the video comments below if you're considering getting it, or if you like the sound that you're hearing from the Real wireless lavalier microphone for the iPhone and the iPad. I'll drop a link to purchase it in the description, and also as a pinned comment, so be sure to check it out if it's something you want to get your hands on. Now, it's got an inbuilt rechargeable battery which can be used for up to 4 to 6 hours, and that just takes you about 2 hours to charge. Easy to connect to your devices with over 60 feet, that's about 20 meters for the signal. It's a 2.4 gigahertz microphone, and you can use that for real-time audio sync technology. So if you're doing auto sync technology in your post-production, you can definitely use that for your videos. So it clearly records at a large distance, so you can be far away and still record just quite fine. So maybe you're doing some vlogging out there. Now, what devices do this work with? That's a very good question you might want to be asking yourself. Now, this right here only works with iOS devices. That's the iPhone 6 Plus, iPhone 6, iPhone 7 and 7 Plus, 8 and 8 Plus, iPhone X, XR, XS, XS Max, 11, 11 Pro, 12 Pro Max, iPad 2, 3, 4, iPad Air series, iPad Pro series. Now note, it will not be compatible with the iPads that use USB-C because it only supports lightning cable connection to your iPhone or your iPad. So just note that right there. That wouldn't work with USB-C devices, unfortunately. If you need to get a USB-C version of this, you can watch one of my older videos on a Lewina microphone where I did a review of that. Now, you might want to ask, who should get this microphone? I would say someone with an iOS device, iPhones, iPads, looking to record better audio than what their device offers. The device microphones most times are just crappy, and you might want to record at a much longer distance from where your phone is. So you might want to capture just the land view and still be talking a little bit far away. So this will be good for you. And you don't want to break the bank, basically. You will find joy using this microphone. I can really say from my previous test of this microphone that the audio quality that coming out of it is better than the previous generation. I can say that for sure. So it's an upgrade, really. Now, what are the best use cases for this microphone? You might also want to ask me. yes, I would say someone looking to get started creating YouTube videos, vlogs, TikToks, or maybe you even do it currently, your Instagram lives, and pretty much any recording task that you do on your mobile device. That is when you want to consider getting and using this for your own use cases. Now, what are my impressions of this microphone? I give this for the new videos I make now. So, now sound quality for this, for the price point this comes at, I'll give this a 5 over 5 because it really blew my mind off with the sound quality I'm getting out of it. So I'll give that a 5 over 5. For the price point, I'll give that a 5 over 5, to be honest, nothing so much. Build quality, I'll give it a 5 over 5. It's a plastic device, but it feels, quality. That is my feel of it. So it's a really well built device. Packaging, I'll probably give that a 3 over 5. And my reason for that is it came in just this box. There's no extra packaging. So if I lose this box, my packaging protection is pretty much gone. Compared to the older generation, you see what it looks like? It's got packaging. This is the older generation of the same microphone, which sounds a little bit not as good as this, but it's also good. So the packaging, that's why I'm giving that a 3 over 5. But pretty much it's still good packaging as long as you don't lose this box. If you lose this box, you need to get your own packaging for it. Ease of setup, I'll give that a 5 over 5 because it's just plug and play. You don't need to do any other thing. You don't need to pair anything up. You just plug it to your device and you're good to record. So this works with your video app, it works with your memo app, it works with any recording software that you have on your mobile device. Well, friends, that's it for this video. Thanks for watching this far. Please remember to give this a thumbs up and also subscribe if you're new here so you do not miss any further videos coming from me. And most importantly, you let others discover videos just like this one. So I'll be seeing you in another video. Stay safe and goodbye.
Hello, how are you doing today? I'm Dara and I'm back with another video. Well, I hope you're staying safe this season and I hope everything is going well with you. Today in this video, I want to show you something in preview, but maybe at the time you're watching this, it's actually generally available to the world. It doesn't really matter. I just want to show you my first-hand view of Visual Studio 2022. Well, I'll be showing you preview 1, even though preview 2 is out at the time of this recording, but I couldn't go through the stress of recording that because I've done this previously. But I want to show you what is really new in Visual Studio 2022. Anything I show in preview 1 will definitely be better in any edition of Visual Studio you're using at the time of watching this video, and that is what I want to show you today. Now, Visual Studio has made a lot of improvements over the years. I remember when I started using Visual Studio was sometime in 2010. Yeah, that was Visual Studio 2008. That was the one I was using then. Then I've seen the upgrades over the years, and I've been privileged to use preview editions of Visual Studio ever since, up until now. Now, Visual Studio 2022 is publicly available. The preview 2 at the time of this recording, which was announced a few days ago from this date. Today's date is July 20, 2021. So it was announced, that came out a few days ago. But anything I'm showing you here is pretty new, it's awesome, and you might want to get your hands on it. Actually, let me know, are you considering using Visual Studio 2022 preview on your work machine, on your personal computer, or are you currently using it? It comes with .NET 6, all the nice improvements, and that is what I want to show you. It's like unboxing tech, unboxing software. That is what I want to do today in this video. So let's get started, shall we? Now I'm going to head over to my screen now, and the first thing I want to do is go over to my browser. We'll start from the browser, which is Microsoft Edge. You can use any browser in this case. Just Bing on Google or Google on Bing, Visual Studio 2022 preview, and there you will get to the Visual Studio website where you can see the announcement about it. You can see all the stuff. I want to go to the Visual Studio blog instead to see the announcements made by Amanda on that. That was the blog post. First thing you need to know that is Visual Studio 2022 is a 64-bit software now, so it means all the improvements, you can use your processor really well. The icons are redesigned, it's more personalized towards you. You can develop more modern apps for Azure, for .NET. .NET now is something really new I'll be showing you later in this video. So that is that about that. C++ is improved, even though I don't do C++. Innovation at your fingertips. This is one really cool thing I'll also be showing you, which is the code being smart, or Visual Studio being smart, to give you suggestions based on what you code every time. Asynchronous collaboration with live share, and all the other nice stuff. Visual Studio for Mac is also being refreshed right now for that preview. Now, I'm going to go ahead and actually download the Visual Studio Enterprise preview because I have an enterprise license with Visual Studio. But pretty much whatever I'm showing you is available in community. So, but I'll download the enterprise version because I have the enterprise license to Visual Studio. But it doesn't really matter. You can download community or professional edition and get using it. So, I'll start the installer right about now, and then it just do some housekeeping to get started installing Visual Studio. So it downloads all the needed requirements to start the installer, and then it launches the picker. I call it the picker for installing all my workloads for Visual Studio. Now I see all that bit here, but I'm gonna maximize that. It's using my system team, which is really nice. So I'll see all the workloads I can install. I'll pick the ones that are essential to me. ASP.NET is important. Azure is important. Sometimes I do Python. Node.js is also important. Mobile development with Xamarin. Universal Windows Platform development is important to me. Developing desktop apps with .NET is also very important to me. I also do some Office apps and also Visual Studio development, but I'm going to skip that right now. But of course, you can make your selections based on your use cases. Also, I want to use the .NET 5 runtime for some cases, but some of my codes are still pretty old. Okay, so I'll go scroll down on the selection and then pick all the other workloads that are important to me that I use every day. That's the nice thing about Visual Studio. Now you can pick just the things that are important to you as a developer to install with your Visual Studio instance. So I'm going to pick all things important to me. Something really nice, .NET debugging with WSL2, which I'll show in another video entirely. Python web support, definitely I want to do that. I want to probably install Intel Axim and Google Android emulator, even though I might not be showing that in this video, but in the future I would be using it quite a lot, so I'm going to pick that. So I think I'm good to go. So what I'm going to do next now is hit install. The sweet thing is I can install while downloading. So I'm going to click install now. But right now what I'm showing you is the Preview 2 installation, which has a nicer color. You can see it matches the clothes I'm wearing, which is really nice. Well, that's not a coincidence. I actually planned that. So that is the Preview 2 installation that I just showed you. And this is the Preview 1 installation interface right there. I'll just glaze over this in very fast steps. It took about 30 minutes there about to finish installing, but you could probably see this in about 1 minute time frame because I sped up that instance of the installation. And that is what I've done, and then cleans up, then it launches Visual Studio 2022 Preview 1 on my computer right about now. What I want to do now is I sign into Visual Studio. You can sign up to sign in if you do not want to. But it's essential you actually do that if you feel like. But I'm not going to sign in now. I'm going to pick the dark mode. And I'm going to start Visual Studio. So it's preparing Visual Studio now for very first time use. It's probably just doing some housekeeping. It might take some time depending on the configuration of your computer. But it doesn't really matter. It will finally start up. And now it's starting up. And there we go. Now that's my Visual Studio 2022 instance. I can decide to create a new project right about now, or I can clone a project from GitHub, Azure DevOps, or any Git repository that I am using, or maybe even Team Foundation server. It doesn't really matter. It takes some time to load that up based on the configuration of my machine. Again, if you're using a very powerful computer, it might be faster than this. So I'm going to start with a console application, but you can check out all the templates you can use for Visual Studio 2022. It's quite a lot to go through. Based on the workloads you've selected, you can see all the nice things. You can do unit tests, Blazor apps, Angular apps, React apps, and you can install more extensions from the Visual Studio Marketplace. I'm going to click console application here, and I'm just going to give this a pretty nice name. I'm going to call it console 22. I don't know why I did that, but that's what I'm doing. So I'm gonna change my runtime, my framework, to .NET 6 Preview. and I'm gonna click on create. That creates a console project for me in Visual Studio 2022. Now you might have a bit of hanging here and there, but it will finally work. Just take your time with it. It will work. So creating now, and Visual Studio should start responding right about now. And then it shows me the program.cs file. You know, that's the default project for console applications with an hello world right in there. So we're just gonna wait for this. We're waiting. So while I actually do that, are you enjoying this video so far? If you are, please give it a thumbs up and let your friends know about it also, and let me know in the comment section if you're considering or even currently using Visual Studio 2022. Well, I have 2019 and 2023 installed on my machine, so I use both interchangeably, but most recently I've actually been using more of 2022 because I like to live on the edge. As a developer, I like to test out the new things. I like to see things that are actually really good. And even also, I have Windows 11 installed on all my computers right now. Even though I wouldn't advise you to do that because you never know, things might break. But I like to live on the edge. The worst thing that can happen is I lose 1 day productivity, which doesn't really matter to me because I will take that time to rest and watch some movies. Now, that's the application that was developed for us, that was created rather for us in Visual Studio 2022. Now, let's go ahead and show you the cool feature of Visual Studio 2022. Ready? Let's get started. I'm just gonna save that now. You can see the redesign icons. If you look at your Visual Studio 2019 compared to this one, you can see that the icons are subtly different. Okay, you can check out all around to see all the design icons, but I wouldn't even go through the design changes because mostly I just run shortcuts. Okay, now let's do something really cool. So I'm gonna start a string builder class here. Okay, that's the wrong spelling. I gotta go back and spell that right. You know, sometimes when we just type as developers, we just spell things wrong. String builder. You see that suggestion that just popped up? Let me do that again. String builder. Again. String builder. Now, small u. You know what happens to us as developers, right? You can see that suggestion, and I just need to press a tab to complete that line of code. You see that? That is IntelliSense++. That is Visual Studio helping me be a better developer, be a more productive developer. Now, I'm just gonna resolve the namespaces here using system.text, and then boom, good to go. Right about that. Okay, that's one thing. Now, the next thing I want to do here is actually start a new class. I'll create a new class. I'll do it for each and do all kind of things. But before I do the class, then I'll go ahead and do it for each. You can see all that nice things, nice intelligence coming out to me from inside Visual Studio. You can see all the suggestions it's bringing out to me. Now, this makes me a better programmer. It makes me a more speedy and more productive programmer. Now, I'm not being lazy. I just like being productive as a developer. I don't like to worry about the nitty-gritties and the little pretty details. Pretty little dirty details. It doesn't really matter. Now, let's create a class here. I'm gonna call that person, and you can look over at the suggestions it will give me now. Let's have some bit of fun. Okay, I put in the first name. You see that? You see the suggestion now? It suggested last name to me. And then, of course, I'll complete the rest when I want to. Maybe that will not be a suggestion because it's still learning, still something that's in development. So we wouldn't want to worry so much about what things it doesn't give us. But at least the things that matter most, it's giving it to us right here and now. So I'm just going to do some string concatenation over there. I'm going to clear that up for a moment. And I'm going to come back over here and comment out this code. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new instance of person. You can see the suggestions coming out to me right there. And then I can start putting in my fields. First name equals this, last name equals this. You can see the suggestions coming out to me. That is Visual Studio 2022 making you a better developer. Well, of course, that's been there since C#6, so console.write line, and then, oh, I missed full name. So let me go ahead and create that field full name. I'll just do that in a moment here. I can do control dot over there to generate that property or that field. But of course, that's not what I need, so I'm going to clear that up. That's not quite smart at least, but of course, it gave me what I need. At least give me the right pointer to what I should do. So I'm just going to create my own manually. We still do that, of course. And you should check out GitHub Copilot if you have access to it. Yeah, that's the way I do concatenation of fields when I want to. I'm going to use the string interpolation way. And that, put in the last name. Yeah, right there. So that's that about developer productivity. Okay, now let's show something really nice again. Now I'm gonna clear out all the wrappers around this system console arg stuff. I'm gonna clear that up and then just make my code a little bit cleaner. I'm gonna clear up everything that's on it. Now you can see that I don't have any namespace. Okay, now that is another productivity that is right there. Though that has been since C#9 anyways, but it's now better in Visual 2022, but you can use it as way back as C#9 if you wanted to. Now it's called the global top level programming stuff. Well, whatever you want to call it, I just call it top level global stuff. Now I don't need to worry about namespaces anymore. I can just start writing my code just like you do in Python and any other nice program that you like today that makes programming pretty. So those little details that you used to worry about, I need to put the namespace, I need to put a class this, class that, you don't have to worry so much about it anymore because it's just there, right? You can start writing your code once you create your project and clear out any other thing you do not need. Now, I want to create a MAUI project. What is MAUI? MAUI is the new thing for developing cross-platform applications for .NET. So I'm going to go through the process of installing .NET MAUI on my computer. Now, that is not part of the Visual Studio installation right about now, okay? At least for this workload I installed. So I'll go ahead and actually launch my Windows terminal over here and then go to the instructions to install MAUI. So it's checking if I have MAUI installed. It knows I have .NET 6 installed, but not the MAUI tools. So it's checking, do I have MAUI installed? No, I don't. So I'm going to go ahead and install the MAUI tools right about now. So I'm going to put in that command. And I'm going to run MAUI check. That's MAUI-check. So it checks my installation. Do I have the SDKs needed? Do I need to fix some stuff? That just does some bit of ask cleaning for me. So it's asking me to install, fix stuff. It does all that by itself. Once I click yes to it, it just goes ahead to install all the needed workloads for my computer. And I'm just gonna run a little bit over that because it takes a little bit of time. So it takes roughly about 10-ish minutes depending on your computer configuration and internet connectivity. But it's not something that is super long in terms of what it means, what it takes to install that MAUI workloads. So it's almost done right about now. You might want to fast forward to the next timestamp where it's done installing. Okay, last bit of fixes now. And should be done. So installing all the SDKs and templates and very nice things I can do. Okay, everything is installed now. I just run Maui check again to be sure everything is good. And everything is good to go. Now, let's go ahead and start our first Maui project. That's .NET 6, cross-platform development. So I do .NET New Maui. I give it a name. Boom, Maui project created. And then I sit into the folder and I do a .NET restore. That helps me download .NET packages and every NuGet stuff it needs to run. So I do a .NET restore. And boom, packages restored. Now let me go ahead and open this up in Visual Studio. I'm going to open the SLN file, that's a solution file for Visual Studio. Now, if I'm running on a Mac also, I can do just exactly that. Okay, open up the solution file in Visual Studio to load up all the dependencies. It will probably do some more .NET restores, which I think is expected because it's running in Visual Studio and it needs to download more stuff to run, at least for the very first time. So in the future, it's probably uses your NuGet cache on your computer to complete the rest of that process. So, takes a little bit of time over here to get itself together. Oh, a little bit of a error code. Error. I don't like errors, but it moves on anyways. So, let's look. Let's wait and see. Okay, it's ready now. I'm gonna run this on an Android device. Okay, I'll run this on my phone because the first time I actually tried it on my other computer, it didn't work well with whatever I was doing. So, I'm going to run this on an Android, a local Android device, but I can expand and see as the packages restore the components of the solution that was generated for me, Visual Studio solution that was generated for me. I can check out the Android project, check out the Windows project, check out the iOS project. Importantly, check out the Mac project. Now, it means I can write apps for Android, iOS, Windows, and Mac OS with a single code base. Well, I want to call it right now. I'm calling it what it is. C# is the one ring to rule them all. Just kidding. But it's really cool. Now, I'm going to run this now on my Android device. Yeah, that's my beautiful wife, just in case you're wondering. I'm going to run this now. It's telling me I'm using a preview version of .NET, which is expected because I like previews. I'm running on preview. Visual Studio is preview. .NET Maui, as the time of this recording, is still preview. I'm just going to speed that up a little bit and then it will discover my device and then deploy the Maui app to it. Well, also, one thing you should note is that at the time of this recording, that the Maui tool in Visual Studio is not that stable. So when I try to launch to my device and run the debugger alongside in Visual Studio, it breaks. But I don't worry so much about that because I know probably it has been fixed in the future. So if you're seeing this break off, don't worry so much. I'm very sure the team is right on top of it. So you see it breaks now. But pretty much don't worry so much about that breaking. It's something that would definitely be fixed in any future edition of Visual Studio that you will be using. So just keep your mind calm about that. Alright. So that's that. I'll try to run this on Windows. Okay, that's using WinUI. Also, that would fail. But in future releases, it definitely would have been fixed. So, again, do not worry so much about it breaking in this video. Right, and then the error prompt comes right about now. Boom, just that error. So I'm going to glaze over that and show you how you connect to the Mac operating system from, even though I wouldn't run the iOS version of it because most likely it will also fail. Because it's the first preview, things like that are expected to happen. But pretty much all those things, the team is getting the feedback and then it has been fixed. So come now. Well, at least I'm saying that I don't work for Microsoft here, but I know it's something that definitely been worked on every time because I I happen to have a lot of friends there. Yeah. I have a lot of friends. So that's the process of connecting to the Mac. For the very first run, it actually fails. So it gives me a very nasty error, which wasn't expected. While that goes on, I'm running the app again on my Android device, and you see the app actually works. The iOS thing didn't quite work out well. Okay, at least Android worked, so I give it to that. I think Android is the thing. Probably because Android is my daily driver, that's the reason it decided to work. Anyways, the template is not there for .NET MAUI in Visual Studio yet. It will probably come, or you can check out the Microsoft documentation on how to get the MAUI template inside Visual Studio. But right now, I'm going to create an ASP.NET Core application to actually see what is new in the web world. Now, note with .NET, you can do ASP.NET Core, Blazor, that's front end with .NET, which is really super cool. It's something you should try out. Let me know if you're actually trying it out by putting it in the comment section. Also, if you have watched this video this far and you have not subscribed to my channel, what are you waiting for? Please subscribe so you get notified when I post new videos. If you don't subscribe, I'm gonna come for you. Just kidding. Please subscribe. It helps the channel and help others discover videos just like this. Now, the .NET web project, ASP.NET project, is created now, and I can check out all the nice things about it. You can see it runs .NET 6. Nice thing, it doesn't put preview over there. What do you think? Right, and then I'm just gonna run that now in my browser, which is Microsoft Edge. Okay, running now, and my browser should pop up any moment from now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, beat me to it. That is my review of Visual Studio 2022. Till I come your way again with another video, I will tell you, stay safe and have a very nice day, and goodbye. Hello and welcome back to Code Cloud and DevOps Ask Me Anything. I got an interesting question. It's a pretty long one, so I'll try as much as possible to read it to you slowly, and I'll try to answer it also as comprehensively as possible. And it goes thus: I'm interested in Azure DevOps only. Specific. I like that kind of question, but of course it goes further to explain, saying I've struggled with programming because it seems as though there are too many languages to learn, and I've been taught wrongly or overtaught. Sincerely, I want to do something outrightly new that would trigger my curiosity. To be honest, I work as a Scrum Master and Product Manager. I have much experience working with devs and DevOps engineers and other cross-functional teams. I understand SDLC properly. I had completed computer science degree with no clarity or orientation on what each programming language helps you become, whether this is good for backend or this is for mobile or for DevOps. I had only known that HTML, CSS, and JavaScript for front-end. It's during the Scrum Master and Product Manager role that I found out about Node.js, React, React Native, Angular, TypeScript, Redux, Git, Bitbucket, CI/CD, AWS Cloud, etc. To cut the long story short, I want to simply be an Azure DevOps engineer. We're pro at that, thank you. So I think you can help me. How do I get started? Where do I begin? I'm open to learning, and I know I should be doing more with the computer science degree that I have. Not having such high demand skill has really been a challenge. So thanks very much for your question and going deep into the things you actually wanted to achieve and being straightforward. You want to be an Azure DevOps engineer, and the fact that you have had hands-on experience managing projects, working with developers and DevOps engineers and etc. would make your journey a little bit smoother. And the reason I say that is because you've had experience of actually working with Scrum, working with projects, actually seeing how those people work. And I tell a lot of people this: you don't need to learn all about the programming languages, because the languages and frameworks you'll be deploying, essentially, you don't need to go in depth into the core of how they work in totals and all those things. But essentially, the thing you need to learn is how you are able to deploy them, containerize them and deploy them maybe, or maybe just a little bit of how it's supposed to work on each cloud, the configurations you need to make for them. Now, you'll be responsible for those deployments, but of course, you don't need to know in depth of those programming languages. For example, from day to day, I deploy Angular code. I don't write Angular. I can't write JavaScript to save my life. I can't write TypeScript to save my life, but I can write .NET, but I write PowerShell to be able to deploy other people's code. So what I advise is, with all the knowledge of the programming language that you have and all that you know about them, learn what they are used for and use that as an advantage to start learning how to build automated build and release pipelines. I'll say that is a great place to start. Start by learning how to automate the deployment of these codes, the HTML, CSS, JavaScript, Angular, React, all the languages you mentioned. And the truth is, there are loads of sample codes online you can pick out from GitHub, fork their repos, start deploying them. And the sweet part also is there are templates and sample deployment codes actually for the infrastructure that you can bootstrap to give to yourself a soft start. So if I were to be in your shoes, here is what I would do. I will start learning about CI/CD, continuous integration and continuous deployment. I'll learn things like Azure pipelines and GitHub Actions, and I'll apply that knowledge to sample projects. I'll try to implement approval and security controls into the deployments I make. And one of my favorite places to actually go when you want to think about learning to become a DevOps engineer is AzureDevOpsLabs.com. AzureDevOpsLabs.com. It contains a whole lot of templates and things you can actually do to springboard. And it contains essentially those tools and projects you need to learn. So it's basically a springboard to jumpstart your DevOps engineering career. AzureDevOpsLabs.com. It walks you through things like projects planning, management, version control, working with pull requests, configuring pipelines, implementing CI/CD test plans, package management, monitoring our performance, and it just keeps growing and giving from day to day. Now, at the back of my mind, I'm just going to say this funnily, I actually see in you an engineering manager because you have that all-rounder knowledge of the software development ecosystem. Although you are not in depth into them quite yet, but you have that potential to be an engineering manager. So I guess I'll see you up there in engineering management. Now, I hope that I actually really answered your question. Although I try to be funny a little bit in the middle, but gives you an understanding a little bit of where you can get started with learning Azure DevOps with the current skill set that you have as a product manager. And if you still have further questions, you can feel free to post them on the link showing on your screen right now or the QR code showing right about now. I'll also put those links in the video description and also a pinned comment, so be sure to check it out. And if you're new here, remember to subscribe if you're not new. Thanks for coming back. I'll see you again in another video, but remember to like, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so yet. And as I say, stay safe and goodbye. Mobility in work is something that is critical to me. I work from home 80% of the time, but on some days, I either just don't want to stay at home to work, or traveling almost 3 hours to the office is not a palatable option. And some days I might just feel like working from another city. Yes, I can do that. And I don't want to carry all my gear. I don't want to carry all my monitors because it would be stressful, of course, to have to carry all this gear. So I decided it was time to get a portable monitor to add to my workflow. And after months of deliberating, yes, it takes me months to deliberate on a gadget to get, especially if it's a major purchase, I finally settled for the Evisive 16-inch 2K portable monitor. And I'll be telling you what I think about it in today's video. And from my first couple of days of using it, what I think about it. First, let's unbox. In the box, you get the monitor and the kickstand case as a unit, which sort of makes it versatile to use like that. And next up, you get the USB-C to USB-C cable and another USB-C to USB-C cable. You then get a full-sized HDMI to HDMI cable. And next up in the box, you get the power brick for powering the monitor in case you're connecting to a device that does not power the monitor through USB-C power delivery, or if you're connecting it via HDMI. Next is the user manual, and that's about all you get in the box really. It's just straightforward. As you can probably see, the monitor is very thin and light, and it's only about a few kilograms. and it has a metal frame with a matte finish, which actually prevents glare coming to your face. So it doesn't have those sticky fingerprints on the monitor uh, casing itself. The stand is magnetic and can be adjusted to different angles depending on what you're doing from time to time and your viewing angle, really. And the case is also magnetic and protects the screen when you're not using it. The resolution of the monitor is 2560 by 1600 with 16 by 10 or 16 by 9 aspect ratio, depending on the output display settings from your computer. It has a refresh rate of 60 Hz with HDR support and a built-in speaker, although the speaker is not something I want to use if I want to listen to quality audio. But if it's something you just want to use to hear something, the speaker is good enough for that, but not for real quality audio. And of course, you can use the 3.5mm jack to get clean audio out of the monitor. Connecting to your laptop is pretty easy. Depending on the port you're using, you just need to connect the USB-C cable and it will automatically detect the signal. And you can adjust the brightness, contrast, color, temperature, and other settings using a power button as the joystick. You can also switch to landscape and portrait mode in the display settings of the computer you're connecting to it, and then you can use the vessel mounts to sort of rotate it if you're mounting this on top of your desk. Now, if you're using this with a mobile phone, you need to check if your mobile phone actually supports display output via USB-C. I've tried this with my Samsung S21 Ultra and it works just fine, and it can even use it in DeX mode so that your phone actually becomes a sort of a computer. And you can watch videos, play games, do anything. If you just need that bigger screen for more devices, it is also a great device of choice for that. For casual use, the speaker is good enough, but you can also connect headphones to external speakers if you want better audio. And that's generally what I think about it. For my personal use from this today, I think I love it now because for me, using one monitor is not an option. Using one display is definitely an option, especially for the kind of work I do. I need at least two displays to get decent work done. And this has actually, and I've seen the effect in the last couple of days, boosted my productivity by a number of factors, especially when I'm on the road. And I like the fact that it has USB-C connectivity also, so I can just power my laptop, connect it via USB-C, and I'm good to go. And if when I'm in my home office, I use the HDMI one. And resolution is great. The speaker just there. The design is slick enough for me to use. I can live with it. I can use it from time to time. And if you're actually someone who wants to be productive on the go, I highly recommend you get a portable monitor. So I'll be dropping the link to purchase one of these in the video description, and also as a pinned comment if you'd like to check the Evisive 2K portable monitor out, or if you need to check any other monitor out for that matter. Because I can tell you for a fact, having a second display just makes your productivity go up to the roof. That's the simple fact. And I'm not trying to sell you on the monitor. I'm just trying to sell you on the productivity you get out of it. That is my personal view on it. And thanks for watching this video, really. And if you liked it so far, give it a thumbs up and subscribe to my channel for more reviews and other videos I make like this one. Until I come your way again with another video, stay safe and goodbye. Welcome back to another Code Cloud and DevOps Ask Me Anything video. In the video today, I got a question that I think is important for anyone to actually ask, and I couldn't imagine how I couldn't have thought of making a video like this previously. And thanks very much for asking the question to the viewer. And the question goes thus: what does a DevOps portfolio look like? Can I have a write-up on my project with screenshot and make it part of my portfolio? Kindly explain more. That's the question. Simple and straightforward. Now, it's an important question to ask, and I want to thank the viewer for actually asking this question. Now, why it's important to have a DevOps portfolio is simple. A portfolio, for that matter, whatever field you're in, is because it showcases the things you can do. Now, in the world of DevOps, in the world of cloud, it's a little bit tricky or dicey depending on the kind of project you've worked on. If it's a learning project, it's simpler. Just do a write-up, put screenshots. If there's you are not breaching any NDAs, you can put it out there. And of course, if some of those projects you've worked on are under NDA, you might ask for permission of the people who contracted you for the project to share some details about it and they will define the scope of what you can share and not, if they so agree to. But if they do not agree for you to share the scope of that work, you cannot do it. I've been in projects where I can't share the details. It's just unethical even to think of sharing such information. So there are some projects you work on you cannot put in your portfolio. That is the kind of world we live in, and it's just the way it is. It's not like it's not fair. It's just that some businesses, some projects you work on are intellectual properties of this company, and they just don't want details of how it's implemented to be out there yet. But most of the companies we have in the world today, the details of the implementation, the flow, the architecture is pretty simple. Well, I wouldn't exactly say pretty simple, but they are built upon concepts. So for a beginner, for example, if you're starting up your DevOps portfolio and you're learning, say, how to deploy a web application with a database, with a firewall to the cloud, what you want to do is, as you're starting a project, if it's a personal one, that's even pretty sweet. Document it. You can put screenshots. Have a GitHub page. You don't have to go build a website, to be honest. You can have your GitHub page, make it public, and then boom, off you go, and put the details in there. Narrate what you've done, the overview of the project, how you contributed to the project if you're not the only one working on it, the benefits of the project, and your learning experience from the project. It's just as simple as that. For someone like me, my portfolio and my videos are, my testimonials, because I really don't have to do so much of a write-up on the things because my work speaks for itself in a kind of way, And of course, I have a solid CV. You can put links and stuff like that in your CV. But then I think more importantly, for someone who is just starting out, that will be the way to go. And your question is pretty straightforward. You actually sort of answer the question in the question. So screenshots, if allowed, like the architecture diagram, the flow charts, the implementation details. But of course, you probably cannot share the details of the code, secrets. And one thing, if you ever consider sharing, the implementation code, like the Terraform code, Azure Bicep code, whatever infrastructure as code tool you use, you need to think about cleaning up before you make that repository public. Clean up secrets, clean up API keys, clean up all sorts like that, especially if it's a personal project. If it's a corporate project, you most likely would not be allowed to share the repository. But of course, you can put the little bit of details and overview of what you've done. Because of course, if you're writing your CV on things you've done, you will put some details in there. So that's one liner, that one paragraph about things you've done that you can't share full details about. You can still, abstract details out of it, but still letting it know. For example, if you're working on something, for example, for the Ministry of Defense, you probably cannot share the full details of what it is because it's supposed to be classified. But then you can say you were on the team that did X, Y, Z, and then you were responsible for doing ABC. Full stop. You don't have to mention the client. You don't have to mention the core details of it. But of course, you have to think about it that if you were the employer that contracted someone to do this, would you want that information out? I think that's one of the first things about this IT world we're in. Ethicality, ethics. Do you want that information out? If you were the employer, if you don't mind, then you can ask for permission to share such information. And I think that's about what I wanted to wrap up in this video about the question. And of course, really highlight your contribution. I think what matters most in whatever projects that you put on your portfolio is the contribution you made, what you were able to achieve, because you are in a portfolio, you are selling yourself essentially. So you want to put those details of things you were able to achieve as a member of the team. And if it's a solo project, what you were able to do and how you did it. And of course, you need to also put in lessons you've learned in the process of implementing such a project. And I hope that answered your question. And if you need, of course, further questions, you know how to get me. Use the link showing right now upon your screen or scan the QR code showing right about now. Until I come your way again yet with another video, stay safe and goodbye. I want to show you something you never knew you could do in Azure. Purchase a domain name. Let's get started.
Hello, how are you doing? Welcome to yet another video from Dara Oladapo. I'm glad you're joining me today. Today, I want to show you how you can purchase a domain name in Azure. Something you probably maybe know or probably never knew you could do with Azure. Purchasing a domain name in Azure is as easy as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 up until 7. The process are easy, and that is what I want to show you today. It costs just about $11.99, so let's go check it out. The first thing I want to do is ensure I've created my resource group, which I think is really essential for getting started with creating anything in Azure. I want to put that in a resource group. So I'll go to create a resource, and I will head on to search for app service domain. That is the name of the service in Azure. You can just search for domain name to bring that up also, but you search for app service domain when you click on create a resource in Azure, and it will give you the app service domain option. You select that and you can check out the plans available and all that, but pretty much all that is there for you to just read through. You click on create, and what shows up next for you is to fill some forms, which leads us to the second step, where you just fill some basic information about what you need to do. You pick the subscription you want to use, you select the resource group or create a new one in case you want to do that. And of course, you see that it costs you just about $11.99 per domain name that you buy with Azure. Then what you do next is you put in the domain name you likely want to buy. So Azure checks if that domain name is available or not. If it's not, it gives you suggestions of the available domain names. You can pick from the options or just go ahead and search again until you find what you're looking for. If it's not available, you probably need to do a domain transfer, but that is definitely another video. So I think I find one I like. So what I'll do is I'll go on to fill in my contact information. When I go to fill in my contact information, it will ask me for basic information. This is for me to be able to register with ICANN. That is the Institute of Internet Practitioner something. I've forgotten what that full name is, but pretty much I'll fill in my name, my email address, my billing address. So that takes a couple of moments. I fill in my country, my state, my phone number, my city, my postcode, and all those little bits of information. So I just power through that right now. Of course, I don't show you my personal details. So let's get started. Well, I'll show you probably my country and all other information that is publicly available, but a lot of ones I wouldn't show you. And once I'm done filling all the contact information, what I'll do next is check some more advanced options. When I click on advanced options, what happens next is I can decide to renew the domain name automatically or manually. I can also activate privacy protection, which in Azure comes at no extra charge. I think something that's really cool. But don't worry, you can always transfer your domain name out of Azure just in case you do not want to use Azure to host your domain name anymore. But I'm done with that, so I'll go ahead and set my tags, which I think is essential for anything you're creating in Azure. So I'll set my tags, do not delete equals true. That's just for me to know that I shouldn't delete this resource. And I set some policies not to delete stuff. So I'll go ahead and do the final review and be sure everything is fine. And then once I'm happy with that, I'll click on create. That takes a couple of moments to create. So what is going on in the background is that it's going ahead to register my domain name, bill me, either use my Azure credit or use the credit card information I have saved in my account. To do that, it takes a couple of moments to finally get that up and running, and then it will tell me my resources ready to use, so I can start using my domain name right away once it tells me the resource is ready. Then it's ready. So what I want to do next is go to that resource and check out the things that I created for me. So what happens in the background is it creates a DNS zone for me in Azure, and then of course the domain name. So I can go ahead and manage my DNS records, where I can add A records, TXT record, MX record, SVR records, and all kind of DNS records I normally would add on other domain name service providers. So that's pretty much it. I can go check the access control. I can go to advanced if I want to do some more zone settings. I can go to my hostname bindings if I want to bind it to all the domain names. I can check the renewal settings and all that. Yeah, that's about it, people. I hope you have enjoyed this video. That is how you purchase a domain name in Azure. Let me know if you're thinking about doing that. Actually, it's something that's really fun. I discovered it many years ago, and who knows, why haven't I created a video on it? But I've done that today. So let me know if you're thinking of using Azure to purchase your domain names. And of course, if you like this video, give it a thumbs up, tell your friends about it, share it, and subscribe to my channel just in case you haven't. Till I come your way again with another video. Stay safe and goodbye. This wireless lavalier microphone, well, of course it's wireless, works with my PC, iPhone, and Android. Well, coming right up, the Lawina wireless lavalier plug-and-play microphone. Stay tuned. Hey, what is up, YouTube? I've been scouting for a good wireless lavalier microphone for the last couple of weeks, and I was very happy when Leona reached out to me to ask me to review this microphone. I'm speaking to it right now. This is the Leona WM3 wireless lavalier microphone. So, what can it do? Find out more as you watch this video. As with all my microphone unboxing videos, all the audio you're hearing from this video is coming from the Leona wireless lavalier microphone, so you can decide what you hear if you really want to get this kind of setup for yourself. The only editing I've done as usual is remove just a spectral noise like all my audio. This you can do with any other recording editing software you use. Later on, I'll let you hear the raw unedited audio from the microphone with my iPhone and my wife's iPhone and all that. Now, before I continue, let me know in the comments if you're liking this microphone so far and the audio you're hearing from it. Now, before we go and talk about anything else, let's go unbox. Let's get a box open right now. Before I do that, let's show you all around the box, the packaging that comes around, the Lawina WM3 microphone. See, it's plug and play. You can use it for your live webcast and all that stuff. You can see the front, looks really handy and neat. So let's get the box ripped open now. I think I got my box here right this time around. Right, and in the box we got the nice packaging, really little but really nice and handy and ready to go. I'm just gonna put the box away to the side and get the packaging of the microphone open. So in the packaging, we have the microphone bundle, we have the receiver, and we have some other accessories tucked away under the next compartment. So let's really get this ripped away. So right there's the microphone with the USB-C charging ports. You can see the Leona logo coming right up, right on your face, and the power button, which of course makes it plug and play, really nice. And then of course we have the receiver. On the receiver we have the button that actually controls the volume adjustments. And then we have the in-ear monitor that you plug into the transmitter. We got the adapter for the iPhone lighting. We got the charging cable. And then next we have the wind filter. Really nice and sturdy. And then we got the USB-C adapter for things like your Android and your iPads and all sorts. And then finally, we got a manual that comes in different languages. Of course, I'll be using the English version for this one. You can see the other language at the back, and you can see all that it contains. So that's about all that's in the box. So you don't have to worry about having so many things to work with. It's just that and the in one box, and you're good to go. What do you think? This microphone is a good choice for live interviews and video shooting. To start using it, it's as simple as plugging in the receiver to your device. It could be your computer, your iPhone, or your Android, and it will automatically detect and use the microphone. I've tested it with all my major devices and it works just fine. With a charge time of about 1.5 hours, that's 1.5 hours, 1 hour 30 minutes, the Lawina WM3 wireless lavalier microphone boasts of about 4 hours runtime. That means you probably never run out of charge if you're doing a shooting. or if you're doing a video, a vlog, 4 hours is quite enough time to shoot a video. I'm not sure we'll watch a video for 4 hours long anyway, so you might want to think about that. The pickup range is between 10 to 15 meters, so you want to not stay so far away from from your shooting device if you're doing that kind of thing. With a 48 kilohertz frequency response, you get stereo CD quality. Now, it's also plug and play. I said that earlier. That means you don't need to install any extra software or pair up anything with Bluetooth for the microphone to work with your device. I mean your Android, your iPhone, or your computer. Now, audio test. Check, check, 1, 2. All the audio you're hearing in this section is raw, unedited audio from the Lewina wireless lavalier microphone. I've done no editing, no noise removal, no EQ, no compression whatsoever. I have all my devices on. My computers are on right here. My phones are on. My windows are open. And it's morning over here. You know, morning time? It's noisy time. What do you think of the raw audio coming from the Lewina wireless lavalier microphone system? Let me know in the comments. Let's see what the audio sounds like with my Samsung S21 Ultra. Hello, this is me testing on the Samsung S21 Ultra. How do you like the sound and feel of the Lewina wireless lavalier microphone? And next up, my wife's iPhone. Hi, this is me testing on my wife's iPhone. How do you like the feel of the sound coming from the Lewina wireless lavalier microphone? What are my takes on the Lewina wireless lavalier microphone? This is for someone on the go who wants to capture audio wirelessly on mobile without compromises. Well, I've tested this with my phones and I think it's on point. So if you're a YouTuber, TikToker, Instagram influencer, or anyone who wants to be on the go and still capture good audio on a budget, well, of course, I'll drop the link to purchase in the description section and I'll pin it as a comment. So be sure to check it out. You might consider getting this microphone. Yes, you can also record on your computer. As I said earlier on, all the audio you're hearing here I recorded with my computer. I just plugged in the receiver in my USB port and boom, off I go. Now, if you're someone who teaches and likes to, move around, this wireless system just works for you. Of course, remember, you cannot go longer than the 4 hours battery run time. So if you're someone who shoots live streams that goes 5 hours, 6 hours, you probably might want to consider other choices. Now, it's got a wind filter that looks a bit off if I clip it onto my cloth here. But if you go recording in a windy condition, you don't want to leave this at home. You don't want to leave one without this wind filter because this will really help you a lot. But if I pin it to my cloth, it looks a little bit off. Or do you like it this way? But hey, if you're recording in a windy condition, you definitely want to pick this out with you. This is for you when you go on the road. In the home where there's not so much noise and you to control the environment, you probably wouldn't be needing to use the wind filter. And of course, the casing is on point. Here's the case. I can literally hook it up to my belt and off I go. I see something, I whip it up and I record. And I'm on live. That's it. One thing I also like about the Lewina wireless lavalier microphone system is that it's got an in-ear monitor system. Yeah, I mean it's got that. I can literally just plug it to the USB port here and I can hear in real time what I'm saying into the microphone. So I have a feel of what I'm actually recording, if it's the right thing or not. Although, as a personal preference, I would have liked it if this had a rubber tip. Yeah, just a personal preference for me. But this doesn't hurt my hair so far, so I think it's a really good build. You can check it out. Looks really nice, and I think it has this special curvature curvature effect to it. So this is generally if I need to decide to make adjustments to my recording position in case I'm not positioning this microphone well. But of course I think I am. You can judge from the audio you're hearing from me. Okay, people, that's it. Let me know if you enjoyed this video. Of course you did if you watched it up to this point. So please give it a thumbs up, subscribe to my channel, and share this video with your friends and family who you think this microphone would benefit, because also it's a channel. You know what? So till I see you again, you know what I say? Stay safe and goodbye. Okay, let's just get it on. How do I do that? Let's assume I'm in a windy condition now. Should I put this off if I do this? I think I should. One moment.
All right, I'm back. This is what it feels like. Hooked up to the wireless in-ear monitor system and the wind filter. Well, it sounds better in my ears for some reason. Well, maybe I would consider using it. What do you think? Let me know. Let me know. Do you like this or do you like it without? Do you like this or do you like this? Let me know. It's your choice. It's your microphone. So yeah, what other? Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in here. iPhone connector. No, iPhone connector. USB-C connector. Okay, send. Oh, it's got a manual. It's got the charging cable. Well, there's an extra accessory I got for myself. I'm just gonna put this right back in here. Yeah. And yeah, that's the case. Nice and easy to go. Boom, boom, boom. Put it in my pocket and I'm off. Okay, now really, goodbye. See ya. Cheers. I'm out. Wow. Well, I just discovered this also serves as a speaker to my computer. I did not know that. I just plugged in something and I heard the voice in my ears and I was like, oh boy. So this is an audio input and output system. So this is not just an in-ear monitor. It's also, oh my God, this is nice. This is really nice. Yeah, I can literally go join meetings and be wireless and be far away from my computer. Now, this is sweet. You should try it out. Okay, now really, I think this is the point where I really say goodbye. I should say goodbye now. I just discovered that and I couldn't just let it go. I never knew I would like that about this wireless microphone system. So I will test this out with my meetings on my phone. Yes, I'll try that out. Yes, I will. Yes, I will. Yes, I will.
So for someone like me who uses three computers in my setup, I have my main computer connected to all my displays through a USB-C docking station, and I have my work laptop and my desktop computer rigged up through LAN, but I want to use my USB accessories with all devices. I've been using a KVM switch for quite a number of years, now, about 3 years now, and it works, but the downside of this KVM switch I've been using is that it's just KM, no V. It's just keyboard and mouse and any other USB accessory really. No visuals to it, which works really if you come to think of it, but then it's jangled up. The connection usually messes up the front view of my setup, which I do not like. So this brand reached out to me if I would check out their 2-port DP KVM switch, and I obliged and said yes. So I'll be checking it out and reviewing it in today's video to see if it will help solve my problem. So if you look quickly at it, no software needed, plug and play, USB 2.0, not bad to be honest, because I don't use USB 3.0 accessories mainly with the KVM stuff that I use, and it supports Microsoft mouse, Logitech mouse, Unix systems, Windows, Ubuntu, macOS, and other Linux operating systems. Hot plugs, no need to turn off before you switch. Supports 4K up to 60 ads, which is nice. So let's actually go ahead and check it out. So I'm just gonna get rid of the marketing box and get into the main box right about now. And first you're greeted with the information leaflet. Okay, that's how it opens. I thought it will just flap out. So you see basic information on what you can get done with it. So this is the 2-port one I have right here with me, which I think would work so far. Maybe in the future I might go for the 4-port one, but let's see what really comes here. And then you have the KVM switch itself. At the back you get a USB 2.0 up, a display port out, which goes to a monitor. I think this will come in handy for me. And then you have PC2 display cable and PC1 also display cable, and then a USB port, and then a DC power supply. And in front you have USB 1, USB 2, and the control switch and the indicator that shows which computer is connected at every point in time. So let's get that to one side and see what further comes in the packaging. So you got a couple of cables. Okay. You get a USB 2.0 cable and display cable to display cable. And then you have another USB-C to USB cable, rather, not USB-C, and another display cable. So it's mainly display cables that you get in here. And I think this is really meant for people who use just one monitor. For someone like me who uses 4 monitors, I would need to find other solutions to go in and with this. And I'm gonna put that right here. And then you have the power brick to supply the 5 volts power. And then you have this is nice. You have padding for the bottom of this, so it doesn't scratch the desk. That's nice. And then you have the control switcher. That should be the only thing that is popping out of the desk if you so want it to be that way. And pretty much that is all you get in the packaging. I'm just gonna put the rest away. Okay, now that the rest is away, I can get this rigged up and see what I can get done with it. So I can switch a maximum of 1 display with this, 4K up to 60 Hz. And I'm wondering which display I want to be able to swap out. Thinking of it really, I want to swap it all, I'm gonna confess. But given that I have 1 extra display in my setup, but it does not support display out, I would need to figure out the cable. So the problem with this for me right now is the cabling. The cabling does not support my use case because my devices only support HDMI in, except this one that supports DisplayPort in, but my USB hub actually does, but it only supports DisplayPort out, not in. So that is the big challenge I have right now. So I have to figure out that. But barring that, I could tweak my way around, since I exactly do not need displays with this solution right here, but something you can check out for yourself. I don't need display solutions. Hey Google, stop. Hey Google, stop. So given I do not exactly need this as a display. So given I exactly do not need this as a display solution for my setup, I can ignore my need for the display cables and just use the USB functionality that this gives me. So DP cables out of the way for now, and I'll just go USB with this. But of course, in theory, that is what should work. So I've got rid of the DisplayPort cables for now because that is not applicable for my setup. So one consideration you need to think about then if you're using this is that you need to buy HDMI cables if your monitors only supports HDMI for your setup. All right, so let us see. Got this control switch right in front to decide which computer is connected, and then you can use this to tap yourself into the setup. And then this for the bottom right here. And the reason I mainly decided to go for this as a review is because I do not like the way this is popping out on my desk. I didn't like it. So I decided I was gonna check this out really and see what the working is like. I don't have any extra power sockets right now, but for the purpose of this video, I will rig it up to somewhere close by on the floor of my setup. But later on, I will get this connected and see how that works out. So what I will do is for the PC1, I will rig it up to, and I will not disconnect my current setup for the purpose of this video. But what I will do is I will connect this up to one of the ops that goes into my PC1, my real PC1. And you can see it shows that it's connected right up here in front. But of course, there's no power to it, which I think is nice for a start because it doesn't exactly need that power except you're using devices that need to be powered when it's in use, which I think is nice. It's a nice feature right here. And then for PC2, I will connect it to my, what should I connect that to is the question. So I will connect that up to my laptop right over here. Okay. And what I will do is I'll minimize my remote desktop window, although that is not a recommended thing to do because I'll lose view of what I'm recording, but I'm sure it's recording. Yep. So, and I'll get this hooked up to the PC2. No, this was supposed to be PC1 and then PC2. All right, that is powered in now and ready to get connected, and then I can use this to switch. One thing I don't exactly like now is the noise, although it's an indicator that things are switching, but could be nicer in terms of sound. You see that switching between computers, but hey, that's what it is. I gotta live with that for now. So what accessories should I be connecting at the moment? I will demo this with my Logitech headset. So I would wrap this up. I'll use this in front actually for now. And get my Logitech headset. Okay, I guess it's not getting the power now. It shows that it's switchable, but then there's no power to the USB sockets. Because this is supposed to just power on. Let's see. Oh yeah, it powers it up. It powers it up. It powers it up really. That is nice. Okay, so this is connected to PC1 now, and I can use one of my PC1 devices. If I open up right about now, I should actually try this also with webcam, if that would work. Oh, I need a USB-C to A cable now. One moment. And this is sort of an extensive-ish needed setup I'm doing. So I'm rigging this up here to this. Yep, as a webcam. So the power should hopefully be coming up. Yep, the power is on. And it should be able to switch devices pretty soon. And I'll show you how that really works now. So I would open up, where's my keyboard now? I would open up my camera app and see if I can see that. If I can see this camera in here, it means this works. Yeah, you didn't see that. And yeah, it's not getting the power it needs to run. I think that is what is happening to it right about now. Okay, it's not getting detected. So I need to give it some juice. So let me get it, let me give it some power. Okay, so now I've got that connected up to power. And let's hope we get it powered. Now, is it supposed to be detected just as a mouse and a keyboard? That is the question now I need to ask myself. Because I can see my webcam software is not detecting this as a webcam. So let us try to not use it in the keyboard and mouse port, but rather in the conventional port right here in front. And if that is going to be detected. No, it's not. It's not been detected. So I'm guessing that doesn't really work for me. Yep, I think this is my conclusion. So far, it was supposed to at least be detected. Let me try and see if it's detected in my meeting software. To actually see if this works, so I've got this connected now to the device, to the KVM switch right on my desk. And what I want to do is go on to the settings in Zoom. I'm gonna bring that up to the screen here. And then up into device settings, first into videos to see if that webcam is detected. But I won't be using the HubSpot stream camera, but rather I'll be using the mid 4K camera. And that should pop something up in here. any moment if it's really working. Oh, I guess the reason why that is not working is I was trying to use this in Teams earlier on. So let me quit Microsoft Teams. Okay, so this is the setup right now. In the video settings of Zoom, I have this hooked up to the mid 4K camera. You can see it is actually showing this connected up to PC1. And this is the webcam I'm using right here. That is the HubSpot mid 4K webcam. Oh, I needed a view here actually of this camera. Yeah, that is it right here. That's the camera seeing stuff. And then I can always reorient it to look at the right thing on my desk, as the case might be, which is actually pretty nice for my setup, because most times I want to do overhead videos and then I am lacking the the versatility of it. So that is what that is seeing at the moment. And if I go into my audio settings, I should be able to see the Zone Vibe 125. That is this right here. So what I want to test now is if this will work if I connected this up to the back instead of the front. So let us test that out, and then I'll switch to my other computer, and that should be a redirected input source. So I've done that now, connected it up to the back. That noise is a little bit annoying, I must confess. And then I will switch over the camera. If I see the mid 4K here, it means that worked as expected, but no, I did not. So, but then I can see my other camera setup right there, the faraway camera, but then that has not been detected, probably because that was designed to be a keyboard and mouse input specifically. I wouldn't fuss so much about that, but then for my setup, that would 100% defeat the purpose of this device in my use case. But then I can still, use this setup if I felt like. And then it has detected now that webcam. I guess that's why that closed. Yeah, it detected it now. If I connect see other USB devices, but other USB devices are not detected if they are at the back. So if I switch over now, it will take a couple of seconds, and then the device would switch input, and then I should be able to see the mid 4K as a redirected webcam, because what I've done is my laptop that I'm using for this is remoting into the computer. So I can see this now as a redirected input, which means it works from the front, but not so much from the back. So which I think, in my opinion, wouldn't exactly work 100% for my setup. But I think for what it does, if it's a keyboard and mouse that you want to connect via USB to the back, that is 100% fine. That is what you're looking for in your setup. But so for someone like me, who I'm trying to, and I'm really trying to get rid of the cable mess in front of my setup, this would not work for me. But if it works for you, let me actually know in the comments, And then if it's something you're looking to get, I'll put a link to purchase one in the video description and also as a pinned comment. But for me, I think it ain't gonna be my main KVM device. I would use it. Don't get me wrong. I would use it and then see what it feels like. But then for this frontal thing that it's doing right now, maybe what I could do in this case, then I will have it slammed under my desk and just have this routed out to my desk because it would fit purpose that way. If that is what I was looking to do, it would fit purpose that way. But if I was something I was looking to place on my desk and I'm trying to do a bit of cable management, that would not work for me. But if I was not trying to do cable management 100%, it works. And the fact that I need extra power, I need to figure out how to get those wires connected up right now. But if you do ask me if I would 100% recommend this, I'm not 100% sure I would, because to be honest, it feels solid metally, but then it could use a little bit more beauty to the setup. That is what I feel. But in terms of practicality, for my personal setup, it would not work. But for your setup, it may work, and that is why I wanted to review this one to see how it works. I've seen devices like this in when I was looking to switch my KVM, but then I didn't quite find the right choice. But then this brand reached out to me to see if I would review it, and that is what I've done. But for functionality, if you're looking at functionality, it works. But I think one downside in terms of functionality for me is that this port back here should also work with non-keyboard and mouse devices. I'm not sure why it didn't work for me, but it should have worked. And then probably also I would probably check and see if they're HDMI kind of devices and not DisplayPort devices, and see if either I could have a DP out to HDMI. It means you have to buy more cables if that is the case. If it's something you want to use in your own setup, you have to buy more cables to fit this. But I think I've spent so much time on this video, and I don't want to waste much of your time as my viewers. But that is what I think of the Switch. It's usable, but definitely for my setup, I'll have to make a bit of tweaks before it can work 100% for me. It's not getting heated up at the moment, which is fine, because if you're doing this kind of stuff, it gets heated up, especially if you're doing display out. But for my case, this works for someone who has just a one display they want to switch over. And if someone that uses 4+ displays like me, you would have to have about 4 of this, which would be a bit of a kill. You might just go for a proper USB docking station in that case. So yeah, that's that. But of course they have a 4-port one also, but I think it's still one display out, not 4 displays out. So for my use case, this would not 100% work, but for someone else it could work, and that is why I reviewed this video. But let me know in the comment section if it's something you're really looking to check out. I'll put a link to purchase it in the video description and as a pinned comment if it's something you like. But if you like this video, give it a thumbs up, subscribe if you like to see videos just like this one come up on my YouTube channel. Until I come your way again yet to another video, stay safe and goodbye.
Hello there. Are you a teacher, speaker, preacher, or anyone who speaks to a wide range of audiences from day to day? I want to show you a new device that you might want to consider to become better at your game from day to day. Stay tuned. Hello, how you doing? Now, today I want to introduce you to the Response Bridge Voice Amplifier, which is a portable microphone and speaker system made for people who talk to a wide range of audiences every day. And you want your voice basically to reach the back of the room from this. Now, this is the device right here. I am using the microphone that came with it to record this video directly into my computer because I want to be able to show off the nitty-gritty details of this speaker system right here. Now, it's portable, as you can see. And at the time of this recording, it comes at about £35. So I'll drop the link to purchase that in the video description, and also has a pinned comment. So be sure to check it out if you want to grab one of these. Now, who would want to use this? Is it good for you at all? All those questions I will answer in this video, but first, let's go check out what actually comes in the box. So let's go check that out. Let's actually unbox the Response Bridge microphone now and see what comes on the box and what we get for our money. You see all information about the microphone and speaker system all around it, and how you can generally position it on your body, and some use cases for the microphone on the box. And you see general power information, battery information, and all that. So let's actually open that up now. The first thing you need is the user manual, which I advise that you keep handy from day to day, because you might be needing to use that, even though the device is intuitive to use. And then you see the speaker itself, which is portable and very lightweight. You see the belt hook, and then you see the button controls all around. Let's put it aside now and see what else comes in the box. In there you have the strap for hooking it up on your body, on your neck, and then you got the auxiliary cable for another input into the microphone system, and then you got the USB-C to USB-A cable for charging the device up. Really handy, even though there are stuff you can get online. And then you get a charger, which is color white. I don't know why. And then itself, you get the microphone system, which you latch on to your head. That is the main device actually you would be using from day to day. So take care of it. It is durable, but you want to take care you don't break stuff in between. And then finally you get the carrying case, which is branded. Really nice. I like that. And then finally that's all that comes in the box. Let's actually go ahead and now hook this up and see how we use it in connecting it, and then we'll come back and show us the rest of the video. So let's get started. First thing, we put that box away. Here goes the box, scooty away. Now bring the speaker on, and then the microphone, we just unlatch the cable ties. Unlatching cable ties, still unlatching. And that's free now. So we charge it up for some time before we actually get using it. That goes in the USB-C port on the side of the speaker system. You plug that in to the charger or any USB port that you have available for it. And once you start charging, you see the indicator light actually come on in the front of the speaker. That means it's charging. Green means it's on. Next thing you want to do, plug the headphone, not headphone, you plug the microphone in to the mic port. You're pretty much ready to go, to be honest. Once you switch it on, you just start recording stuff. Let's talk about the tech and specs of this microphone system. Now, it's got about 8 watt output, so that means it doesn't consume so much power. It's lightweight. It comes with a rechargeable battery, which you charge via the USB-C port right here. This USB-C port. This USB port right here lets you plug in your USB devices, maybe your flash drive, to be able to listen to music from the speaker system. And then if you go on the left hand side, you see you have a mic and an auxiliary input. The mic input is actually what you use, what you plug this one into, but right now it's plugged into my computer. Yeah, my face is coming up right now. Yeah, that goes into my computer, but you generally want to plug the mic in at the space. And this aux input is where you generally would want to plug in anything that you want to use as an input also to this mic system. So if you got audio coming in from somewhere else, so maybe under the microphone, maybe a lav mic or any 3.5mm microphone system, you can use that and also serve it as an input. So you can actually have two inputs coming into this at the same point in time. To switch it on is pretty easy. Just press the power button here and it's good to go. Now this is claimed to run between 10 to 13 hours with about 4 hours of charge time, which is really good. And it's also got the mode functionality and all the nice things going for it right at the top. So this is where you control it. Now, how do you wear this on from day to day? That is a very good question. Now, it's come with a strap. The strap right here is what you would use to If you prefer carrying stuff, sorry, microphone for dropping. If you prefer a strap system, you can literally hang it on your neck this way. And of course, the mic will be plugged in here because I'm recording here. I need to use it with my computer. You can just literally put it in this way, and then you're good to go with the mic dangling around you. Or you can carry it in a slingshotty manner if you want to. This looks more fancy. But for someone like me, who is a bit fashionable, well, I'm not so sure of that. Your audience will tell me that. Who wants just a bit of discreetness with how this microphone system would look on them, you can, which is my favorite position, hook it up to your belt hook. You can see it dangling from my side. Here, you can hide it off. Or if you have a jean back pocket, you can, I'll use this one. You see, right there. Sorry for showing my ass, but that is how you want to put it. So generally, if I will be using this from day to day, it should generally be on my belt, so the voice can project outwards from me this way. So it mostly would be here. Then I'll be speaking to my audiences, and then the mic would be plugged in here, and then I'll be speaking from day to day. Now, how does this actually look on a general level? I'll show you later on from a distance how this will look if I was to speak at a distance, and I'll be recording that directly just into my camera. I've showed you the modes of hooking this up to your computer, which is really good. Now, who is this for? I want to answer that question again, even though I said it in the beginning of the video. This is for someone who wants to reach audiences in a closed room, 80 to 120 people thereabout, in a closed room, and want their voice to project without actually shouting. Realize if you speak at the top volume for a long range of time in a day, your voice start getting cracked. So you can literally speak really low, and the voice still projects out for you, and then you're just generally good to go. Well, I prefer making my voice audible enough for you to be able to hear on videos like that. So the mic is close enough for you to be able to actually capture audio, even if you're speaking very quietly, just like I'm doing right now. Or you can decide to generally be at the normal voice level like me. What do you think of the Response Bridge microphone? Do you like it? Would you be getting one? Let me know in the comment section. I also check the link to purchase that in the description of the video, and also as a pinned comment right it. So this is me on a normal mode, a bit further back from what I was, and I'm recording this straight into my camera and my other microphone that's supposed to pick audio from far away, and you can see the speaker input is what you're gonna be getting in that audio recording. So what does it feel like to actually speak? I can still move all around the room and speak. So if I'm on general teaching, I'll have a board behind me here, but this is my back office setup. We can travel today because of the stamp. And you can see the response bridge here. It's plugged in and hooked into my belt. This is it right here, and this just goes in on my belt. And the reason I have it this way and I prefer it this way is because it is facing away from me, and I wouldn't have to feedback. Now watch and listen. If I add it this way, you hear that feedback system? I don't want that for myself, so I want the audio booming away from my body and then towards you, and then I can definitely, if I want to be sorry about that, if I want to be conspicuous, I can literally just have it this way. And this generally you wouldn't want that showing, and because that does not look so professional, I would want to put this under my cloth. So watch out while I do that. So this is what it's gonna be looking like if I was to go on a day-to-day general note, trying to present and do stuff all around. You're not seeing the mic, but it's coming out from me here, and I look a little bit more professional now. I look like all those great motivational speakers going all around. You have to go for your goals. You have to go for. If you don't, you're gonna fail, and if you fail, you're gonna start again, because failure doesn't define you. Okay, that's it, folks. If you enjoyed this video posting this time, remember to give it a thumbs up and also subscribe to my channel so as to get notified when I release videos reviewing gadgets just like, and also share with your friends and family so you help the channel grow and you also help them discover content just like this one. Until I come your way again with another video, you know what I say? Stay safe and goodbye.
Hello there, this is Dev, Cloud, and DevOps Ask Me Anything. On this series, I've been answering questions on DevOps, Dev, Cloud, and things that relate with these technologies. And I got a question that came in from a lovely fellow, and the question goes thus. I have been learning to code for a while now, and I've got my hands on some basic languages like JavaScript, learning PHP, and already have in-depth knowledge of HTML and CSS, including some frameworks. Although still learning on my own, please, how can I get to locate developer communities on social media that I can follow and enhance my development? First, I want to say to you, kudos. You've done quite well learning all this by yourself. And as they say, no one is an island of knowledge. So I really want to say good work. You've really learned your stuff. And to your question of locating developer communities, I'll get to that. But the first thing I want to say to you is the fact that you've learned many languages, the first thing you want to do is build projects. There are many project ideas online. If you just go on your favorite search engine, Google, Bing, DuckDuckGo, it all depends on you. Just search for beginner projects in web development. Look for these projects and try to apply whatever language you've learned, CSS, PHP, HTML, whatever framework, React, Vue, Angular, whatever it is, apply them to those basic projects and try to improve your skill that way. And now, to answer your question, finding a developer community to actually join on social media, that is a good way to go, because the community essentially helps us grow. They help us share knowledge and help us solve our problems from time to time, and also helps us be able to actually reach out to others to be able to impact that sort of knowledge. So for me, the first place I'll advise you go to check out is actually meetup.com. Meetup.com, that's meetup.com. That is the place where you find meetups in your local area, whatever location you're in the world, Nigeria, Ghana, UK, US, India, China. Meetup.com is one of the top places you want to be at. Just put in your location, put in your email address if you don't have an account already, sign up, and then put your location and put your preferences, and then communities around you will be suggested to you when they're having meetups. They have mobile apps also for Android and iOS, so you're always on the go also with it. So if you go to meetup.com excuse me, you would be able to find these communities to join and be a part of. Volunteer to speak also. It helps you build some sort of confidence level in yourself to be able to solve problems. So answer questions, ask questions, join those communities. And also, one place you also want to be, well, is Twitter. Yeah, most of the people who develop the languages and frameworks we use these days actually live on Twitter to be able to answer our questions, to be able to just offer some advice. You see threads on being a developer, being a DevOps engineer, being etc. Everyone is out there. Follow the people you want to be like, so that their contacts, people like them, get suggested to you, and then even when they have events or meetups coming up, they will be able to tweet it, and then you will see it, be able to attend, and that way you can grow your community, enhance your development from there. So for me, I'm not trying to advertise meetup.com, I'm not trying to advertise Twitter, but if I was starting out in my career and I wanted information, those are the two top places I would go. I don't want to mess up your head with too many links and stuff, so I'll say meetup.com and Twitter would be your top choices of places. So if you go to meetup.com and you sign up, put your location and your preferences of languages and frameworks, these communities will get suggested to you automatically, and you can decide to join as many as possible. Some meetups will be online, some will be offline, some will be hybrid. It all depends on your preferences. You decide which ones to attend. Attend these conferences, attend these meetups, attend these events to be able to foster your knowledge from time to time. So that is one of the ways to grow community. I say kudos to you once again for learning all these languages on your own. It is really not easy, I can tell you that for sure. So kudos to you and all the best in your endeavors. And I hope that answered your question. And if you have further questions, remember to drop them in the comment section. I'll put the link to ask further questions in the link showing on your screen right now, and also I'll put it as a pinned comment and also in the video description, so you can always ask questions and I'll try to get to answer them as soon as possible. Also, if you like this video so far, like and share with your friends and family and whoever you think might gain from this video. It helps the channel and it also helps this video reach people who actually need it. Until I come your way again with yet another video, remember to stay safe and goodbye. This is the Mirror Smart Home Thermostat System. Let's go ahead and unbox and see what comes in the packaging. And I'll also be showing you around setting this up on my mobile phone and sharing my opinions all about it in this video. On the box, see general information about the Mirror Smart Wi-Fi Thermostat. That's the MTS200, supposed to work with Apple HomeKit, Alexa, Google Home, and Samsung SmartThings. Opening it up is straightforward if I can get the nylon lift panel thing to open properly. So we're gonna try do that right now. I finally get it open, and then in the box we are greeted with the following items. We have the wire labels, which is really nice to have because you got wires coming out of your mains, and then you have the user manual, which shows instruction on how to wire this up and terminate the connections when you're setting it up. And then you have some warranty guide and information, which I think you should keep handy, and then some other information sheet kind of in many languages. I'm gonna put that aside also just for now. And then the thermostat itself, which contains some slots where you put in the wires, and it's really well labeled, I think, in my opinion, and it really feels sturdy also. And that is the little fill nylon you lift when you're ready to really unveil. And then we've got the termination wire, some screws which you use to hook it up to the wall when you're setting this up. And then we have the thermometer thing that sort of tries to measure the temperature in the wall or in the air or wherever you put it in. I will not be installing this with my setup because I have another temperature sensor in my home I'll be using. So this is an optional feature that you can install with the thermostat if you wish to or not. And that's about all on the box. Now we're gonna go set this up and we will be right. The first thing you do is you go turn off the circuit breaker, which applies to where you will be working on the thermostat so you don't get some electric love. And with that done, and after wiring and setting things up, I have it hooked up to the wall. The next thing I need to do is just take the thermostat itself and just hook it in just like that. And then once I'm satisfied that is good, I will go turn on the heating system again from the circuit breaker, and it's on, and the boiler is actually kicked off, and the thermostat is ready to pair with my smartphone, Android or iOS, as the case may be. I'll be using my Samsung for this demo where I'm setting this up on my device. I can modify the temperature controls, but first let me actually unveil now. It looked really nice. The blinking Wi-Fi signal to the top left hand corner actually signifies that it's ready to pair with a smart home or smartphone device, and you can modify the temperature manually if you wish to. It's got controls also for setting the modes, and let me just set this up to some low temperature. I think that should be nice, and it takes some couple of seconds just to ensure you're ready, and then that sets in and it will be ready to tell the thermostat that is what it needs. So you see the heater fire come on now. Let's set this up now on my mobile phone and we'll go through the experience. I'll open up the Mirrors app on my phone. I have a couple of devices set up there already, so we ignore that just for now. We'll click the plus button at the top right hand corner of the Mirrors application. And then we tell it, it might also try to detect some devices, but we'll go manual mode here. We click thermostat and we'll select the MTS200 for boiler and water system, and then we click on next, get started. We will skip the wiring step since we already have this hooked up to the home wiring, and then we confirm that the Wi-Fi is blinking. Yes, it is, and it should instantly detect that there is a device ready to connect, and that will prompt it to actually connect to the device Wi-Fi, as you can see here on my screen. I click on connect and it connects to the Mirrors Wi-Fi just temporarily so it can finish the setup process, get the Wi-Fi name and password, and hook that up in the system. That takes a couple of moments also, depending on Wi-Fi speed. You can select the location where you want this in your home. I think I'll just put it as a living room for now until I finally decide to rename it in the future. I put in my Wi-Fi name and my Wi-Fi password, and then it starts hooking it up to the home Wi-Fi system itself now, and then disconnects its own Wi-Fi, and my phone is back on the Wi-Fi. It finishes all the setup process, add itself up onto the network as a device, and then it will be pretty much ready to go. Now, any system I have connected to this, either Google Home or Amazon Alexa, would actually detect that I've added a new smart thermostat device, and an Alexa prompt should actually pop up pretty soon now when the device is added, and then it's pretty much done. You see Alexa pop up, and then you can see the thermostat setting. It gives us a little bit of guide the first time you launch the thermostat, and you can see the labels on things you might want to do. You can turn the dial to set the temperature you want, or you can use the plus or minus button if you wish to. It has modes, auto or manual, if you wish to go that route also. And the auto mode are in 3 ways: heat, cool and echo, which you can always modify in the device settings. But mostly for me, I go manual mode and set the desired temperature that I want to use for this thermostat. And it's pretty nice and easy. Now note that when you set the temperature, it takes a little bit of time before the desired temperature you want actually kicks in the system, so you might just have to wait around just a little while for the heating system to get on. And also, depending on the temperature you set your boiler to, it might take a much longer time to get to your desired temperature, but cooling down also goes the same way. And that's pretty much setting up on the smartphone. The same process applies if you're using an iOS device. And of course, the next steps you want to do is set all your schedules, when the morning meeting turns on, when it goes off, and all those kind of things that makes it really automated and very nice for you to actually have around your home. And that's pretty much all you gotta think about when using a smart thermostat system in your own home. And pretty much that's all I'll be sharing with you on the Miro Smart Thermostat. If you enjoyed it, please remember to give it a thumbs up and also subscribe to my channel so you do not miss any further videos coming from me in the future. Until I come your way again with another video on my YouTube channel, I say stay safe and goodbye. Hey there, how's it going? So today I wanted to quickly show us how to use the Azure CLI. I got this request in one of the forms I put out so I can gather the kind of content people like me to make, and this is the first video in the series where I tag code, cloud and DevOps tutorials, where I actually get questions on technical things I could make videos on, and this is the very first one in that series, so I hope I do it justice. And this is for Samuel, and he asked how we could use the Azure CLI. So he's new to learning Azure, he's new to the cloud world, and from the questions he has been asking me on WhatsApp, it's been really exciting for him, but then wanted to know how to actually utilize the Azure CLI. So instead of actually answering him one-to-one, I decided to make a video so the whole world could benefit from his question. So what I'm going to do today is that I will walk through from the very first step how you can go ahead to install the Azure CLI, log into the Azure CLI and customize the Azure CLI. So basically, the Azure CLI is a command line interface tool you use for giving commands to the Azure cloud platform. So most cloud platforms have a sort of CLI you could use for managing resources in the cloud, and Azure CLI is just one of them. And one thing about the Azure CLI is that it's available for Windows, Mac and Linux operating system. Although I'll be demoing this on the Windows operating system, the same principles apply across all the operating systems. I think the only difference here would be the installation process. So to get started, let's go ahead and actually install the Azure CLI. So let's go ahead and go to my screen session. And what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to go on my browser. I'm using Microsoft Edge right here. And then what I want to do is I want to search for download Azure CLI. So I'm doing this as if I have no clue what I'm doing. And as you can see here, it detected that my operating system is Windows, so it gave me the Windows option. but I could click into that, most likely to bring the one for your operating system, Mac or Linux, whichever one you're using. And then it takes a little bit of time to load up. Now that's taking a little bit too long that I hope. Okay, fine, good. So you can see when you go to the website, you can see instructions on how to download and install for the Mac operating system. If you're on a Mac, you have to install for Homebrew and then update your packages and then start installing stuff. And that's the process for macOS. Same operating procedure will go on for Linux depending on the distribution of Linux you're using. So you can follow the instructions through on the Microsoft website right here. And if you're on the Windows operating system, pretty much okay to go. You could also use the Microsoft installer. You could use PowerShell with the MSI installer, Windows Package Manager. You could even use package managers like Choco to be able to do this. I normally just use Winget to do my installation. So that is the process to install the Azure CLI. And once you're done, to verify that things are working fine for you, what you want to do is open up your command line interface, and here you could use anything. You could use Windows terminal, you could use command prompt, you could use PowerShell, you could use any terminal you're used to. Now you can see here I'm using something on my computer. You can see here I am using another subscription that I use to trade. So what I need to do now is change that to my operating system. But the very first step I want to walk us through is how to actually log into the Azure CLI. So once you've installed the Azure CLI, if I type in AZ, you can see it will give me some list of things I could do with the Azure CLI, which I think is really super duper fun to use. Let me bring that into full view right here. So you can see I could do a whole lot of things with Azure CLI, with IoT, app services, and all sorts. No, what I want to do now, because I'm logged into the wrong subscription, is first I want to do AZ. Before I do that, let me clear this up. I'm using Oh My Push for my terminal, but you don't have to do that if that's not your thing. That's totally fine, but the process is still the same. So what I want to do right here is go and do AZ login. And what this will do for me is that it will open up my browser instance and try to sign me into Azure. And as you can see, I've been logged in successfully to Azure, and I can close this window and go back into my terminal. And what would happen right here, don't mind that warning right there, is just a couple of older subscriptions I've been using. For someone like me that I have a whole lot of older subscriptions, you can see that I will get a bunch of them. So what I need to do is find the right subscription and then set that subscription as my default login subscription. So what I want to do to be able to do that, I could do AZ account lists. This will give me that same prompt, just like you saw earlier on, but a bit more cleaner than after I just logged in. So what I want to do is I want to look for my training subscription. This one right here. That's the one I'm looking for. That's the one I want to log into. And the way I'll do this is pretty simple. I can either use the ID of that subscription, or I could use the name of that subscription. Either one of this. So what I want to do, I want to use the ID because the ID is mostly just the best way to go. So I will copy this. And then the next thing I will do, you can see the default subscription you log me into is the Visual Studio Enterprise subscription, which I don't want to use. So what I want to do is do AZ account set -s. You can even see it's giving me that prompt to be able to do this. And I put in the subscription ID I want to use. And boom, you can see it's changed up to my Azure training subscription. If I go to the Azure portal, actually, if I go on to the Azure portal, I'm just going to close this up and close this up and close this up. If I go into the Azure portal, this is that subscription I'm talking about. This one right here. And you can see it's one of the subscriptions I use to be able to demo this kind of facility because I'm a Microsoft certified trainer. Now, that is cool. because I'm logged in now, I can start doing stuff with the subscription I'm logged into. In your case, if you want to sign up for Azure afresh, you can go to azure.com/free. That is azure.com/free. And then what that would do is it will give you 30 days trial to use Azure. And then once you're done playing with it, you can decide to be a paying customer or find other ways to get subscription, maybe through the company you work for or through the bootcamp you're going through. So I will close that tab for now, and then we'll start actually using the Azure CLI the way we're supposed to. The best way and easiest way to learn anything is actually start doing and not talking so much about it. So let's get into the deep of things. So I will go ahead now. I'll be using VS Code for this mainly because that is easier for me to manage and see. And I'll just clear my terminal here and then just increase this view just a little bit so it's a bit clearer for us to see. And what I want to do is I just want to confirm that I'm still logged into the right subscription. So I'm using the embedded terminal inside of VS Code, and that's how I'll be using going forward in this tutorial. So you can see I'm still in the training subscription, which is good. All right, so the first thing I want to do now is actually go ahead and create a resource group. So I'll start writing some bit of scripts here, which you can put in your terminal. Feel free to pause this video and type in the commands as I'm doing them. So what I'm using here is PowerShell, but basically you can use Bash, you can use any terminal language you're used to, Python, you name it. But for this, I'm using PowerShell. Of course, you can install PowerShell also on Mac and Linux so that it's kind of the same thing you're doing here. So I just created a scripts.ps1 file, and inside there is where I'll put everything I want to use. So to not waste so much of our time, I prepared some scripts for us to use. So I'll copy that in here. And what the script basically does is that it sets a variable called resource group name, calling it ccd2rg, putting location to UK South, and then creating that resource group. As simple as that. That's what it's doing. It's just go ahead and create a resource group in the UK South region. And that's what it's going to go ahead and do. So if I go ahead and select all of this and run those lines, you would see that after a couple of seconds, it went ahead to provision that resource group. And it succeeded, as you can see right here in the terminal. If I now go ahead into my Azure portal, I can go to the subscription and filter into resource groups. I should be able to find that resource group right here. And as specified for the terminal or for the command line, it's in the UK South region. And that is what we want to do. That is the first step to success. Now, if you've been able to do this so far, it means that you've been able to successfully use the Azure CLI. And what goes on from here is just a bit of practice, 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 and practice, practice, practice. Now, I put UK South in there, but you might be wondering, is it just UK South I can use for managing Azure resources? The answer is no. There are a lot of locations you can use to provision Azure resources. So the next command I will run here, so you can actually get the list of the locations you can use for Azure, is I'll put in another command here. I'll just comment this out so it doesn't block our view. AZ account list locations. Those are the locations. So this command will basically list the locations your account can create resources in, and we can go ahead and output that to a table. Actually, I'll touch on the output just in a little while now. If I go ahead and run this line and I expand the terminal just a little bit, you can see here there's a lot of these locations. East US, you can see the short name for them, the display names, and you can pick out anyone you want to use for your purpose of deployment, depending on the location you're in and wherever the requirement says you need to put those resources. So you can go ahead and do all of that, and that is just one nice command you can always use. Now, I know all this because I've been able to use the Azure CLI over the years, but for your own case, you need to understand the basics first. So let's go back into the resource group I created earlier on. Let's reactivate that comment. Now, what I did here, as I mentioned earlier on, is creating a variable in PowerShell, and that is resource group name equals ccd2rg. And I just prefer using lowercase because it's sort of neater and easier to use, and it's sort of across board operating system. And then I set another variable called resource group location. And in this command, az group says it's telling the Azure CLI. So az, whenever you see the az command, it's telling the Azure CLI to create. So it's the command, the resource, the platform, Azure. You're telling it to create a resource group with the name of this variable, ccd2rg, and putting it in UK South location. Now, I could have put in this literally in here, like literally put in the strings here, but down the line, if you're writing a more robust application, it wouldn't be scalable to start typing all this in. So the best and most recommended way is to set those things you want to use as parameters for your CLI as variables before you actually start doing them. And whenever you see yourself at coding stuff over and over again, you will need to think about making them into variables. Let me just clear my terminal here so we can proceed safely. And that is that bit right there. So now the next thing we actually want to touch on now is, so now you might be stuck. You might be asking yourself, what if I don't know what commands to run? That is totally fine also, because there's always help in the Azure CLI. So what you want to do now, don't mind the prompt that just came up. That's my GitHub Copilot, trying to help me out and figuring my next move, but I wouldn't do that right now. So what I want to do next now is to get help. You can always do az help. So if I run that, what that does for me is it brings up a list of things I could do with help with Azure. So it could help me with all this stuff. It could help me with AZ account. So let's say I want to create an Azure web app, for example. I have no clue how to do that. Let's assume I don't have a clue how to do that. I could go ahead now into and find AZ web app. Oh yeah, I could create a web app. Yep, but I don't know what commands to run. That's totally fine also. So what I could do, let me bring this down just a little bit more now. I could do AZ web app --h LP. Now, this same command could be written as az web app -h. This is the shorthand for help. So any of this would actually work. So if I did run this line here, see right here, it gave me things I could create. So I wanted to create a web app, so I could go do az web app create, and then I put in the commands. If I don't know the next step after create, I still put in the help, and off I go on and on and on and like that till I'm done doing what I'm doing. But I have prepared some commands for us to use in this tutorial. So let's go ahead and actually use both ones just in a bit. So shorthands, longhands, you can decide whichever one you want to use for your usage, but it's advisable always to use the longhand because it's much clearer and easier to understand for people who don't know exactly what you're doing. So what I want to do now is I want to customize my CLI. But before I do that, let's actually go ahead and create a web app inside of that resource group. So what I want to do now is, we've created a resource group, which is nice, but let's actually get rid of that resource group right now. So I'm going to do az group delete. Yeah, ignore that bit. I want to move this command up just a little bit. Now these are still my variables, so I could go ahead and just run that line. That's fine. And that resource group will be deleted from Azure just like that. Now let's go ahead and actually now create a web application, which is pretty super simple. And I said earlier on, the best way to learn anything is actually start doing stuff. So first you want to do is create the resource group over again, but now give it another name. And the reason I'm creating this resource group all over again is simple. I want to create names that apply to the things I want to do. So I want to create web apps inside of a resource group. So I will name it Code Cloud DevOps CCD Web App Tutorial Resource Group, and then put it in use case out still, and then run the command. So once I do that, create the resource group, and that is done. Next thing I want to do now is create the web app inside of that resource group. Now, to create a web app inside of Azure, you need something called an app service plan. An app service plan is a server specification of your web application. So that server specification specifies the kind of CPU, the kind of memory that server would have to be able to run. So what I've done is also, of course, prepare the scripts. I have the resource group name already, so I can actually remove this bit here. And I could reuse the resource group location here instead of specifically putting UK South. All right. So what I want to do now, let me collapse this just a little bit so it's a bit visible. So I've given my app service plan a name, and I want to use the free service plan. You could go to the Azure documentation to find out the list of service plans you can use. You can use free, shared, basic, premium, isolated, and all sorts. You can even use ones for containers, which is perfectly fine. But for the purpose of this demo, I'll use the free plan, which short code is F1. So let's go ahead and set the variables. That is done. The next thing now is to tell the Azure CLI to create an app service plan and give it the name we've set in the variable, put it in the location, put it the SKU, and put it in our resource group. So let's go ahead and run that. And the app service plan is created. Let's verify that by logging into the Azure portal. So we'll go back here. This resource group is already gone, so we wouldn't worry so much about that. And let's refresh this page. Go into the training subscription. Go to resource groups. You should see CCD Web App Tutorial RG. And inside there, we should find our app service plan just in a bit. The fact that it mentioned that it's done in the Azure CLI doesn't mean that it will show up immediately in the Azure portal. So you have to give it a couple of seconds to minutes for it to actually show up inside of here. You see, I refreshed and then our app service plan is showing up right here. If I click into it, you can see information and details about it. Now, I'm doing everything here in the Azure CLI because it's much easier and cleaner without you having to, click around stuff. You can focus on just creating stuff. And with our app service created now, we can go ahead and create our web application. So let's go ahead and do that. The first thing we'll do for our web app now is to go ahead and give it a name, of course. And then give our app service plan as a name already, I suppose. So I can skip this bit. Our web app, of course, is unused. That's the one in this thing is giving me. It's assigned, but it's never used. That is fine. We'll move on from there just in a bit. We have our resource group created already. So next thing I want to do here is tell the Azure CLI to create a web application and give it a name that was assigned, and then just go ahead and do stuff. So let's go ahead and run this command right there. We'll run these two lines together here. So it's doing the Azure CLI should create a web app, give it a name, put it in the service plan we just created, because I mentioned earlier on that the app service plan is the server spec of our web app. So we need to attach that app to that service plan. So let's go ahead and do that right now. And in a couple of seconds, it should tell us, all things being equal, that this works fine. Don't ignore the warning of that Python thing. I don't know what's going on there, to be honest. And that's pretty much done. You can see it's running, it's up and running, it's successful. If I go ahead and refresh this just a little bit, that 0/0 of apps and slots should ideally change to 1, because now we have one web application running in that app service plan. Let's go back into the resource group now and just give this a little bit of a refresh. And you can see our web application running in the cloud. We have a URL for it. If I click into that, boom, our web app is up and running. That is pretty nice and smooth. I could do a whole lot more things with this web application, but what I'll advise you do is go ahead and actually go on to the documentation of the web app, follow through the tutorials in there, and then you'll be able to find your way around, because of course I might tell you, yes, I'm gonna create a web app from scratch, write the code to do it right now and deploy it to you, but then that might not be your favorite programming language. So pick your favorite programming language and then try to deploy this web app. That is the assignment I have for you. And then let me know if you're able to do that. Create a simple web app. It could be an HTML app, could be a Python app, could be a Java web app, could be anything. Create that web application and publish it to the web app you have created. That's my homework for you. Yes, you. That's my homework for you. Yeah, just trying to be funny there. Now that I've created a web application, deployed it, and all that, let's look a little bit at how you can, customize your Azure CLI. So let's look at that just right about now, because of course, sometimes you just want to have a bit of personal feel to your CLI. Now, most of the things I've been doing in the CLI, you can see that it is giving me my output in JSON. Now, I might not like JSON. I might like YAML. That is totally fine. I might want my default output style to be a table or to be just text. I could do all of those things with the Azure CLI. So let's clear this up just a little bit. Okay, let's clear this just a little bit. So I could do this right now. I could say, now to be able to configure my CLI, let's clear this up a little bit. All I need to do is do this. So I do az-config set core.output to YAML. So whatever thing I do now in the CLI, my output will be in YAML. So if I do az account show, for example, I get YAML instead of JSON. If I change that to JSON and I do the same command again, you see my output looks a little bit different. Now, to be honest, I will prefer YAML myself, so I'm going to set my default to YAML also. And then, of course, I could do a whole lot more configuration, but then it would not be a good use of our time me showing you every kind of configuration you can do. So what I'll do is in the video comment, I will put in a link to the GitHub repo for this tutorial, where you can actually see a list of ones I prepared for you, and of course the assignment I give you will be right in there for you to be able to check out and use for yourself. Let me know if this actually benefited you and if this answered the question to a little bit of an extent. And then if you have further questions, you of course know you can use the link in the video description, where I will put a link for you to fill the form to, or for me to know that you want to make another video more detailed, and of course put more description into the video this time. And I will get to doing it as soon as possible, as soon as I can. And I hope this actually helped you. If you like this video, remember to give it a thumbs up and try to subscribe so you don't miss any further videos like this one. I will try as much as possible to try to make videos like this like almost every week, God helping me and time also permitting me. And that is that on using the Azure CLI. I hope this helped you just a little bit to forward your journey into the world of code, cloud, and DevOps. Until I see you again yet in another video, you know what I say. Stay safe and goodbye. Is DSA, data structures and algorithm, important for a DevOps engineer? That's another question I got on Code Cloud and DevOps Ask Me Anything, and I'll try to answer that question as briefly as possible because the answer pretty much is short. I've answered in previous videos that it's not compulsory to be a programmer to be a DevOps engineer. But then there's a flip side to that. And the flip side is this. The more programming knowledge you have, the better DevOps engineer you would be. Yes, can be a DevOps engineer. So there's a difference between good, better, and best. And there's a difference between meh, good, manageable, and very good. Okay? So if you know programming, you'll be a good DevOps engineer. Okay? If you want to be a better DevOps engineer, you need DSA. Is it compulsory? No. 100% no. You don't need to learn it if you don't have to, really. But then, knowing DSA, learning it alone, puts your brain in a state of mind of critical thinking, to think of efficiency, to think of speed, to think of, you do things like brute force solution, optimized solution, all those stuff. So when you first solve, if you first give a brute force answer like brrr, and then you start optimizing from there. That is the thinking process in DSA. So knowing what the right kind of code to write, how you structure your scripts, your deployment processes to ensure that your deployments are actually faster. Those are the kind of things that come to play. So, and as I tell everyone, that everyone should learn to code, but not everyone should be a programmer. Okay? Everyone should learn to code, but not everyone should be a programmer, because learning to code alone by itself enhances your problem thinking skills. So, if you have that skill stuck in your brain, when writing your scripts, your deployment pipelines, your infrastructure code, you think by default of efficiency. You think, if this code is supposed to be written this way to be fast enough, how can I write my pipelines to be better, to be faster, to be more efficient? Those are the things you think about. But then, you don't have to, if you want to stay ordinary. So, and I'll tell you this for a fact, I learned DSA a few years into my career as a DevOps engineer, technical evangelist / DevOps engineer, the many kind of arts I've won in my career. But then, when I learned it, it became very, very helpful. Yes, we learned it in uni, but then, of course, you know what happens with uni, you forget the 95% of things we learned in uni. But then, when I actually really learned it, it enhanced my thinking skills. Okay? So, if you can, learn it. But if it's not crucially important to you, you can ignore it and just be a meh DevOps engineer. Alright? And I'm not trying to be sarcastic here or anything. It's just the fact that the more skills you know outside of your current career field, the better you actually are in your career. Imagine you trying to deploy a C# application, okay, and you encounter an error deploying. But if you know the way C# works, if you know how proper C# code is supposed to be written, the way the configuration files work, the way it treats environment variables, the processes, the way microservices are split up, etc., and you're writing pipelines for it, you know which service depends on which one. You don't have to really go ask questions many times before you actually figure things out yourself. So, yes, that was all about collaboration. It's all about, talking with stakeholders to understand processes. But then, if you know your stuff, if you know programming, there are things you can fix on the go. There are things you can, by default, just know when you're doing your stuff to be able to do better deployments. And I think I'll just wrap up the answer there because I think I've really answered it. And of course, if you have further questions, you know what to do. Put them using the link shown right now upon your screen, or scan this QR code to get an answer to them as soon as possible. Until I come here again yet with another video, stay safe and goodbye. The Mono PD100 is a studio dynamic XLR microphone that gives you rich professional audio on a budget. Will this be your next best budget XLR microphone? I'll be telling you all about it and why you may want to consider getting one in today's video. As with all mono products, the packaging of the PD100 comes in bright gold and black colors with direct and secure access to the contents of the box. Right out of the box together, use a manual, and you get the 6.5 feet XLR cable, and then you get the matte black metal build body with the weighted round base on the mono PD 100. You also get two extension rods for ensuring that the microphone stands up to you on your desk, which I think is a really nice thing to have. Although I prefer to build my microphone arm so it's as close to me as possible, the weighted base also does an excellent job of keeping the microphone stable and secure on your table. Now, because this is an XLR microphone, just XLR, there are no knobs or switches on the PD100, so you have to set all your audio adjustments on your audio interface or mixing console. Now, the PD100 is a dynamic cardioid polar pattern microphone, accepting most of the audio from the top end area of the microphone. It simply means that if I start turning the microphone a little bit away from me here, you start hearing little to no audio, and it comes stronger as I point it back to me. And as I turn it away, you start to hear little or no audio. But I'm gonna put this back to face me at the general level I'll be at if I was recording in this particular setup. Now, I recommend you get the pop filter on top of it, but it does have a double layer pop filter itself, so I'm saying a lot of piece here, but I'll test out the plosive later on. Now, with a 60 to 14 kilohertz frequency response range and a minus 50 to plus or minus 3 decibel sensitivity and a 132 decibel sound pressure level, you are assured the audio you're getting out of the PD100 is clean and mellow. I've been using this for the last couple of days, and I think I like it so much that I don't want to let it go. But of course, all the audio from this video was recorded 100% with the mono PD100 using the Monocaster C2 Neo audio interface. And of course, you can see use this with any other audio interface you might have in your setup, the Focusrite, any other audio interface, right? Go XLR, Rodecaster, Pro, any of those setups, this would work definitely fine with it. It does not require 48-volt phantom power, so you can use all the low powered ones. Of course, these have 48-volt phantom power. You can use with it. You don't have to do that if your microphone does not need it. So, any audio interface that supports XLR inputs, base PD100 will work just fine with it. So all I'll just do is, of course, this is the microphone test and not the audio interface test, but I'll start by cranking up the volume up to max here so you can have a bit of feel of what that really sounds like. And the audio, as you might have seen, was gone by 25% up a little bit. Remember, all the audio you control is from your audio interface and not the microphone, but of course, you should try to be as close as possible to your microphone when you're recording. I'll set this back to the normal level I record at so we can have good audio back and will not blow our ears out. Now, the major test I'll do on this microphone is actually the plosive test. Now, I'm not using this with any pop filter. I'm using this as it comes, so you have a feel of what you actually get right out of the box. But of course, I'll advise you get a wind form around it if you want to. But now, let's test out the plosives. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. If Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers, how many pickled peppers did Peter Piper pick? Now, that is what the piece sounds like. I have not listened back to this to see what that sounds like, if it's blowing my hairs out of my head or not. Now, and this is what my darling wife's voice sounds like on the Mono PD100.
Hello there. Welcome to another beautiful week. This week, our anchor verse is from John chapter 3, verse 16, which says, "For God so loved the world, and he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in him shall not perish, shall have everlasting life." As you go for this week, say this to yourself: I have everlasting life because Christ has given me eternal life. Have a wonderful week.
What are my thoughts on the PD100? At under $50, this microphone is a great budget option that gives you all its best and brightest sound with no compromises. Will I recommend it? I think 100% I will recommend this microphone for anyone looking to start content or upgrade their setup. Now, this will be a great option for anyone looking to start content creation or upgrade their current recording setup or home office or even meetings. I like the quality of this body. It does not feel cheap at all or to look at, as you can see in the video. But of course, beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. You let me know in the comments what you think of the look and feel of the Mono PD100. overall, I think anyone looking to buy this will not regret it and will save a lot of cash on getting the other expensive alternate options on the market. And you get general good quality audio out of it. You get decent audio, you get professional audio out of it. So you're not compromising a lot if you try to get there. So you can get a couple of this if you're setting up, a 4-person podcast, a 3-person podcast, a 2-person podcast. And you can also have a kit you send across to your podcast guests to ensure they have almost the same quality of audio that you have. I'll also be dropping the links to get one in the video description and pinned comment if you like what you're hearing out of the PD100. In the future, I'll be testing out and checking out how this works also with other audio interfaces, but I'll let time pass a little bit between when I make this video and when I make that one, so I can give you my unbiased and practical long-term review of using the PD100. But I think from now, I'll set this up in my home office setup, and then I will use this from day to day, and then I'll give you a more comprehensive review of what that looks like. But of course, so far that I've used this, I recommend it, so you can check it out if you want. I recommend this right now if you want to check it out. I've used all major mono products from their lapel microphones to their XLR microphones, and I think this is a really great option also. So it's something you might definitely want to check out. So I think I'll stop there for today's video, really, because that's all about the microphone. All the audio you're hearing is straight out of the microphone. Nothing mixed, nothing modified, no EQ, no filters, nothing whatsoever. This is my voice. This is what I sound like if I was to record a normal video, and this is what my normal setup position is if I was to record normal audio, and this is how I generally just move my hand around. So you have a feel of what that really looks like. And yeah, so if you like this, give it a thumbs up, subscribe, and of course check my other videos out on other gadgets I've reviewed, and subscribe so you don't miss any further videos like this one coming from me. Until I come your way again with yet another video, stay safe and goodbye. So you're wondering about the practical steps to build your portfolio on your website? Let's dive right into it. First, we need to define your goals and target audience. What do you want to achieve with your portfolio? Maybe you're looking to showcase your skills to potential employers or clients. You need to understand who your target audience is and tailor your portfolio accordingly to that. Next up, you need to select the right platform for your website to host. There are many website builders and hosting platforms available today, even content management systems like WordPress out there. You need to explore different options. Either you want to write the code for your website yourself, you want to use a CMS platform like WordPress, Wix, Squarespace, etc. You need to decide what platform you want to choose for hosting and designing your website. Now, once you've decided what your platform would be, you need to focus on selecting a clean and professional design. Your portfolio should be visually appealing and easy to navigate for your audience. Once you've picked your design concept and how you want to lay out your websites, you've picked your platform, the next thing you want to do is you want to curate and organize your work properly. You need to select your best projects or examples to showcase first before anything else. You want to pick out what will sell you. If you're marketing yourself, you need to market your best effort. You need to organize your work also in a manner that shows your strengths and what you really want to sell. So if you're showcasing yourself as a developer, you want to showcase your developer focus work. If you're showcasing yourself as a DevOps engineer, you want to bring out your DevOps work first in that regard. Once you've picked out the work you want to showcase, you want to provide a detailed description of the project and also give it a bit of context. You want to write a clear and concise description for each of the projects, including the relevant details such as the project goals, challenges, and outcomes. This will essentially help you and your audiences to understand the value of your work. Because even when you're writing that portfolio, you will understand a bit of the good things you've done in your life and even give you a bit of satisfaction as you're creating the website. Of course, we know the main goal is to sell yourself to your audiences, but once you're creating that, once you properly lay out and showcase that work in a beautiful manner, even you yourself, you'll become pretty happy with what you've done for yourself. Also, you want to look at incorporating visuals and multimedia elements that would sell your work. You want to use high quality images, videos, and also you might have optionally tools to put interactive media to enhance that portfolio design you're actually working on. You want to also ensure that the multimedia elements you put in do not distract the audiences from the main goal, because they are supposed to complement what you're showcasing. Also, you want to optimize your portfolio for search engines. You want to implement SEO best practices, put in the right information for visibility and discoverability. You want to use relevant keywords for your meta tags and descriptive URLs also for your portfolio. And the next step, of course, is to test and optimize for different devices. Ensure your portfolio is responsive enough and displays well on mobile devices, tablet devices, and desktop computers, and whatever device we might make in the future. Also, you want to check for usability issues and make necessary adjustments as needed. And I think finally, you should regularly update your portfolio, keep it current with new projects and experiences, and continuously, every single time, seek feedback to improve your portfolio. And of course, I hope that really answered your question. And if you have more questions, you know exactly what to do. Use the link showing right now upon your screen, or scan the QR code showing right here, and I'll get your question as soon as possible. But I think that should give you a bit of view into what you really need to build a solid portfolio for yourself as a technical person. So, what are you waiting for? Start building that portfolio today and showcase your skills to the world. I'll be waiting to see you at the top. If this sounds like a plan to you, let me know in the comment section. And if you have some ideas also for people, maybe you've built your own portfolio website in the past and there are information I might have missed, please do put it in the comment section. Let's have a chat about it and then we'll take it up from there. But I think I'm done with today's video. I will get back to work now. But before I do that, you know what I say. Till I come your way again yet with another video, stay safe and goodbye. So today, I'm reviewing and sharing my unboxing experience of this my new PC. This is the Rain Vanguard Zeus PC, even though the name has changed now. But this is what I'm reviewing. It's new. I got it November 2021 and it's still pretty new. It's still doing good work and it's really nice. But before I say anything else about this computer, let's actually share my unboxing and setup experience of the computer. That's the longest bit of this video, so I'll fast forward some bits of it. So let's dive right into the unboxing experience. So I got a call this morning. It's a Monday morning here in London that I got a package, and the package is really huge, but of course wrap it. But it's something really big. It had to be sort of rolled into the house, and this is it right here. So I'm trying to lift it to my desk now. It's not actually that heavy, but for fragility's sake, I gotta be really careful moving it up and putting it on my desk. So I had to literally clear out my desk space to have this going for today. And this is a custom built PC. Let me just lift the camera angle up so you can really see what I got going on. Yes, that's my face on a Monday morning. Yes, that should give you a much better view of what I got. So this is the Rain Zeus PC config build from Novatech. It runs Intel Core i9 12th generation. So just gotta remove some pretty personal details from the packaging before I let that show up on the screen. Yeah, all good to show. So it came in a box, so it said no stacking, but of course it's a computer. It's a tempered glass case. So let's go do some sort of unboxing first. So I got a knife. Hopefully I wouldn't have to use it that much. It actually got delivered on very short time. The processor, in general availability last Friday, that was November 4-5 I think, and then the Monday I got a PC delivered to me. As I said, it's a custom build. I'll drop the link to actually get it in the UK market for those who are interested in getting something like this. Please note, this is not paid for by Novatech or Intel or Rain or Zeus or whatever. This is what I came across myself and bought, and I'm gonna be giving you a lowdown of it all. But I think I really like the security around the packaging, it's all hooded up and seems to super duper work. So that's all the nylon packaging around it. Well, I sent a picture of the packaging to my wife and she was like, boy, this is very huge. This is very, very big. I didn't know desktop PC cases would really come this big to do that. Yeah, so this is the thin line here. So I think it's this side up. Now that feels heavy raising it this way. So it's heavy, but of course not for me. I pretty much raise heavy stuff. And it's fragile. It's a tempered glass case, as I said earlier. But of course, let's get the box open right now. Okay, so oh no, I gotta go the other way. Alrighty, side one up. My unboxing skills are still a bit lacking, but hey, you know the gist. Okay, got the top level open, and then slid that open. Well, I'm shaking a lot of things on my desk this morning because of this. Okay, so, are you ready to see this? Now the case looks really good even from the outside, so I gotta be really careful getting this up. So first, before I get the real computer out, so I got this cablings. I think I'm supposed to do this myself, am I? I don't know, maybe the extra cables, I don't know yet, I'll find out. And this is the power cable that goes to the wall. And this, got no clue yet. I'm hoping it comes with a manual. And in here, I got a bunch of screws, wires, connectors, cables, all this stuff. Looks cool. I'm just gonna put that also away. And then some other accessory kits. What's in there? So that is the cable riser spool thing-ish. No, I'll figure it out when I get to it, when I really read the manual. And then I'm hoping these are really accessories and not that I have to build it up myself, but I think it's supposed to have been built from when I made the order, but let's find out when I get into the computer itself. Hopefully nothing would fall out now. So I think I gotta put this down and bring it up again to bring the computer out. So down it goes again. And then, oh, I think I got it upside down now. Alright, somebody save me here. Now this is the part where I need to be super careful so I don't break stuff. I'm gonna put it sideways so I can slide stuff out. Okay, got a grip. on this side. Do I have a grip here? Not yet. And now that's really not that easy. But yes, I got a grip now. I got a grip. I got a good grip. Okay, let's gently put it over there and slide it gently out. Yes. Woo. Part 1 is done. Let's finish it up. Which should I just go? Is this still in my box? Ooh, did you see that? Are you seeing that? Okay, I think I really got the face now. This is how it's supposed to be facing me. So I'm gonna put this back in the box. And lift this up away from here. Get the cushion out of the way. Are you ready to unveil? I am. I don't know if you are. You ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Do you feel ready? No. Let me take a picture. With my phone, before the unveiling. And booyah. Okay. Some other sort of one in here. Ooh. Transport parking inside. No, I'm gonna show you what that looks like by taking a picture of it and then let you know what it says. So I need to open up and unpack some stuff inside. So before connecting the system to AC mains and powering for first time, must carry out the following instruction: remove the side panel, remove the color pink and the static material, pulling it out of the gaps and components, and replace the side panel. So how do I replace the side panel? No, I don't know. Open this up. Okay. This is a magnetic kind of top thing. I just sits in here, and it's got ports up top. I gotta show you that first by doing this. Yeah. So this is what the top looks like. Looks really nice all around. And this is the front. You're gonna see it real when I say the finishing up, but of course just giving you a sort of a low down view of the side. So these are the anti-static packaging and stuff I need to remove from the inside of that. So let's get the side panel out. So how do I do that? Just trying to figure it out. Hopefully I should be smart enough. Oh, that is it. It's that easy. I think this was made for dummies. But it's really straightforward. I like that about it. So let's get all this out of the way. Woo! Woostara! Okay, this is the inside of my new computer. It looks good. Did I just hear you say good? This looks good. Let me just come up close. This is what it looks like. It looks really good on the inside. So it's got RTX 30. Is it 3060 or 3080 now? I'm not even sure. Okay, it's 3080. Right, I almost forgot that. So it's got all this nice coloring. So it's got RGB fans at the top, RGB fans in front. It's got the power unit. It's got the PCI slots and the RAMs and the Intel Core i9 12th gen processor is back there. That's the Alder Lake processor. And then behind, which I haven't shown you yet, down here are some Wi-Fi stuff, the power plug, and here is the network card, and up here is the Elgato 4K capture card, 4K Pro in this case, which I ordered as an extra. And then up here is the output from the graphics card, which literally supports 3 display ports and 1 HDMI out. And then we've got lots of IOs also here. And then moving up, it's got extra HDMI and display port. It's got USB, it's got the old cable thing. If I want to do a flashback, I just pull this one. So that's it. I've removed all the packaging and stuff, and I'm ready to actually get powered on. So let's go get this baby rolling. So first thing is I gently remove this nice message. Yeah, why did I say this inside and not outside? Should have been outside, don't you think? This bit here should have been outside, but hey, figured it out. So I'm gonna just put that by the side of the box in here. Put all the other stuff, yeah, in here, and get this baby powered on. I think these are accessories, so I wouldn't need to do anything with them because that's what it said. Yes, yeah, that's what it said. And these would be extra IO accessories or build up. So they did what it said. So to get this powered up wouldn't be much of a stress. What I'm hoping when I finally get this powered on is I can get one singular output through USB-C out of this computer. But if that is not the case, I got 3 display port to HDMI cables on the one, and I got lots of HDMI cables already. So this is the power cable that I'm gonna get connected right at the back to the power port. All right, so that's in. Next step is to get my monitors up. So I'm just gonna unplug one display and then hook it up here and set this baby up for success. Well, it's been set up for success already, don't you think? So that's it. That's how it's gonna be sitting. But of course, it's gonna be sitting right there. So I'm gonna just clear the desk a little bit, but first I will need to, because I don't want to get the USB-C unplugged now, because it's gonna just mess all this up. So what I'm gonna do is just get one HDMI out. Hopefully I haven't broken stuff. Not that HDMI, this other HDMI. Yes, this HDMI is what I needed to bring out. Yes, that HDMI is what I needed. So let me just get this up to the back. I'm gonna plug that just to the normal output and not to the GPU out for now, so I don't mess a lot of things up. Alright, so I got it. At least I got one display out now. And for now, I'm gonna adjust my monitor orientation to be horizontal so I can see what is really going on here. So this is the monitor I'll be using for this. So I'm just gonna turn this around a little bit so we can have sort of a full view of what is going on down here. So just passing cables around here now. Okay, I got the switch slots plugged in. Okay, I'm plugged in now. Are we ready to power this on? I'm just gonna bring all my gadgets up close so I can monitor them now. Alrighty. So I asked that Windows should not come pre-installed on this, so I have my Windows 11 disk image on this USB drive. So before I get started, first I'm just gonna power it on and see what actually came in the box before I try to plug this in. So the back, I think I'll need to get the power on. So got that PSU on now, and then up top is where I'm gonna turn the power on. Isn't that beautiful? Isn't this just I'm blocked. Isn't that just awesomely friggin' beautiful? Here is my new computer. Do you like it? It's beautiful, isn't it? Okay, just had to do that for fun. Okay, so I gotta send this also to my wife because it's beautiful. Okay, so what's going on in here now? I do not know yet, but I'm hoping something on this display would tell me, or not. Or I should have gotten into the GPU port for some sort of information.
Your call is now first in line and will be answered by the next available representative. Thank you for your patience.
Good afternoon, if you're Technical Support.
Hi.
My name's Michael.
Hi, good afternoon, Michael. My name is Dara. I just got my desktop delivered now, and I powered it on, but it's not doing any display. Yeah, I can see the RGB stuff working, but no display is coming out of it.
Okay, just to confirm, you've got the outputs plugged into the horizontal ports on the graphics card.
The horizontal port, you mean the GPU?
Yeah.
Okay, let me get okay, so I'm connected to the HDMI port on the GPU now, but still nothing.
Okay, and if you just restart the PC for me as well, just to be sure.
Okay, just the power button.
Yes, please.
Pressing it down. Okay, it's off now. Then putting it on.
Alright, cool. Yep.
Okay, getting it on now. And it seems, yeah, that's gonna work now. Oh, I needed the GPU bit.
Oh, that's good.
Okay, so I have the BIOS screen coming up to me.
Yep.
Okay.
Good.
So what do I need to do from there?
Well, you'll need to install Windows on it.
Alright, okay, I got that on a flash.
Yeah, and an operating system.
Okay, got that on a flash then. Okay, okay, I need to get my mouse and keyboard plugged into it then. Okay.
Yeah, so you'll need to boot from the drive.
From the drive. Okay, alrighty. I'll do that ASAP then. Okay, thank you.
Alright then. I'm glad it's working.
Yeah, cheers.
Alright, take care man. Bye.
Bye-bye. Alright, so we're on to Windows installation now. Very good support. I think I misconfigured something along the way. So that is going on while I try to do my daily work. But this is beautiful, I must say. Yes, this is the Windows 11 out of the box experience that I'll be setting up right about now. Well, I'll come back to that once I just finish the work I'm doing. Work is more important than always. Okay, I'm in the UK. Yes, Windows 11 is beautiful, don't you think? So yes, second keyboard layout, skip that. My keyboard is standard UK. Okay, yeah, getting connected. Yeah, I got a Wi-Fi card in. Well, I'll just say I don't have an internet for now, and then I will do the limited setup for it and then connect to the internet later on. So enter my name. Now I need to do the accessibility option to use on-screen keyboard till I get my keyboard on. On-screen keyboard. Yes, thank you. I'm just gonna put that down or up or somewhere here. Okay, who is going to use this device? It is me and only me. So I'm gonna do next on that. My password, well, for now I'm not gonna use a password. Yes, use my location. I don't think I need this anymore for now. Find my device, yes. Include optional, yeah, like Microsoft, improve link and typing, yes, yes, lots of yeses, and we should be good to go on that. Okay, thank you, Novotech support. I think I can take it from here. The support has been great. And Windows is now. Wow, that is the fastest installation I've ever done on Windows. I can say that for sure. That is the fastest installation I have ever done on Windows. So, first thing, I'm gonna switch my mouse profiles. Do I have Bluetooth? That is the first thing I need to check. I got the network thing here. I'm not sure I got Bluetooth. I'm not sure I got Bluetooth. Well, at least things are shaping up. I'll complete this process. So this is what it feels like. But before I do anything else, I love my dark theme. So I'm gonna go over the settings. Okay, I can add a Bluetooth. I'm not sure I get this network thing yet. Probably when I connect to the internet, I can get the drivers installed and everything would start working. But for now, I think I'm good. It's just get network plugged in here, and then I'll be good to go. So the PC is good. It's just some work I need to do on my end. And that, my friends, is my unboxing experience of the Rain Zeus desktop custom built PC with a lot of accessories and on-point support. I must really say that for a fact. I like the support I got out of this. You know what? Let me check the PC config in Task Manager. Oh, if I can get out of, I cannot. So I'm gonna come back to that later. But at least I can find my way around and fix stuff definitely well. You know what? For this one, I need to. Yeah, I'll fix this up definitely. So, friends, that's it. I hope you liked it. If you did, you know what to do. Like, subscribe. I decided to do this unscripted. Well, of course, I'll do some cutting between where some stuff I'm showing that I shouldn't be showing. But of course, this is the unboxing experience of my new custom built PC. I will share the full specs in the description of the video below, and of course put a link where you can purchase that if you're in the UK. But if you're not in the UK, you can check the custom build services in your country or zone or region. And I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. Now I'm gonna get back to work, and I say streaming can begin. Alright, now that we've unboxed, you might want to ask me, what are the specs of this machine? First, it's got the Fantex X Eclipse ear case. That's the case it's come with. So it's also got tempered glass, so you can see through the casing right there. This is just a dummy. Okay. So it's satin black. It's beautiful. It's got very nice lighting around it, and then also it's got the MSI Pro motherboard, which on top of it is the Intel 12th generation Core i9 processor that runs 3.5 gigahertz. It's 16 core, which is really good, and also it's got the Be Quiet thermal grease compound that's for cooling the processor, and also it's got the MSI Mag Core Liquid 224R all-in-one 240mm Intel or AMD CPU water cooler. So I'm using a water cooling system for that right there. And also it's got the RAM slots right there. It's got 32GB of RAM, that's 8GB in 4 places. That's the Corsair Vengeance RGB Pro SL DDR4 3200 MHz dual channel kit RAM slot right there. And also the graphics processor there is the MSI Nvidia GeForce RTX 3080 Ti Ventus 3X 12GB GDDR6X graphics card. And let's talk about storage right now. On there we've got the Western Digital 2TB M2 PCIe 4.0 NVMe SSD, which has read speeds of about 7GB per second and write speeds of about 5GB per second. And also as a secondary storage, I got 4TB of SSD, just as secondary storage. Of course, I've got a 10TB storage I use externally for my long-term storage processors. Also, it's got the Corsair RM series, that's the RM 850 power supply unit right there, fully modular one, which is really nice. Also, I've got some cable management kit inside there, and also for wireless, I got a TP-Link Archer T6E AC 1300 dual band wireless PCIe Express adapter. And also, just for the lighting and beautification of it, I got the Corsair Lightning Node Pro RGB LED kit. That's the one that goes just right around it. And also, because I stream and I do stuff from other devices, for example, I do live coding and stuff, I need to get input from other computers into this, and I do not want to go over the network. So what I did was I got the Elgato Game Capture 4K 60 Pro. That is the one sitting just down there, and that is what I will use to pass HDMI pass through into that and capture my 4K 60 really nice and chill from all my other devices that I got. So, oh boy, do I like what I got? Yes, indeed. So I'll drop the link to actually the PC config on the Novatech website. So I ordered it from Novatech. It's a build from them, but I customized the build and then it got delivered to me. So currently it's not called the Rain Vanguard Zeus anymore. It's called, currently at the time of this recording, the Rain Vanguard Extreme Mark III. Also, I'll drop the link for the Novatech website in the video, so be sure to check it out if you like it. And also, please note, this is not sponsored by Novatech in any way. It is just me reviewing the stuff I got for myself. And, you know, after many months of research, I finally decided to go the desktop way, moving away from the laptop life. And do I like what I buy? Yes, I do. I really like what it's been doing for me. It's been really awesome. It's been literally, my productivity has like tripled, or maybe even times 5. But of course, that's story for another day. So this is a good one. It's not an advert for Novatech. It's just me telling you a review of what I've done. I've been using it for close to 2 months now, about 1.5 months, and it's really awesome. It's just super nice. I've set up VMs on it, I've connected, I've done all sort of things, trying to push it to the limits that I've tried for my other computers, but just not trying to, you know, be limited. So that's it, folks. Did you enjoy this video? I'm pretty sure you did if you're watching up until this point, so give it a thumbs up if you did. And also, if you love what I do on this channel, you know what to do. Subscribe and let others know just about this video, because when you subscribe and like this video, it helps others discover videos just like this one. And of course, till I come your way with another video, stay safe. I'll be seeing you. Goodbye. Today, I'm super excited to share my thoughts on my new Lenovo Yoga Pro 9i. I'll be walking you through its specs, real-world performance, and how it fits into my productivity flow as a DevOps engineer, content creator, and IT trainer. So if you're considering investing in a premium laptop for creative and professional work, you want to stick around for this one. So let's get started. Let's talk first about the unboxing and the design of this laptop. Now, my first impressions about this laptop screams premium. The lunar grey aluminum finish is sleek, and a 16-inch chassis has a solid build quality without feeling too bulky. My bundle also comes with the Lenovo Yoga mouse, which complements the laptop beautifully and works great on the go for me. Next up is the display and graphics. This display is just stunning. This is a 16-inch 3.2 mini LED panel with anti-glare coating, 165Hz refresh rate, and a whopping 1200 nits of brightness. It's certified with 100% Adobe RGB and 100% DCI-P3, making it perfect for color accurate work like photo and video editing. So whether I'm editing 4K videos or presenting on Microsoft Whiteboard, the visuals are crisp, vibrant, and smooth. And with the NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4070 GPU, this laptop handles the modern graphics stacks effortlessly. I use it for video editing on Go, actually, if you're just wondering. The Lenovo Yoga Pro 9i has a wide array of ports. On the right hand side, you have 2 full-size USB-A ports and the SD card slot, and also you have the webcam shutter, which I think is pretty nice. On the left hand side, you have the Lenovo power port, a full-size HDMI 2.1 slot, and also 2 Thunderbolt 4 ports that support power delivery, and also you have the 3.5mm headphone jack. This laptop is a performance beast. With its Intel Core Ultra 9 185H processor and 64GB LPDDR5X RAM, I can run virtual machines, containers, and 4K videos, editing projects simultaneously without breaking a sweat. Add an NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4070 and you've got a system that handles video rendering, 3D modeling, and even AI workloads with ease. Seriously, whether you're a content creator, software engineer, or both, in my case, this laptop can take whatever you throw at it. Now let's talk about the webcam. The 5MP RGB infrared with dual array microphones is a game changer for me. Video calls, clear. Plus, with the Windows Hello feature recognition, logging in is instant and secure. The microphones pick up your voice clearly while filtering out background noise, which is great for content creation of virtual machines if you don't have headsets or customized microphones that do super noise cancelling on the go. I've noticed that when I'm running on the go, there are a lot of background apps running, and it just affects how long I can stay unplugged. So this goes for about 2 hours, 30 minutes when I'm on the go, at least for the first couple of days where I've used this one. So 2 hours, 15 minutes on battery life is not great for a laptop that costs about 7 to 8 hours. Although the Lenovo Vantage app does a good job with power management in its own case, I just think it's not quite enough for my specific needs. Only I know exactly which apps I need to shut down or start up based on my workflow. So what I'm doing to solve the battery problem for myself is that I'm building a custom utility app that will prevent unnecessary background apps from starting in certain modes and shut them out when they are not being used. So when I switch modes from creative to document to programming, the app switch modes, it turns off the apps that I don't need, and when I need the apps, when I switch mode, the apps come alive. For my use case, I might actually integrate with my Stream Deck. I'm not sure I'm going to implement it yet, but I have started on that project, and I will create a dedicated video showing exactly how it works. And the best part is that I am going to open source this code so anyone who's interested can use or even improve on that application for their use cases. So make sure you subscribe and turn on the notifications so you don't want to miss that update, because of course I'm going back to actually doing real hands-on coding in my YouTube videos once more. So stay around for that one. Portability is key for me. So weighing under 2 kilograms, this laptop fits perfectly in my own productivity workflow. I know that a lot of people say, yeah, you could get a 14-incher. For me, I need the big screen real estate for the kind of work I do, presentations, planning. I run a lot of apps at the same